Chapter 1466. There was a cool breeze blowing on the deck late at night. The surface of the sea was quiet and gentle, and the moonlight was like silver satin. The stars in the sky were like diamonds falling on the dark blue sky, sparkling and translucent. They were not in the mood to enjoy such a beautiful night. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look. Ms. Song, what quantum mechanics are Big Xiong and Little Zay talking about? They even said it's more similar to Ninji and Professor He's situation. Song Jinning walked to his side and held the railing of the ship with both hands. She thought for a moment and said, "Are they talking about the phenomenon of the super-strong magnetic field I discovered causing the scenery to overlap?" Hua Xiaoheng, Chun Lai scratched his head. "I think so. They're saying could it be Professor He and Ninji were also overlapped? Was that why there were two people who looked exactly the same?" Song Jinning's lips twitched. They can really imagine. She paused and shifted her gaze to the sea. She began to explain. I might not have made it clear before. First of all, quantum mechanics is more about the phenomena of the microscopic world. The phenomena of the macroscopic world can't be directly copied from this theory. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng and Chun Lai were silent, Song Jinning knew that they didn't understand either. Fortunately, she had already heard from Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang about the little girl in the submarine in the cabin just now. She also knew that this little girl might be the real Gun Yinji, and that she looked exactly the same as the Gun Yinji they were once familiar with. Even their DNA might be the same, although the little girl's DNA hadn't been tested yet. Song Jinning thought about Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi's bold words and smiled. She continued, in the microscopic world described by quantum mechanics, particles can indeed appear in different places at the same time. But we're talking about particles here, not people or things in the macroscopic world. I told them just now that the photos taken by Little Zay were blurry, but the overlapping phenomenon of clear boundaries is indeed similar to this theory. But there's another explanation for this phenomenon in the macroscopic world. It can't simply be explained as the same scene appearing in different places at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. Then what's your explanation? Song Jinning made a gesture. If we have to use the macroscopic world to apply the theory of quantum mechanics, then it's Schrödinger's cat. When the cat is in the box, it can be alive and dead at the same time. As the saying goes, dead and alive. But when you open the box and found the cat, there was only one state left. At this time, whether it's alive or dead, there's only one state. It's either alive or dead. There won't be a situation where it's both alive and dead at the same time. Do you understand? So if you insist on using He Chu and Ninji situation, I don't think it's appropriate. What's not suitable? Hua Xiaoheng understood a little, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Because in the theory of Schrödinger's cat, there's only one cat from beginning to end. Whether it is dead or alive, or both, it only appears in one cat. There has never been two cats. And the situation you're facing now is that there are two He Chu and possibly two Gun Yinji. In one group, He Chu and Gun Yinji have already grown up, but in the other group, they all died when they were young. You even found their corpses. How can they be the same as Schrödinger's cat? What are you guys thinking? Song Jinning sighed. I don't believe they're clones either, so the problem is still with their DNA. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. But Chun Lai has already tested their DNA and confirmed that Ninji, who grew up with us, is indeed Gu Xiangwen's daughter. If the little girl in this small submarine is also Gu Xiangwen's daughter and has the same DNA as Ninji, then it's the same situation as He Chu and the 16-year-old boy. Then why do you say the problem is still with the DNA? Hua Xiaoheng was extremely puzzled. Song Jinning raised an eyebrow. Are the two of them really the same DNA? Her sharp gaze turned to Chun Lai. There are 6 billion base pairs in the human chromosome. Have you really compared all the base pairs, including the order in which they are arranged? How is that possible? Chun Lai smiled bitterly. It's impossible to compare 6 billion base pairs according to the order in which they are arranged. So you didn't compare all the base pairs, so you can't say that their DNA is exactly the same. Song Jinning was a standard scientist. She was very particular about rigorous reasoning and logic. When ordinary people said exactly the same, it was actually a general category. However, in Song Jinning's opinion, if the two people really had the same DNA, then they would need to compare every base pair to reach this conclusion. Without a set of base pairs to compare, they couldn't say that the two of them were exactly the same, even if they looked exactly the same. Chunlai couldn't believe his ears. You mean we have to compare all their DNA base pairs? 6 billion base pairs. Song Jinning nodded and said implicitly, I know this is a lot of work, but before we find a suitable theory to guide the appraisal, we can only use the exhaustive method. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and looked at Chunlai. You didn't use the exhaustive method to compare before? Chunlai laughed dryly. Major General Hua, everyone has 6 billion base pairs in their DNA. 6 billion plus the order of the sequence. Do you know what that means? Hua Xiaoheng looked at him quietly. This is your job scope. You're asking me? Chunlai blushed at his words. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Major General Hua, using DNA to test the relationship of immediate family and comparing the sequence of all the DNA base pairs of two people are two different things. Speak human language. Hua Xiaoheng raised his voice. Don't talk to me about biomedical terms. Chunlai pushed his glasses up with his hand and said thoughtfully, using DNA to test the relationship of immediate family actually only needs to test 3 kinds of unique microsatellites. DNA can do it. The usual practice is to determine the 3 kinds of microsatellites contained in the father and mother. DNA. As long as you can find these kinds of microsatellites in children, DNA can be confirmed. We can be sure that they are biological children. If you can't find any of these, then you're 100% sure that they're not immediate family. Hua Xiaoheng listened for a long time and digested it. He said, You mean there are 2 situations when DNA is used to test the relationship of immediate family. One is that there is an immediate family relationship, and the other is that there is no immediate family relationship. Using this method, we can very accurately rule out the situation where the two of them don't have an immediate family relationship. That is, they aren't biological father and son or mother and son. But to determine their immediate family relationship, we can't be 100% sure? Yes, that's what I mean. Chunlai nodded at Hua Xiaoheng. When I compared the DNA of Professor He and the 16-year-old boy's skeleton, I did the same thing. I compared these microsatellites and found that they were exactly the same. The DNA was exactly the same. Even the usual mutation nodes were exactly the same. But what? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze sharpened. Song Jinning understood and explained to Hua Xiaoheng, I understand what Chunlai means. But from the current situation, only a few groups of microsatellites in DNA can be compared. They can't meet our test requirements at all. Simply put, to do an immediate family identification, they only needed to test 3 random microsatellites. The DNA series would do. However, to prove that the DNA of the 2 people was exactly the same, they had to compare all 6 billion base pairs of them. When the 2 numbers of 3 billion and 6 billion were compared, anyone with a discerning eye would know the workload and difficulty of the latter. Compared to the former, it was of course a geometric increase. She turned to look at Chunlai. So you should still compare the 6 billion base pairs of the 2 of them according to the order they were arranged one by one to figure out what the situation is. Because in terms of DNA itself, the difference between people wasn't that big. Then, to really do all the DNA comparisons, they would need to compare the 6 billion base pairs according to the original order. Hua Xiaoheng had originally believed in Chunlai's test for He Zhichu's situation. Now that he heard Song Jinning say that there seemed to be other situations, he immediately looked at Chunlai. You haven't done a comparison of the 6 billion base pairs before. This is today's second monthly ticket for 5,500 plus updates. Chapter 1455, Schrodinger's Cat Only Has One. Remind everyone about the monthly and recommendation tickets. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. Moi. Chapter 1467. Of course not. Chunlai's face was bitter. There are so many base pairs. How can I have the time? Besides, the international identification methods aren't so complicated. The situation is special now. We have to compare them one by one, Song Jining said seriously. Science cannot allow any falsehoods or guesses. Chunlai, don't be lazy. Hua Xiaoheng also looked at Chunlai and said indifferently, Ms. Song is right. From now on, I will monitor your entire sequencing and comparison process from beginning to end. I will not let go of a single detail. But the world's recognized method of identifying immediate family relationships is the method I used. No one would compare the sequence of all the base pairs. There's no need for that. Chunlai felt wronged. And I don't have such a powerful computer. I want to compare their two sets of chromosomes. There are a total of 6 billion base pairs. Using the equipment in my laboratory, it will take about 100 years to complete the comparison according to the sequence of the base pairs. Hua Xiao, can you wait 100 years? Chunlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng from the corner of his eyes. So it was because his computing ability couldn't keep up. Song Jining's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hua Xiaoheng understood what Song Jining meant and nodded. Yes, this was permission for Song Jining. Song Jining whispered, Little Chun, our Institute of High-Energy Physics has just developed a prototype quantum computer. Although it's only a prototype and can't be programmed, its computing ability is 1,000,000 times faster than the most powerful computer today. In theory, a completed quantum computer could be 100 million times faster than the current computer, but Song Jining and the others had yet to reach such a theoretical height. The current prototype quantum computer's computing ability could only be 1,000,000 times faster than the most powerful computer today. However, this 1,000,000 times was enough for their full DNA base pair comparison. This was a top secret of the military, so Song Jining needed Hua Xiaoheng's authorization to say it. So fast. Chunlai couldn't help but be excited. It's 1,000,000 times faster than the fastest computer today. That means Chunlai wanted to count with his fingers. He hated that he had so few fingers. Song Jining didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said softly, In terms of time, it'll take about 2.5 days to complete the comparison. It won't take as long as 100 years. That's great. I'll start the comparison immediately when I get back. 3 billion base pairs. If there's one less comparison, you could chop my head off. Chunlai was elated and almost worshipped Song Jining. Song Jining smiled and patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Don't worry. Only when the 3 billion base pairs are exactly the same, or even in the same order, can it mean that they're the same person. Otherwise, they're different people. So, don't jump to conclusions so early. Ms. Song, if you're free, should we discuss whether there's an optimized comparison method? Chunlai followed Song Jining into the cabin like a tail. Hua Xiaoheng looked at their backs and reminded Chunlai, do a simple check on the little girl's immediate family relationship with Gu Xiangwen. When we get back, use the exhaustive method to verify her relationship with Nianji. Chunlai waved his hand behind him and quickly said, Got it. I was planning to do that anyway. Chunlai and Song Jining went to the cabin together. As they discussed the verification method, they began to use simple equipment to test the DNA on the strand of hair. The technology for paternity tests was already very mature and not cumbersome, so this matter could be carried out immediately. However, if it was confirmed that the little girl who died 7 years ago was also Gu Xiangwen's daughter, then it had to be compared with Gu Nianji's DNA. It was the same as He Zhichu's situation. Therefore, it was only a rough test now. The specific sequencing comparison could only be carried out with a quantum computer when they got back. Hua Xiaoheng sat alone on the deck, smoking and waiting for the results. Although it was a simple test, the fastest result would still take 10 hours. During this time, the salvage ship they were on left the Blue Hole and returned to the Gu family's port in Barbados. 10 hours later, Chunlai brought in the results. It's easier to determine the immediate family relationship. This little girl is indeed Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Chunlai sighed. I've roughly compared her DNA with Nianji. I think her situation is indeed the same as Professor He's and the young man who died at the age of 16. Of course, to completely confirm that their DNA is exactly the same, I'll have to wait until I get back and use Ms. Son's quantum computer to conduct a comprehensive comparison before I can make a true conclusion. But for now, Hijichu and Ninji's situation is very similar. What did this mean? This meant that Hijichu and Gu Ninji did have a connection that they didn't know about. Just this point alone made Hua Xiaoheng frown. Are you saying that they really don't have twin siblings? Chunlai really couldn't understand this phenomenon. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the results of the test that Chunlai had given him and said calmly, "The nanny said that Ijichu's father didn't have twins. As for Professor we don't know where he came from or where he went." "What about Nianji?" Chunlai asked. "Did Gu Xiangwen have twins?" "You'll have to ask Gu Yanran about that." Hua Xiaoheng took the results and went to the cabin where Gu Yanran was being held. Gu Yanran was still wearing her ankles and handcuffs, and she was uncomfortably turning the electronic collar around her neck. Hua Xiaoheng sat down in front of her and asked calmly, "How many biological daughters does Gu Xiangwen have?" Of course there's only one. Go to Barbados to investigate. Gu Ninji was born in the hospital there. Gu Yanran pursed her lips and said disapprovingly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly and sat down calmly in front of her. He crossed his legs and said calmly, "Tell me, how did you kill that little girl?" Gu Yanran trembled, and her hand stopped at the edge of the electronic collar around her neck. Her voice was very nervous. "You found her?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Gu Yanran's eyes widened. "Really? Can you let me see her?" Hua Xiaoheng showed her the video that he and Chunlai had recorded in the small submarine. For the time being, he didn't mention that there were cameras and surveillance cameras in the small submarine. Gu Yanran immediately let out a cry of surprise when she saw what was inside the submarine. Soon, tears flowed down her face. She covered her face and sobbed. "I didn't do it on purpose." Nianji cried for her parents. "I couldn't coax her for a long time, so I took her to the submarine to play. That was a toy that father, Gu Xiangwen, specially made for her. She could sit in it and swim at the bottom of the sea. Later, she lost her temper and pushed me out. She locked herself in there alone. I didn't know what she was going to do. Then the submarine sank and malfunctioned. I had no choice. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to. I didn't dare to let anyone know. I was afraid that others would think that I killed her. It really wasn't. It was just an accident." Gu Yanran cried her heart out, like a sister who was extremely sad about the death of her younger sister. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and thought that if he hadn't seen those pictures and the surveillance cameras, her story might have been able to fool some people. "You didn't want to? If you didn't want to, why did you give her water mixed with sleeping pills?" Hua Xiaoheng had deduced it from the little girl's drawings and then verified it from the surveillance cameras. Gu Yanran stopped crying, and her eyes became more and more evasive. "What did you say? What sleeping pills? I don't understand. I don't know what happened in the submarine." Hua Xiaoheng took a step forward and looked at her condescendingly. "Gu Yanran, when you found out that something had happened to Gu Xiangwen and his wife, you immediately tricked her into taking the submarine out to sea, then gave her water mixed with sleeping pills. Finally, you locked the submarine and released nitrogen gas, suffocating her to death." Hua Xiaoheng pulled out his gun and aimed it at Gu Yanran's forehead. "Gu Yanran, you're a murderer. Look at these pictures. Although she's young, she's not stupid. She's drawn everything you've done to her." Gu Yanran looked at the matchstick figures and sneered. "You want to convict me based on these random drawings? Major General Hua, you're being too biased. Aren't you treating human life like grass?" She still wanted to argue. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. "Other than these pictures, you don't know that there are surveillance cameras in the small submarine, do you?" Gu Yanran trembled and raised her head in disbelief. Her voice was so shrill that it cracked. "What did you say? What surveillance cameras?" For more than a decade, she had behaved so well in front of Gu Xiangwen and his wife. She had taken great care of Gu Ninji, and she had been the same in front of and behind people. In the end, not only did Gu Ninji trust her and treat her as her own sister, even Gu Xiangwen's wife said that she wanted to treat her as her own daughter. Why did they still install surveillance cameras? Were they worried that she would harm their precious daughter? Liars. They were all liars. Had these people never truly believed her? The biggest blow to Gu Yanran wasn't that her scheme had been exposed, but that the people she thought she had deceived were actually still wary of her. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand, and Zhao Yangzi immediately played the surveillance footage from the small submarine's game room. On the big screen on the wall, they clearly saw Gu Yanran bringing a little girl into the game room. She turned around and closed the door. She turned on the television in the game room for the little girl to watch, and went to the next room to pour a glass of water. There was also a camera in the next room, and it was all captured by the surveillance system. Gu Yanran took out 2 white pills from her pocket, removed the sugar coating, and put them into the water. Then she stirred them twice. The camera turned, and Gu Yanran was already standing in front of the little girl, asking her to drink the water. The little girl didn't want to drink the water, but Gu Yanran's expression changed, and she grabbed the little girl's throat. The little girl opened her mouth in surprise and looked at her. Gu Yanran took advantage of this moment to pour the water into the little girl's mouth. The little girl was forced to drink the glass of water, and not long after, she lay motionless on the floor. The camera fast-forwarded, and the little girl woke up again. She looked around, then went to the door and knocked hard on it. However, no one paid attention to her. She gradually felt it was difficult to breathe, so she held her neck and knelt down in front of the door. She seemed to have understood what was happening. She turned around and took a black carbon pen, then began to draw on the floor. In the end, she used her remaining strength to climb back onto the bed, tidied her hair, and quietly closed her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng gestured for Zhao Liangzi to stop. Gu Yanran, what else do you want me to say? Gu Yanran looked at the surveillance footage expressionlessly and said, "It's actually just vitamins. What do you think it is? If I want her life." "Shut up. There's still footage of you opening the button inside the submarine and releasing nitrogen gas. Do you want to see it?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "The entire process of your crime is preserved here. Gu Xiangwen never really believed you, right? Although you've been pretending well, he's still wary of you. However, this precaution wasn't strong enough, so Gu Yanran still succeeded. Gu Yanran's psychological defense finally collapsed, and she started crying. Since they've never believed me, I don't feel guilty anymore. Yes, I'm a murderer. Just kill me. You're right. I've never liked her. So fat, so ugly, and so bad-tempered. Who would have the patience to take care of this bad child who would die one day?" Gu Xiangwen said that Gu Ninji wouldn't live past the age of 18. "I just let her die 6 years early." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. When did Gu Xiangwen say that? Gu Yanran's crying quieted down. He was talking to his wife. "I overheard it in secret. Why won't she live past the age of 18? "Because she has congenital genetic deficiency syndrome," Gu Yanran said hatefully. "All the daughters of the Gu family have it. My mother made a backup for them, and I want to make a backup too. I don't want this to happen." Chun Lai sneered. "Don't flatter yourself. Do you think you're that important? Actually, Gu Xiangwen hasn't developed a suitable treatment. The bone marrow of you and your mother, Gu Jing, can only treat the symptoms and alleviate some of the symptoms. It can't cure the root cause. So with or without you, that little girl won't change much. Unless there was a powerful gene like Gu Ninji that could repair itself, it would be possible to save that little girl's life. But if that little girl was Gu Ninji from 7 years ago, then did she save her own life? But if she really saved her own life, then what about this little girl's body? This dead little girl was the real Gu Ninji, Gu Xiangwen's daughter, because she had Gu Yanran and the surveillance cameras in the small submarine, as well as Gu Xiangwen's last words as evidence. Then, who was the Gu Ninji who had grown up beside them? Logic had reached a dead end here, and their worldview was about to receive a new baptism. Gu Xiangwen took in you and your daughter as a charity. Do you really think you can help save people? Chun Lai continued to mock them. He rolled his eyes so disdainfully that he almost rolled them to the sky. Gu Yanran couldn't take it anymore, but she couldn't resist. Just as she was agitated, the electronic collar around her neck tightened, and she was so suffocated that she saw stars. Hua Xiaoheng said coldly, "Even if she has a terminal illness, it can't be a legitimate reason for you to kill her. Is it so hard to admit that you just want to seize the Gu family's inheritance? This little girl is the one you lived with since you were young. Gunyinji? At this point, Hua Xiaoheng could finally call the girl Gunyinji. Gu Yanran nodded and trembled to calm herself down. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said timidly, "She's the real Gunyinji, Gu Xiangwen's daughter. I lived with their family for more than 10 years. From the moment Gunyinji was born to the moment she left this world, she never left the Caribbean Sea. You don't even know what the fake beside you is, do you?" Looking at Hua Xiaoheng's expressionless and handsome face, Gu Yanran was indignant and asked provocatively, "What's wrong? Did you realize that you love the wrong person? Do you regret it?" This was today's chapter of 4,400 words. Chapter 1456, Loving the Wrong Person? There was only one update today. P.S. Yesterday's second update, Schrodinger's cat only has one, was revised. The base pairs of the human chromosome were 3 billion, and the base pairs were 6 billion. Thank you for pointing it out. The 6 billion base pairs mentioned later were 2 sets of chromosomes. Those who were not familiar with this content could pretend to understand, but it would not affect the main plot. Moi. Chapter 1468. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. Although he was greatly shocked, he didn't show it on his face. However, the other spectators did not have such good self-control and self-restraint. "Your nagging attitude is really disgusting." Chen Lai mocked her rudely. "They're a loving couple. What does that have to do with an ugly freak like you?" Gu Yanran's face turned as red as pig's blood. She was about to retort when Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "You have a murder case on you. Tell me honestly how you killed little Ninji. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist." At this moment, Hua Xiaoheng finally understood what Jichu's text meant when he said, "If you want to avenge little Ninji, kill Gu Yanran for her life." Did Jichu already know about this little Ninji? However, he didn't say a word. He even deliberately led everyone's attention and hinted that the amnesiac Gu Ninji beside them was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze. He immediately asked Gu Yanran, "When did you meet Jichu?" 3 years. "Oh no, it should be 4 years ago." "Why?" Gu Yanran was confused. "You only met her 4 years ago?" Hua Xiaoheng was surprised. The he and Gu families aren't family friends? "I don't know. You have to ask Gu Xiangwen. Unfortunately, he's already dead." Gu Yanran shrugged, looking numb. In other words, what the nanny said was most likely true. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Could it be that little Jichu and his father had really died not long after they left the small town of Yuni in Bolivia? If that was the case, Professor, he would be even more troublesome to deal with. As Hua Xiaoheng pondered, he said to Gu Yanran, "Tell me about how you murdered little Ninji." Gu Yanran didn't want to say it, but when Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes, she couldn't help but remember the fear of being tortured with electrodes. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. She could tell that Hua Xiaoheng was on the verge of exploding, even though he appeared calm. However, the man's calmness on the surface couldn't conceal the bloodthirsty coldness in his eyes. It could also be that people had a special desire to talk before they died. Gu Yanran began to confess her crimes while trembling with fear. "I don't like Gunyinji. I haven't liked her since I was young. She is so ugly, has a bad temper, and is not in good health, but they all like her. Compared to her, I'm the dog's tail grass in the corner, and she's the rose in the garden. Tisk, it's just a dead rose. However, I was the only one who accompanied her since she was young, and she listened to everything I said. I told her to go east, but she didn't dare to go west." A sickly smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face. Shenlai couldn't take it anymore. "You just said that little Ninji has a bad temper, but now she's obedient to you. If you tell her go east, she won't dare to go west. So, does she have a good temper, or are you making it up to smear her name?" Gu Yanran choked and turned her head to say, "She used to have a bad temper, but after we got to know each other better, she became very obedient. In short, you can't escape the blame for smearing her name." Chen Lai's face darkened. "I don't want to listen to such a meaningless and illogical confession. I'll go out first. Wah, Xiaoheng nodded. Close the door. After Chunlai left, Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang were still in the cabin. The two of them were more well-behaved and had been recording and listening from the side. They weren't as sarcastic and questioning as Chunlai. Chunlai left angrily. Gu Yanran restrained herself and didn't say anything else to slander little Ninji. She lowered her head and twisted the corner of her shirt with one hand. She continued. Later, news came from Japan that they had already hijacked Gu Xiangwen's plane. I acted according to plan and took her to the submarine. She stopped talking after she finished speaking. Hua Xiaoheng was already clear about the situation in Japan. He was only concerned about Gu Ninji's whereabouts. After waiting for a while, seeing that Gu Yanran still didn't speak, Hua Xiaoheng could only ask calmly, "What happened after entering the submarine?" Gu Yanran looked up at him. "Don't you already know? We need you to say it again. Why did you choose the location of the submarines sinking in the blue hole? Why was there an electric fence there?" Hua Xiaoheng asked one by one. Gu Yanran was scared out of her wits by his electrode torture. As long as he asked, she would subconsciously speak. "I chose the blue hole because I knew there was an electric fence there. Gu Xiangwen is a very powerful person. He said that there seemed to be something wrong with the blue hole. I don't remember clearly. It was probably a magnetic field or something." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. It was a magnetic field again. Song Jinning had also said that she had detected the residual energy of a super strong magnetic field here. Also, the day Gu Ninji appeared in Sea City, there was also an abnormal magnetic field. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaoheng felt that it was necessary to go back and interrogate Bai Jini. 7 years ago, Bai Jini had suddenly said that there was a special magnetic field somewhere in Sea City. She didn't seem to have mentioned her source of information. It was obvious that Bai Jini was hiding something. She had been sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve for murdering Hua Xiaoheng's uncle, Hua Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinxue. It had already been a year. If this matter hadn't been exposed, no one would have known what she had hidden after she was executed. Hua Xiaoheng's mind raced. He had already determined his target when he returned to the country, but he was still looking at Gu Yanran quietly. Gu Yanran continued. "I just need to get the submarine to the blue hole and let it sink. No one will find out, because trespassing into this place will trigger the electric fence. I've seen the electric fence activated once. It was very scary." She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. "You've seen it once too." That time, she had almost taken Gu Ninji's life. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but recall that in order to save them, she had risked her life to enter and exit the blue hole several times when the electric fence was shining brightly. Did she know that she and little Ninji had brushed past each other here? Did she feel that little Ninji, who was related to her, was also sleeping at the bottom of this sea when she was on the verge of death? This kind of association was like a sharp blade stabbing at him again and again. It was as if it wanted to dig out his heart, cut it into pieces, and scatter it in this sea. Gu Yanran was very afraid when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's face suddenly turn ashen. She quickly said, "That's right. I can't tell anyone that she's dead. I can only say that she's missing. Because if she said that little Ninji was dead, she had to hand over the body. If she couldn't hand over the body, how could she say that she was dead? Only the murderer could say with certainty that the victim was dead without seeing the body." Of course, Gu Yanran didn't want to be accused of being a murderer. She was just waiting for 7 years. After little Ninji had disappeared for 7 years, she would be able to accept the Gu family's assets. Gu Yanran pursed her lips and said, 4 years ago, I met Professor He and his assistant Wen Shui in the United States. I hired lawyer one to represent me. They were the ones who encouraged me to go to the Huaxia Empire to find a backer. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She actually didn't need a backer, but He Ji-Chu and Wen Shui had encouraged her. In addition, the Japanese felt that it was a good idea for her to go to the Huaxia Empire. She could help them gather more information about the upper class of the Huaxia Empire, so they agreed to let her contact the Huaxia Secret Service. Now that she thought about it, if she hadn't gone to the Huaxia Empire, she wouldn't have met the fake Gu Ninji, and she wouldn't have provoked Hua Xiaoheng and caused all this trouble that would cause her to die a tragic death. Hua Xiaoheng recalled the first time Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji. He said calmly, "The first time you saw Nianji, you didn't recognize her." Gu Yanran shook her head with a bitter smile. "When I first heard her name, I was so scared that I almost went crazy. But when I saw her face again, I was relieved. I thought it was just someone with the same name." "Why?" Hua Xiaoheng asked very carefully. He didn't want to miss any clues related to Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran cried out involuntarily. "Can't you tell? What was Nianji like when she was young? How could she grow up to be so beautiful? Not only was she beautiful, but she was also tall and curvy. She was many times better than the figure that Gu Yanran had once been proud of." Gu Yanran was deeply jealous. She didn't believe that the fake Gu Nianji had anything to do with the real little Nianji. "It wasn't until later that I found out that she actually claimed to be Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter and wanted to compete with me for the family property," Gu Yanran said hatefully. "How dare she? She could even fake DNA? So, you still think that Nianji's DNA test was fake?" Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms in deep thought. "Actually, her DNA test with little Nianji shows that they are Gu Xiangwen's biological daughters. There's nothing fake about it. Are you sure that Gu Xiangwen really didn't have twins?" "Absolutely not. That's impossible." Gu Yanran was firm. "The little girl in the submarine is the real Gu Nianji." "Hua Xiaoheng, you've recognized the wrong person and fallen in love with the wrong person. Doesn't your conscience hurt after doing so much for a fake?" Hua Xiaoheng moved his fingers and resisted the urge to slap Gu Yanran to death. He turned around and said, "Take her away and temporarily detain her for espionage and murder." He left the Caribbean Sea with the salvage ship and came to the high seas. There, he handed over the small submarine to the Huaxia Empire's warship and sent it back to the country. In Shixiang specially escorted it. Hua Xiaoheng returned to Barbados with the rest of the people and took the special plane that was parked in Barbados to return home first. As soon as he returned to the imperial capital, Hua Xiaoheng ordered someone to call Yi Xian. In order to confirm little Nianji's identity, Hua Xiaoheng also wanted other evidence besides DNA. Yi Xian heard that they had found the body of a little girl in the blue hole of the Caribbean Sea and immediately came to the Special Operations Forces. He sat in the small conference room and saw the situation inside the small submarine on the big screen. He also saw the little girl lying quietly on the pink princess bed. Yi Xian's tears burst out. He covered his face and sobbed silently. He choked and said, "Yes, this is the little Nianji in my memories. She doesn't like to write, and she doesn't like to talk much. I mentioned these little matchstick men to her when I was chatting with her on the internet. She likes them very much. I should have known that I had the wrong person. She drew a lot of pictures of me online, and they were all like this. Later, I thought Gu Yanran was her, and I even asked her why she stopped drawing matchstick figures. She said her sister didn't allow her to draw them. I also thought that her sister was too overbearing. Because she didn't like her sister, she didn't even allow her to draw her favorite matchstick figures. Later, something happened to Uncle Gu. I heard that little Nianji had disappeared, and Gu Yanran was the only one left to support the huge family fortune. It was difficult to support alone, so I came back to help her." Yi Xian spoke intermittently about what had happened back then. He was extremely regretful about his choice and mistake. Hua Xiaoheng listened expressionlessly from the side and suddenly said, "Did you realize that you loved the wrong person and regret it?" Yi Xian's eyes reddened and he nodded heavily. "Of course I regret it. I regret it so much. Little Nianji and I have known each other since we were young. But Gu Yanran made me think that she was the little girl who saved me and chatted with me online. Do you want to see Gu Yanran?" Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands and placed them on the desk in front of him. His voice was calm and his tone was flat. Yi Xian shook his head decisively and said with a look of disdain, "Why haven't you shot her yet? She has done so many wrong things, committed so many crimes, and even killed a child. How can you let her get away with it?" Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the desk. "Let me correct you. We didn't let her get away with it. She has always been in our custody. It's just that there are still some things that haven't been closed, So we haven't shot her yet. You mean you'll shoot her? Yi Xian looked up abruptly, and his eyes lit up. If that day comes, can you let me watch the execution? Why? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt that Yi Xian had quite a heavy taste. I want to see how she dies. Yi Xian snorted. Then, I want to draw her fate into a matchstick figure and burn it for little Nianji to see. Hua Xiaoheng was silent. He couldn't refuse this request. This man was supposed to be the only man who truly treated little Nianji well other than Gu Xiangwen, right? If Hua Xiaoheng's guess was right, this Yi Xian might be the son-in-law that Gu Xiangwen had specially chosen for little Nianji. If that day comes, I'll let you know. Hua Xiaoheng was very conflicted. After all, he already treated Gu Xiangwen as his father-in-law, but this had suddenly happened. He stood up and finally said, "Everything you said and did here today has been recorded. Do you mind if I show it to others?" Yi Xian was stunned. I didn't say anything illegal just now, did I? The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. No, don't worry. This is your privacy. Even if there's something wrong, it won't be used as evidence in court. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. That's up to you. I believe you'll know what to do. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked, according to the video you showed me, little Nianji died 7 years ago. Then the woman beside you, who is she? Why is she also called Gu Nianji? And I remember you saying that she's also Uncle Gu's daughter. You've done a DNA test. The DNA isn't fake, right? Anyone who knew the 19-year-old Gu Nianji would have this question when they saw the 12-year-old little Nianji's body, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how to explain it. He thought about it for a long time and finally said, "We're investigating." To be exact, he was waiting for the results of the DNA sequence comparison from Chun Lai. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Where's little Nianji's body? Can I see her?" "She's not back yet." Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked like he was seeing him off. "When she comes back, I'll take you to see her." "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded at him. "I have one more request. I hope I can bury her with Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu." "Hua Xiaoheng, she's Uncle Gu and Auntie Gu's daughter. She was only 12 years old when she died. She was alone at the bottom of the sea for so many years. She must miss her parents so much." Yi Xian choked up again. "I beg you, Major, General, this was today's chapter of 4,500 words. Chapter 1457, Once Brushed Shoulders. Moi. Chapter 1469. Yi Xian's legs went weak, and he was about to kneel down to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed his arm and stopped him from kneeling. He nodded. "I promise you that when her body is brought back, I'll bury her with her parents." Gu Xiangwen and his wife were already buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery in the imperial capital. As their underage daughter, little Nianji could also enjoy the same treatment. No matter what, little Nianji's identity was unquestionable. Yi Xian thanked Hua Xiaoheng profusely. He promised that he would ask him to come and send little Nianji off for the last time before leaving his office with peace of mind. Hua Xiaoheng asked someone to send Yi Xian out, then asked Zhao Liangzi to show the video he had just recorded to Gu Yanran. When Gu Yanran saw Hua Xiaoheng in the video, she suddenly asked Yi Xian, "Did you realize that you loved the wrong person and regret it?" Then, when Yi Xian blurted out, "Of course," and expressed his regret, Gu Yanran was so angry that her entire body trembled. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Her fingers were so deep in her palms that they were bleeding. The heart-wrenching pain made her want to roar, scream, and vent, but the electronic collar around her neck restricted her movements. This feeling of rage, but nowhere to vent, deepened her pain. She clutched her chest and fell to the ground, crying so hard that she was about to faint. This time, she deeply understood Hua Xiaoheng's vengeful style of doing things. It might have been fine under other circumstances, but once he and Nianji's relationship was provoked, he would definitely retaliate fiercely. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't make things easy for you. After sending Yi Xian off, Hua Xiaoheng asked Fan Jian to drive him to see Bai Jini, who was being held in prison. A year in prison had made Bai Jini even older. She was originally about the same age as Song Jining, but now she looked like Song Jinning's grandmother. She had wrinkled skin and white hair and was getting old. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the chair in the reception room and calmly watched as Bai Jini walked over in handcuffs and sat down in front of him. Major General Hua? What a rare guest. Bai Jini slowly sat down and tilted her head with a smile. What can I do for you? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and said calmly, You've been in prison for a year, but it feels like 10 years. Yeah, every day feels like a year here. Bai Jini had just spoken when she suddenly realized that Hua Xiaoheng was saying she had aged 10 years in a year. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. For a woman, even a convicted murderer would mind being called fat or old. This had nothing to do with a woman's status, situation, or treatment. It was purely instinctive. Bai Jini's expression changed immediately. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng and sneered as she stood up. Major General Hua came all the way here just to laugh at me? Forgive me for not keeping you company. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Bai Jini's old face and suddenly said, Bai Jini, 7 years ago, you went to Sea City to monitor the special magnetic field data. Who gave you the information? Bai Jini was about to turn around, but she froze when she heard this. There was no time to change the expression on her face. For a moment, she struggled between anger and fear. Seeing Bai Jini like this, Hua Xiaoheng knew what was going on. As expected, the special magnetic field hadn't suddenly appeared. 7 years ago, you were still the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics in the Imperial Capital and hadn't left the Imperial Capital. How did you know that there would be a special magnetic field in Sea City at a specific time? Hua Xiaoheng threw one question after another at Bai Jini's brain, overwhelming her. Or do you have real-time monitoring of the entire Sea City or the entire Huaxiao Empire's magnetic field? Don't fool me with that kind of reason. Hua Xiaoheng's attitude became calmer. Even our military can't do this kind of technology. Although your Institute of High Energy Physics represents the highest level of physics in Huaxia Empire, it can't do it either. Because this doesn't require technology, but a huge amount of financial resources and strict execution ability. Your Institute of High Energy Physics doesn't have either of these. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He was calm and composed. You even specially called the military to protect me, and specifically asked me to personally go. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Tell me, who gave you the information? Why do you insist on me protecting you? Bai Jini's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she heard this. After a while, she calmed down and tilted her body to look at Hua Xiaoheng. She said with a faint smile, No one gave me the information. I happened to observe the results myself. Happened? You're in the Imperial Capital. Under what circumstances do you have surveillance of the downtown area of Sea City? Hua Xiaoheng was as still as a mountain. He looked at Bai Jini quietly. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Hua Xiaoheng looked Bai Jini up and down, his eyes deep. From your body language just now, I can already tell that someone did give you the information. I will apply to the court for a search warrant and continue to search all your movable and immovable property. He didn't believe that a woman who was already in prison and sentenced to death could continue to hide it. He didn't expect Bai Jini to not be worried at all. She laughed so hard that she bent over. Fine, go and investigate. If you find it, it's on you. Bai Jini raised her handcuffed hands in front of her face to cover her mouth, but her laughter still came out. This reaction was a little abnormal. You've already destroyed all your sources of information? Hua Xiaoheng instinctively made a judgment and thought deeply. That means that someone did give you the information, and it was a one-time message. So, was it an email, a letter, a small note, a text message, or a phone call? Hua Xiaoheng spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he carefully observed Bai Jini's expression. When Hua Xiaoheng said email, letter, small note, and a text message, Bai Jini didn't comment. Her expression didn't change at all. Only when he said a phone call, Bai Jini couldn't help but blink. Looks like it was a phone call. Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. I can go to the telecommunications department and the cell phone operator and check all your landline and cell phone call records from 7 years ago. That way, It wouldn't matter even if the contents of her phone were deleted. But Bai Genie was still laughing. Okay, go and check. I'll say it again. If you find it, it's on you. Ha ha. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Bai Genie's fearless attitude reminded him of another phone. In that phone, it had received content that wasn't sent through the cell phone operator. He nodded slightly. I know. It should be my uncle's phone. If I remember correctly, 11 years ago, that phone received a set of coordinate data. It was in C City. In that case, 7 years ago, that phone should have received another message. Thank you for passing on the message. Goodbye. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left. Bai Genie was dumbfounded behind him. She hadn't said anything important. She had only laughed a few times. How had this guy pieced together her source of information? Hua Xiaoheng was right. 11 years ago, Hua Guanyuan's phone had received a set of coordinate data for the first time. In order not to let others know that Hua Guanyuan's phone was with her, she could only secretly study it. However, after studying it for a long time in C City, she couldn't find anything, so she gave up. Until 7 years ago, the phone that had no signal at all suddenly received a call. Someone told her that at a certain time, a special magnetic field would appear somewhere in C City. They also said that they would give her a big gift as long as Hua Xiaoheng was present. In the end, she didn't get any results other than a set of magnetic field data and a sudden car accident explosion. Of course, if that orphan girl Gunyinji was considered a big gift, then she had been played like a monkey. So she didn't mention this call to anyone. Hua Xiaoheng, come back. Bai Genie was anxious. When Hua Xiaoheng mentioned this just now, she remembered. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was so anxious and had specially come to visit the prison, she immediately knew that this information was the clue that Hua Xiaoheng and the others desperately needed. She immediately planned to discuss it with her niece, Bai Yueran, and strive for a reduction in her sentence. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng had guessed the source of the information immediately. How could she reduce her sentence? But Hua Xiaoheng ignored her. His uncle, Hua Guanyuan's phone, was now in Song Jinning's hands. Hua Xiaoheng only needed to borrow it from Song Jinning. As for Bai Genie's pretentious look, did he think he couldn't tell that she wanted to take the opportunity to reduce her sentence? Haha, don't be too optimistic. After Hua Xiaoheng left, Bai Genie was restless. She finally asked the warden to see Bai Yueran, the director of the Special Operations Legal Department. She claimed that she had important clues to report. She was following the proper channels to make a report, and the Bai family was still at the peak of power in Huaxia. The warden wouldn't, couldn't, and didn't dare to stop her. Bai Genie wants to see me? What did she say? Bai Yueran received a call from a warden in her office. She put down her pen and turned around in her chair. She looked at the large window in front of her and frowned. Does she still have visitation time? According to the rules, prisoners in the prison had a fixed visitation time. It was impossible to see whoever they wanted at any time. The warden looked at the rules and said, Bai Genie does still have visitation time left, but this time she said that she has an important clue to report and wants to reduce her sentence by doing a meritorious deed. I see. Bai Yueran pondered for a moment. Wait a moment. I'll see if I still have time. As the director of the Special Operations Legal Department, her schedule was also very busy. She looked at her schedule. There was indeed an hour of free time this afternoon. She had originally planned to hold a meeting with the legal department to discuss the work needs after the day. However, Bai Genie said that she had an important clue to report and wanted to reduce her sentence. This request couldn't be ignored. She could hold meetings every day, but her aunt was already sentenced to death. However, a 2-year suspension of execution could usually be commuted to life imprisonment. Bai Yueran also knew that Bai Genie had offended the Hua family. She also knew that with Hua Xiaoheng's personality and way of doing things, there was no way he would let Bai Genie off. But what if Bai Genie really reported a big clue that would benefit the country and the people? There were precedents for felons in prison to have their sentences reduced because they reported important clues. Bai Yueran hesitated for a moment, but still said to the warden on the other end of the phone, Then it's 4 o'clock today. Is it convenient for you? Yes. Then I'll tell her. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The warden made an appointment and politely said to Bai Yueran, "See you in the afternoon." Then he hung up. Bai Yueran couldn't continue working. She packed her things and got up to look for her father, Bai Jiansheng. Her father was now the prime minister of the Huaxiao Empire. Although she was his daughter, she couldn't see the prime minister of a country whenever she wanted. It was impossible for her to be like the daughter of a certain country's president, who could sit in his Oval Office and meet foreign guests with him. Even when the Huaxiao Empire had an emperor, there wasn't such a tradition. She still waited outside the door obediently and waited for 15 minutes for her father to have afternoon tea. "Yueran, why are you free to look for me at this hour?" Bai Jiansheng smiled and pushed a plate of vanilla French cake in front of Bai Yueran. He said kindly, "Eat it, this is your favorite cake." Bai Yueran reached out to pick up a piece and ate it in small bites. After eating, she whispered, "Andy just got someone to call me." She said she had important news to report and wanted to do a meritorious deed to reduce her sentence. When Bai Jiansheng heard that it was news about Bai Jini, he immediately frowned. What other important news could she have? She's not trying to trick you into pleading for mercy and commuting her sentence, is she? Bai Yueran thought that was most likely the reason. But what if Bai Jini really thought of some great clues? That was also possible. Bai Yueran was a lawyer, and she was also a very good lawyer. She never let go of any useful clues. "I'd better make a trip. It's not a big deal for me to visit her." Apart from work, Bai Yueran was also Bai Jini's family. They couldn't deliberately alienate her just because she was now a prisoner. If they did this, ordinary people wouldn't think that they were deliberately avoiding suspicion. Instead, they would think that they were inhumane. An inhumane label wasn't a good thing for a prime minister who came to power through an election. Bai Yueran stood up and said cautiously, "If there's anything, I'll report it to you immediately." Bai Jianqing thought about it for a moment and agreed. "Okay, no matter what, she's your aunt. It's only right for me to send her off on her last journey." Bai Yueran nodded and left Bai Jianqing's office to go to the prison where Bai Jini was being held. Bai Jini didn't expect Bai Yueran to agree to see her immediately, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She had thought that ever since her brother was elected prime minister, he would draw a clear line between them. So in the past year, she hadn't made any requests, and she didn't dare remind anyone that Bai Jiansheng had a sister like her, a felon. Although this matter had already been used by Bai Jiansheng's political enemies during the election, it was better to avoid it if possible. She waited anxiously in the prison visiting room. When she saw Bai Yueran walk in valiantly, Bai Jini stood up excitedly. "Yueran, long time no see." Bai Yueran glanced at Bai Jini, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She also said to Bai Jini, "Please sit." Bai Jini sat down as well and rested her arms on the long table in front of her. She leaned forward slightly and carefully looked at her niece's beautiful face. At the same time, she found that her left hand was still empty. There wasn't even a ring. "Yueran, you're not married yet?" Bai Jini frowned. "You're not young anymore, are you?" This was today's chapter of 4,200 words. Chapter 1458, Hoarding Rare Goods. Moi. Chapter 1470. Bai Jini's words were really touching on a sore spot. Bai Yueran felt slightly embarrassed and retracted her hand to place it on the armrest beside her. She said calmly, "Auntie, you said you have important clues to report? I'm on a tight schedule. I only have 40 minutes left." It had taken her 20 minutes to drive over, so she only had an hour's free time. Bai Jini was dragging her feet, so it would be over quickly. Bai Jini composed herself and had no choice but to stop the awkward small talk. She lowered her voice nervously. "Yueran, I don't know if this information will help me reduce my sentence, but I know that Huaxiaoheng is anxiously looking for this information." Bai Yueran raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What information? How do you know that Huaxiao is looking for this information?" Gun Yinji was missing, and Huaxiaoheng was looking for her all over the world. Did Bai Jini know about her? That couldn't be. If that was the case, then this prison also needed to be properly investigated. However, Bai Jini quickly dispelled her doubts. "Huaxiaoheng just came to see me specifically to ask about this." "He came to see you specifically?" Bai Yueran's brows furrowed even more. Could it really be news related to Gunyinji? She looked at Bai Jini suspiciously. But how did you know? As a felon, Bai Jini had been locked up for a year, and Gunyinji's disappearance had only happened half a month ago. How did Bai Jini know about this? Of course, Bai Jini didn't know that Gunyinji was missing. She quickly said, "It's about 7 years ago when I went to Sea City to monitor the magnetic field." 7 years ago? Bai Yueran's brows furrowed slightly as she remembered. Was it that time to monitor the magnetic field data, when a car suddenly broke into, and then the car exploded? Yes. Bai Jini quickly nodded and leaned forward, almost to Bai Yueran's ear. She frowned and complained. It was that time they said they were going to give me a big gift, but in the end, they only sent a little orphan girl that no one wanted. I didn't want to be a free babysitter, so I didn't say anything. And what made Bai Jini even more displeased was that this little orphan girl that no one wanted had actually sent her to prison 6 years later. She gritted her teeth in hatred just thinking about it. So big gift, my ass. It was like a talisman sent to hasten his death. If she hadn't been greedy for shortcuts and was in a hurry to get results, she wouldn't have been lured by others and spent so much effort to monitor the magnetic field. In the end, she was fooled. Bai Jini grumbled to express her deep-seated hatred for Gunyinji. What? Bai Yueran vaguely felt that something was amiss. Can you say that again? What do you mean by a big present? Didn't you say that you suddenly observed a special magnetic field? Bai Jini ran her fingers through her hair in embarrassment. Her wrinkled face flushed with embarrassment. She stammered. That's not important. What's important is that my phone, no, I should say Guanyuan's phone, received a call 7 years ago. That's not important. Bai Yueran's frown deepened. How can that not be important? However, she hesitated. Gunyinji's case was a secret mission for the Special Operations Forces, and there were many things that needed to be kept secret. Bai Jini did not have the appropriate security clearance, so she did not know many things. For example, the airplane engine blueprint in Gunyinji's backpack was 50 years more advanced than the world's most advanced engine. Also, Gunyinji had suddenly been kidnapped and disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, her disappearance was as sudden as her arrival. Could there be a connection between the two? Bai Yueran quietly turned on the record button on her phone and continued Bai Jini's words. Auntie, you said that Hua Xiao's uncle, Colonel Hua Guanyuan's phone, received a call 7 years ago? I remember that last time. You didn't say anything? And there shouldn't be any call records on the phone, right? No. Bai Jini shook her head and continued to speak in Bai Yueran's ear. The only thing they could find was the text message that was saved on the phone 11 years ago. This call didn't leave any trace on the phone after it was made. As long as I don't say anything, Xiaoheng can't know anything. A year ago, Bai Yueran had listened to Bai Jini's case from beginning to end. She remembered that Bai Jini had killed Luo Xinxue to take this phone. If she guessed correctly, this phone was probably not found by the phone operator. So as long as Bai Jini didn't say anything, Hua Xiaoheng really couldn't know anything about it. Bai Yueran intuitively felt that this information would be very helpful to Hua Xiaoheng in his search for Gunyinji. Therefore, she deliberately led Bai Jini to say the contents of the call. Bai Yueran discreetly moved the phone very close to Bai Jini. She smiled at Bai Jini, reassuring her not to be nervous. Then she asked, really? Is this what you want to use to reduce your sentence? But also depends on what the information is. If it's not a particularly important clue, it's not easy to get a reduction in sentence. Bai Jini was a little anxious, but still remembered to keep her voice very low. Then, can you help me plead again? I could tell you about that phone call. Because she knew that there were surveillance cameras in this house, she didn't want to be recorded by the surveillance cameras. So she spoke very softly and whispered into Bai Yueran's ear. However, she didn't expect that Bai Yueran was already recording them. Bai Jini completely trusted her niece, Bai Yueran, and she could only trust her. As a prisoner on death row with a reprieve, she actually had no bargaining chips in her hands. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't suddenly asked her if she had hidden any information 7 years ago, she would have completely forgotten about this humiliating phone call. Actually, until now, she was just gambling on her psychological state. It would be good if it succeeded, but if it didn't, it could be worse. Anyway, she had already been sentenced to death. After a year in prison, Bai Jini had already resigned herself to her fate. It was Hua Xiaoheng's sudden visit that reignited her hope of survival. Bai Yueran didn't bat an eyelid and said patiently, "Okay, can you tell me in detail what that phone call was about? Who called? What about the phone number? Do you still remember?" Bai Jini sighed. "I don't know who called me. The phone number was also very strange. I tried to check it before, but it was an invalid number." Bai Yueran, the caller was really cautious. Bai Yueran could only ask again, "Then what was the content of the call?" Bai Jini's voice became even softer. The person on the phone was a man. I've never heard his voice before. He seemed to be very anxious and only called for less than a minute. He spoke very quickly and hurriedly told me the time and place. Then he said that if I brought Hua Xiaoheng with me at this time and place, he would give me a big gift. In the end, big gift my ass. He's a complete liar. Bai Yueran. He even mentioned Major General Hua's name. Bai Yueran was surprised. That person knows Major General Hua. I'm 80% sure. Bai Jini was secretive and almost leaned on Bai Yueran's shoulder. Do you think this clue is enough to reduce his sentence? You don't know him. Why would he call you? Bai Yueran continued to interrogate without batting an eyelid. Is he someone who used to admire you? Her aunt had been very popular with men when she was young, but unfortunately, the person she loved didn't love her. Bai Yueran's heart sank. She secretly wondered if the women of the Bai family were all like this. She didn't like the person she liked. The person she liked didn't like her. Bai Shuang was the only exception, but when the person she liked also liked her, she was already dead. Bai Jini blushed again when she heard Bai Yueran's words. She then shook her head and said embarrassedly, "Of course not. You're thinking too much." Bai Yueran asked a few more questions in a different direction. Seeing that Bai Jini couldn't think of anything new, she pressed pause on the recording on her phone and said calmly, "I'll discuss it with the judge. Annie, are there any other clues?" Hua Xiaoheng should be looking for this clue. Bai Jini spread her hands. "If this clue doesn't work, I can only wait for death." She looked at Bai Yueran pitifully. Bai Yueran couldn't bear it. However, she still looked away and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." She still planned to put in a good word for Bai Jini in front of Hua Xiaoheng. If this clue could help Hua Xiaoheng find Gun Yinji, Bai Jini might really be able to reduce her sentence. Bai Yueran left the prison and returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. She immediately went to look for Hua Xiaoheng. However, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in the office. "Little Zay, where's Hua Xiao?" Bai Yueran walked to Zhao Yang's desk and knocked with a smile. Zhao Yangzi looked up at her and said calmly, "Hua Xiao went out." "What's the matter, Director Bai?" Bai Yueran sat down in front of him and asked carefully, "Little Zay, are you still angry at me? You've been angry for so long. Is it time to get over it?" "No, I'm not angry at you." Zhao Yangzi looked away and looked at the computer screen in front of him. "If Director Bai doesn't have anything else to say, please wait outside. This is the office, not the reception room." Bai Yueran. She looked at Zhao Yangzi quietly for a while. Today, he was wearing a summer uniform. The tailored military uniform was perfectly fitted to his body, and even the sleeves were straightened into a straight line. In the past, his fair and elegant face had been tanned because of the mission. However, in just a few months after returning, he had regained his fair complexion. However, there was also a hint of valiance to him. His temperament had completely settled down, and he was more masculine than before. He was more mature and reserved. If Zhao Yangzi had been like this 2 years ago, Bai Yueran knew that she would have immediately agreed to his pursuit. But now, he had become a better him, and she had become the one pursuing him. Bai Yueran was slightly dazed and said, "I have something important to report to Hua Xiao. If you know where he is, please let me know." "Something important? What is it?" Zhao Yangzi looked up at her. "It's fine to tell you." Hua Xiaoheng went to the hospital building to see the patient. Bai Yueran understood immediately. Hua Xiao went to visit Xiao Yi. Zhao Yangzi didn't comment. Bai Yueran stood up and whispered, "Then I'll go find Hua Xiao. Take care." When she reached the door, she turned back and said, Goodbye. Zhao Yangzi didn't even look up. He was focused on his work. The hospital building at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces wasn't far from the office building. Chunlai worked there. Xiaoyi was a key patient that Chunlai had recently received. By the time Bai Yueran hurried over, it was already evening. It was early September. Although the lawn in front of the hospital building was still green, it was a little more bleak than autumn. The afterglow of the setting sun was yellow, like a blanket covering the lawn. Bai Yueran stood on the opposite side of the lawn. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng pushing a wheelchair and walking slowly on the tree-lined path beside the lawn. Sitting in the wheelchair was a beautiful girl with short, neat hair and a white striped hospital gown. It was Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's limbs had been broken by the gangster with a gun to protect Gunyinji. She had fainted in a pool of blood. She had already woken up. Chunlai's medical skills were brilliant. He had healed her arms and legs. However, the tendons in her left hand had been broken, and it hadn't healed very well. Her leg was also recovering, but the wound was too big, and she still couldn't walk. At this moment, Xiaoyi was expressionless. She was nestled in the wheelchair and quietly looking ahead. Bai Yueran stood opposite and watched for a while before sighing and walking over. Major General Hua. She nodded with a smile and said to Xiaoyi, "Xiaoyi, are you feeling better?" Xiaoyi looked up at Bai Yueran. Her eyes were a little dazed as she nodded slowly. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Bai Yueran wouldn't come to the temple for no reason, so he looked at her inquisitively. Bai Yueran immediately said, "Major General Hua, there's something I want to report to you." Xiaoyi came back to her senses and quickly said, "Go ahead. I'll go back first." She pressed the button on her wheelchair, turned around, and went back to the hospital building. Hua Xiaoheng was worried, so he called the nurse over to push Xiaoyi away. Looking at Xiaoyi's back in the wheelchair, Bai Yueran's heart felt slightly stifled. She whispered, "Major General Hua, what will Xiaoyi do in the future? Will she change jobs?" "I respect her decision." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to talk about Xiaoyi. He looked away and calmly looked at Bai Yueran. He asked, "Why is Director Bai looking for me?" Bai Yueran looked around. It was dusk, and the sunset glow gradually dissipated from the horizon. The tree-lined path was quiet, and there was no one coming or going. She said in a low voice, "I just want to see my aunt." Hua Xiaoheng's sharp eyes narrowed. "You just want to see Bai Genie? Why?" Bai Yueran said frankly, "It was my aunt who looked for me. She said she wanted to redeem herself." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "If you want to plead on behalf of your aunt, you can save some effort. I'm very busy." With that, he walked away. "Major General Hua." Bai Yueran hurriedly called out to him from behind. "Aunt told me about the important clues, and I recorded them all. I didn't mean to plead on behalf of my aunt. I just wanted to let you hear it. It might be useful in finding Miss Gu." Hua Xiaoheng immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. "You recorded what your aunt said?" Bai Yueran nodded. Hua Xiaoheng immediately brought her back to his office. Zhao Yangzi was a little surprised to see Bai Yueran follow Hua Xiaoheng in, but he didn't say anything. He helped them close the office door. In Hua Xiaoheng's single office, Bai Yueran sat in front of him. She turned on the recording on her phone and played it to Hua Xiaoheng. This is today's chapter of 4,200 words. Chapter 1459, Let You Know a Secret. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1471. By Genie's slightly old and hoarse voice came from the phone. "I don't know who called me. The phone number is also very strange. I tried to check it before, but it's an invalid number. The person who called was a man. I've never heard his voice before. He seemed to be in a hurry and only called for less than a minute. He spoke very quickly and hurriedly told me the time and place. Then he said that if I brought Hua Xiaoheng with me at this time and place, he would give me a big gift. And the result? Big gift my ass. He's a complete liar." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but his expression remained calm. He smiled and said calmly, "Thank you, Director Bai. This clue is indeed very important. However, Bai Genie's concealment has indeed caused a lot of trouble and damage to our work." Bai Yueran understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. She lowered her voice and said, Major General Hua, I really have no intention of pleading for my aunt. I just want to tell you that she knows this clue. As for the fact that she didn't report it 7 years ago, it's also a fact. I won't plead for her. She sent the recording to Hua Xiaoheng. You can study it yourself. I'll go back first. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Bai Yueran's lonely back as she turned around and said sincerely, "Thank you, Director Bai." Bai Yueran didn't turn around and waved her hand casually. Major General Hua, you're welcome. This is my duty. She had selfish motives. She wanted to protect the Bai family's reputation and the family's overall interests, but she had never made a mistake in her work. Moreover, to her, the country's interests were definitely before the Bai family's. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, she couldn't be completely selfless, nor could she care and protect her family regardless of their gains and losses. She might even be a little unreasonable, but she didn't want to change her ways. She had her own sense of what she should and shouldn't do. Hua Xiaoheng silently shifted his gaze to his phone. Bai Yueran had just sent all the contents of Bai Genie's conversation to his phone. Bai Genie's voice was very, very low. With such a low voice, the surveillance system in the visiting room probably wouldn't be able to record this conversation. So Bai Yueran had really done him a great favor. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed slightly. He transferred the conversation to the computer and used the audio system to analyze for tampering and editing before amplifying it, so he could hear it more clearly. Alone in his office, he listened to the recording over and over again and gradually came up with a few clues. 7 years ago, he had saved Nianji. It was the result of a meticulous plot. It was not a coincidence. As for Nianji's memory loss, he didn't know if the other party had done it on purpose, or if it had been an accident, or if she had lost her memory to begin with. However, he could be sure of one thing. As soon as Nianji came to his side, he lost contact with her. That was because they had spent 6 years without finding any clues. The only clue that surfaced was when Yijichu came to Nianji's side a year ago. It looked like Yijichu was the key to the problem. Hua Xiaoheng's frown deepened. Was the invalid number that had been called to by Genie the same as the 2 invalid numbers that they had encountered later? However, Bai Genie definitely wouldn't say it directly. This was her trump card that she wanted to hang up and sell. After careful consideration, Hua Xiaoheng didn't plan to let her have her way. In fact, even if this invalid number was the same as the previous 2, it would be useless, because with their current technology, they couldn't investigate this invalid number at all. Moreover, after thinking about it, he still believed that there were 2 groups of people behind this living Nianji. One group had no ill intentions towards her, and the other group wanted nothing more than to kill her. The person who had sent the text message to Xiao Ye's mother must have wanted nothing more than to kill her. However, the people who had kidnapped her this time should be the group that had no ill intentions toward her. Even so, Hua Xiaoheng still felt uneasy. He was used to having her under his wing. This woman could have no parents or friends, but she couldn't live without him. He also didn't feel at ease leaving her in anyone's hands. But now, she was nowhere to be found. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the office with a heavy heart. He said expressionlessly to Zhao Yangze, who was outside the door, "I'm going to the Institute of High Energy Physics. You're in charge of everything here." Zhao Yangze looked at him worriedly. He felt that Hua Xiaoheng's mental state wasn't right. In his opinion, Hua Xiaoheng should be very sad, very angry, and very desperate, just like how he had watched Bai Shuang die in front of him. However, Hua Xiaoheng's expression didn't change at all. He kept working and was as comfortable as before. Although he was also constantly looking for Gun Yinji, he didn't neglect the entire Special Operations Forces and the military. No matter how capable Hua Xiaoheng was, he was still human. Although they were soldiers and had a much higher ability to endure hardships than ordinary people, it didn't mean that they were made of steel and couldn't feel pain. If he couldn't find Gun Yinji after suppressing himself like this, Zhao Yangze didn't dare to imagine the consequences. However, looking at Hua Xiaoheng's tall and determined back, he could only say, "Yes, sir." Hua Xiaoheng came out of his office and asked Fan Jian to drive him to the Institute of High Energy Physics. Firstly, he wanted to study Hua Guanyuan's phone again. Secondly, He wanted to see the results of Chun Lai's full series of DNA comparisons. After they got off the plane, Chun Lai rushed into the Institute of High-Energy Physics and worked with Song Jining and used the quantum computer to perform large-scale calculations. He didn't return to the Special Operations Forces headquarters at all. It was already dark when they arrived at the entrance of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and leaned against the car door to smoke a cigarette before walking in. Song Jining was eating dinner in her office while looking at the data on the computer. When she saw Hua Xiaoheng come in, she quickly asked, "You're here. Have you had dinner?" Hua Xiaoheng wasn't hungry at first, but when he saw the 2 dishes and soup on Song Jining's desk, he suddenly felt a little hungry. He shook his head. "Not yet. Do you have anything to eat here? Let's go to the cafeteria. Our cafeteria here is pretty good." Song Jining cleaned up the bowls, chopsticks, and spoons on the table and stood up with her meal card. Hua Xiaoheng. He had almost forgotten that Song Jining didn't know how to cook either. The 2 dishes and soup on the table were obviously bought from the cafeteria. He didn't say anything and quietly followed Song Jining out of the office. His mind was still thinking about the discoveries and doubts he had made over the past few days. All the clues were arranged into a network in his mind. He only needed to wait for one result, which was the comparison results of Chun Lai's DNA sequence. Then he would be able to find the path he should take in the maze-like network. The 2 of them walked out of the laboratory building. Not long after, they arrived at the cafeteria of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. It was only around 6:30 p.m., and it was the busiest time in the cafeteria. People came and went, and the lights were brightly lit. The air was filled with the unique aroma of the food in the cafeteria. There was a sense of beauty and warmth in the world. Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining walked in. Director Song brought his son here for dinner? People who were familiar with Song Jining greeted her with a smile. Song Jining nodded with a smile. "Yes, he's too busy and didn't even have time for dinner. I accompanied him to get another meal." Hua Xiaoheng had his hands in his trouser pockets. It was obvious that he was distracted. He only nodded casually and followed Song Jining to buy 2 dishes and a soup. He placed them in a food box that could be taken away. The 2 of them returned to Song Jining's office. Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of Song Jining's desk and began to eat dinner. It was rare for the mother and son to eat together like this. Song Jining looked at Hua Xiaoheng carefully and suddenly said, "You've lost a lot of weight recently. Although you're busy with work, you have to take care of your health." When Hua Xiaoheng wasn't on a mission, his eating schedule was very regular. In his official residence, he had to eat a steak every meal, as well as all kinds of high-protein and nutritious meals. However, during this period of time, he was indeed hungry and full. He couldn't eat, and he didn't feel anything when he ate. Hua Xiaoheng paused and grunted. He quickly finished everything on the plate. After cleaning up the dishes, he said to Song Jining, "Uncle's phone is still with you, right?" Song Jining looked at him strangely. "Yes, what's wrong? Why do you want his phone?" "I want to take a look." He told Song Jining what Bai Genie had said, and finally asked, "Do you think there's a way to find out where the phone call from 7 years ago came from?" Song Jining's expression was very cautious. She frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "It's hard to say. If the phone operator can't find out where that number came from, then only the quantum communicator has the ability." Hua Xiaoheng looked up in surprise. "Quantum communicator? Doesn't Gu Xiangwen have a broken quantum communicator?" Song Jining nodded. "Yes, I don't have the ability to fix it. Didn't Nianji say that she wanted to study it properly?" Song Jining was filled with regret for accidentally mentioning Gu Nianji. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had already fallen silent. He said, "It should be at Nianji's house. I'll bring it over for you to study." "I really don't have that ability." Song Jining told the truth. Song Jining told the truth. "Look, the quantum computer we worked so hard to create is only a prototype. How can we repair a more advanced quantum communicator? Even you don't have such great ability." Then Gu Xianwen. "How did he research it?" Hua Xiaoheng was puzzled. Song Jining shook her head. "I don't know either, but I'm about to unlock that music box. Why don't I give you the phone and you can study it yourself? I'll see if I can unlock Gu Xiangwen's music box as soon as possible." That music box was the one Hua Xiaoheng and the others had found in Gu Xiangwen's Sirius I submarine. It was found in the submarine. According to Gu Xiangwen's holographic last words, it contained his greatest research results. Okay, I'll take a look at that phone. Hua Xiaoheng agreed. He took his uncle Hua Guanyuan's phone from Song Jining. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1460, Where is the Person? Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Originally, he was still working overtime today, but when he saw that the monthly vote was actually 6,000, he went home and worked hard to update the second update. There were 6,000 monthly votes at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1472. This phone was an old model from more than 10 years ago. It couldn't even be considered a smartphone. The only advanced thing was the phone battery inside. Hua Xiaoheng held it in his hand and began to check the programs and content stored inside. Song Jining went to her laboratory to continue solving the various sets of questions and equations left behind by Gu Xiangwen. The process of opening the music box was a pure test of one's intelligence. There were no shortcuts that could be taken. When people were immersed in their work, time passed very quickly. It was midnight in the blink of an eye. Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his thoughts from the program on his phone and sighed helplessly. No, he didn't find any clues. Bai Yueran's recording of Bai Genie's whisper still didn't have any evidence to support it. A confession that couldn't be supported by evidence could only be considered a clue. Although Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to believe her, he still maintained a cautious attitude because he couldn't find any circumstantial evidence. He sat on the sofa in Song Jining's office with one hand on the back of the sofa and the other supporting his head. He looked out the window at the night sky in a daze. He seemed to be thinking about 1,000 things, but also seemed to be thinking about nothing. He sat for a while, couldn't resist the urge to sleep, and took a nap on the sofa. When he woke up, he found that the sky outside was already bright. He looked at his watch. It was already 5:50 in the morning. No wonder it was almost dawn. The sofa was a little small. He had been out all night, and his legs were numb. He stood up and was about to go out for a walk when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was Song Jining's number. Ms. Song. Song Jining's voice was unexpectedly excited. Xiaoheng, I solved the password to the music box. I saw Gu Xiangwen's most important research result. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Where are you? I'm in the lab. Do you want to come and take a look? Hua Xiaoheng quickly left Song Jining's office and passed through the heavily guarded security check. He finally arrived at the door of her lab and rang the doorbell. Song Jining pressed the button. The lab was soundproof and shockproof. The door that could even resist missiles quietly opened to both sides. Hua Xiaoheng quickly glanced at the postmodern decoration of the lab and the various experimental platforms. There was a huge oil painting on the wall opposite the laboratory. It was a long instrument that looked like a crystal chandelier that was as tall as a 3-story building. This was the prototype of the quantum computer that the Institute of High-Energy Physics had commissioned the military to build. This kind of instrument had extremely high requirements for the environment and energy. Until now, it could only be stored in the special underground laboratory of this laboratory building. It was just an oil painting upstairs, but it was already shocking enough. Song Jining was wearing a white coat and standing in front of an experimental platform. She waved at him. Close the door and come here quickly. I'll show you this. She held the black music box in her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Hua Xiaoheng walked over. What exactly is it? Song Jining held up a flash drive. See this? It's all in here. She inserted the flash drive into the computer, entered the password she had cracked, and found a set of design drawings in the flash drive. Song Jining opened the blueprint file. What is this? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. From the shape, it looks like a quantum communicator. Gu Xiangwen's most important research result is this quantum communicator, Song Jining said very cautiously. He explained at the end of the blueprint that he had been inspired by someone a long time ago and had the idea of building a quantum communicator. However, after many years, there had been a technical bottleneck that had not been broken through. So, the quantum communicator that he built was only a semi-finished product and could not communicate. It wasn't until he was trapped at the bottom of the sea because of a submarine accident that he suddenly thought of the key to the problem. However, he no longer had time to complete his research and development, so he could only leave behind this set of improved design drawings. Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. So the quantum communicator we found isn't actually broken, but it hasn't been successfully developed at all? Yes, it's only a semi-finished product, so it can't be used. I thought it was broken. As expected, I can't express my opinion on something I haven't touched before. Song Jining was very emotional. This design drawing is really amazing. It's simply enlightening and enlightening. For example, using that quantum communicator, not only can it disguise a normal number as an invalid number, but it can also use quantum theory to achieve real-time communication between two phones. It can also achieve multidimensional, omnidirectional, and time-limited communication. This is the most special part of the quantum communicator. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly understood something. If quantum theory can really be used in the macroscopic world, it will revolutionize our world. Song Jining was even more regretful. What a pity that such a talented scientist died so early. If he were still alive, his contribution to the entire human race would be incalculable. However, such a powerful person couldn't save his beloved daughter's life. Hua Xiaoheng sighed silently in his heart. Looking at the design drawing and thinking of the unfinished quantum communicator with Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng said, "I'll give you that quantum communicator. Can you complete its invention?" "I'm afraid I can't help." Song Jining unplugged the flash drive regretfully and put it back into the music box. Then, she closed the music box according to the original procedure. She continued, "I can't help much because this isn't my main research direction. It's not even a field I'm familiar with. There were too few scientists like Gu Xiangwen who were almost all-round. With Song Jining's high intelligence, she could only be outstanding in certain areas. It was impossible for her to be like Gu Xiangwen, who could cross the three major fields of physics, medicine, and biology with ease. However, this design drawing wasn't completely useless for Song Jining. This was because this design drawing was about how to use quantum theory to create related instruments. In this regard, they could understand everything. Therefore, this design drawing was also a great inspiration for Song Jining's research in her main field. She was originally a big shot at studying high-energy magnetic fields. 17 years ago, the military and their Institute of High-Energy Physics experiment was related to super-strong magnetic fields. Our experiment has recently reached a bottleneck and hasn't made any progress. But this design drawing has given me a new direction. I think our experimental equipment can be changed. And most importantly, the magnetic field data I've obtained recently has allowed me to improve my understanding of high-energy magnetic fields." In his design drawing, how to allow the quantum communicator to obtain energy from the electric field is very original and very effective. Last time in the Sea of Japan, Ninji helped me realize the transformation from a super strong magnetic field to an electric field. It showed me how much potential power a super strong magnetic field has when it transforms energy. There's also the high-energy magnetic field data that Gu Xiangwen left for your uncle, as well as the abnormal magnetic field fluctuations that appeared near the sinkhole in the Tunguska region of Russia in the first half of the year. They all made me think of how to obtain the high-energy magnetic field needed for the experiment. Song Jining's eyes lit up. I think our experiment is just around the corner. Hua Xiaoheng. He realized that he didn't care at all about whether the military and the Institute of High-Energy Physics experiment would succeed. He only wanted to find Gunyinji now. He only wanted to see her by his side so that his heart could truly calm down. Hua Xiaoheng had never interfered with Song Jining's work and life, nor would he interfere with her research. But this time, he made an exception and said, "Ms. Song, can you put aside your experiment for now and help us find Yinji's whereabouts?" Song Jining stopped her excited thoughts and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Her heart skipped a beat. This was her son, a son who was unmoved by anything. This was the first time he had asked her to help him find his beloved girl. She really wasn't a good mother. Song Jining patted his shoulder. "Okay, I'll help you." She then asked, What can I help you with? Hua Xiaoheng. What Hua Xiaoheng hoped the most was that Song Jining could complete the design and manufacture the quantum communicator so that it could be used. However, Song Jining had already made it clear that she couldn't do it. Hua Xiaoheng didn't force her. He thought about it for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet, but when Ninji disappeared, we found some related surveillance videos. Can you help me do a technical analysis of those surveillance videos? Of course, it's a higher level of technical analysis. The Special Operations Forces could do the general technical analysis themselves. However, for a higher level of technical analysis, they needed the amazing people from the Institute of High Energy Physics. No problem. Song Jining quickly agreed. Send me the surveillance videos. I'll help you do the technical analysis. This is today's second monthly vote, 6,000 plus updates. Chapter 1461, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1473. Thank you, Ms. Song. Hua Xiaoheng was truly exhausted, so much so that he had no choice but to ask for help from Song Jining, who had nothing to do with their work. This was the first time in his career that he had ever experienced something like this. Song Jining was very worried about his physical condition, but she still said, I will do my best to help you, but you have to be mentally prepared. Professionals do professional things. I'm not good at finding people. She was also worried about Gunyinji's whereabouts, but this wasn't something she was good at, so she wisely didn't criticize Hua Xiaoheng's work to avoid affecting their normal work. Hua Xiaoheng also knew this, but he really had no other choice. It was obvious that the other party's technology was more advanced than theirs, and it was premeditated. They had prepared for such a long time like casting a net. If he did not think of another way, then he really had no chance of winning. He explained the procedures and goals of their work to Song Jining and discussed the follow-up. He then called Zhao Yangzi and asked him to send him the surveillance footage related to Gunyinji's disappearance. After Song Jining received all the surveillance videos, she immediately began to analyze the data. Hua Xiaoheng bid farewell and prepared to leave her lab. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a chubby man in a white coat standing at the door, about to press the doorbell. Mr. Hua, why are you here? The person standing in front of Song Jining's laboratory was actually Chun Lai. Hua Xiaoheng was also very surprised. Weren't you doing a DNA comparison? It should be in the underground laboratory, right? Because the quantum computer is underground. Chun Lai narrowed his eyes and smiled absent-mindedly. Of course. Damn it, I'm so tired. Now all I see are numbers, and you just like data? Haha. He stepped aside. Chun Lai walked in and looked around. Where's Director Song? Why are you here? After working with the quantum computer for more than 2 days, Chun Lai was a little dizzy. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. He was extremely excited and even trembling. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment. Let's go out first. Let's not disturb Ms. Song's work. He gently closed the lab door and left the Institute of High Energy Physics with Chun Lai. By the time the two of them returned to the office building of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, it was already dawn. The September sun brought with it the heat of late summer. Although it was only early in the morning, it already had some power. Hua Xiaoheng closed the door to his office and looked at Chun Lai. His expression was still calm, but his voice was a little shaky. The results are out? Chun Lai's round eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. We're out. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. Why are you so agitated? Chun Lai leaned forward and said mysteriously, Beg me. Beg me, and I'll tell you. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes speechlessly and said dryly, Chun Lai, Ninji is waiting for us to save her. Why are you still keeping us in suspense? Ask your own conscience. It will hurt. Chun Lai rubbed his chest, his expression pained and conflicted. I'm in such a good mood and so excited. I've really let Ninji down. My conscience really hurts. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He sat down on the sofa across from him and said calmly, If you hadn't laughed so hard that I couldn't see your eyes, I might have believed you. Chun Lai didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Hua Xiao, my conscience really hurts. Believe me, I don't believe you. Hua Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and crossed his arms. He was calm and composed. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll let you have a taste of the iron fist of the people's dictatorship. Hua Xiaoheng's deterrence was still somewhat effective. Chunlai took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He said, I spent 2 days and 1 night using a quantum computer to finally compare the 6 billion base pairs of the 2 sets of DNA in order. Hua Xiaoheng listened attentively. He turned on his phone and pointed it at Chunlai to record the video. Chunlai rambled on. Do you know, I've never seen such a situation before. I first compared the DNA base pair sequence of He Zhichu and the 16-year-old boy, Chunlai said as he took out a flash drive from his pocket. I'll show you. The computer in Hua Xiaoheng's office was connected to the big screen on the wall. Chunlai walked to the back of the computer and plugged in the flash drive. Opening the file in the flash drive, Chunlai beamed with joy. Look, this is the DNA of the boy who died at the age of 16. We can call him Lil He Zhichu. This is the DNA base pair sequence of Big He Zhichu, which is also Professor He. From the comparison of all the base pairs, I found that their DNA base pairs are almost exactly the same. Yes, you heard me right. I said almost. It's not exactly the same as what we thought before. Hua Xiaoheng remained calm, but he still heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It finally proved that the two of them were not the same person. As long as the DNA was different, they could never be the same person. But where are the differences? Chunlai pointed at Hua Xiaoheng with a mouse. Look, this is the place where the young He Zhichu's DNA mutated. There are a total of 8 nodes. This proves that what the nanny said was true. The young He Zhichu is indeed sick, and it's a disease that won't last long. These DNA mutations directly limit his hematopoietic function. In other words, he really has a very serious congenital disease. Look here again. This is Professor He's DNA sequence. Look at the corresponding 8 nodes here. They're completely healthy and normal. There's no mutation at all. So the bases in these 8 places in Professor He's DNA are completely different from the young He Zhichu's. This also proves that their DNA sequences are not exactly the same. Chunlai was so excited that his face turned red. Let's look at the results of our Nianji and little Nianji's DNA comparison. It's even more amazing. He deliberately used our Nianji and little Nianji to distinguish the two of them. Little Nianji was the 12-year-old girl who died in the submarine in the Caribbean Sea's blue hole 7 years ago. Our Nianji was, of course, the beautiful 19-year-old girl who grew up by their side and was now missing. The situation is very similar to He Zhichu's. The DNA of the two of them is almost exactly the same, except in 2 key places. But these 2 key places are different from He Zhichu's situation. Chunlai slowed down his tone and said word by word. The situation on their side is even more unbelievable. First of all, you have to know that half of the people on Blue Planet have ancient virus genes in their genes. They are usually latent and invisible. Only when the conditions are right or when they're stimulated by the outside world will they be expressed, causing various diseases of the immune system. And little Nianji's gene sequence clearly shows that there are 2 nodes of the ancient virus gene hidden in her genes that do not maintain their invisible characteristics. Instead, they are expressed and displayed in her body. Because of this, her body is very weak. Gu Yanran once said that she eavesdropped on Gu Xiangwen and his wife and said that little Nianji would not live past the age of 18. It must be true. This kind of congenital genetic condition is practically carrying a living virus. It's really absurd for her to live past the age of 18. Chunlai slammed the mouse hard. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him without batting an eyelid. Chunlai immediately withered. He rubbed his hands and said fawningly, "But our Nianji is different. Look at this. This is our Nianji's gene structure map." On the big screen on the wall, a comparison of gene structure maps appeared. In Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, those long and short pictures looked no different from binary. But in the eyes of an expert, this was the most beautiful picture in the world. I can say that our Nianji's gene structure represents the most perfect combination of human genes. There are no mutations or defects. More importantly, they are all human genes. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. She's a human. What's so strange about her genes being all human genes? Of course it's strange. Chunlai waved his fists excitedly. I just said that 8% of the genes in the identified human gene map actually come from viruses. 8%. Do you understand? In other words, each of us has more or less non-human genes in our bodies. Hua Xiaoheng. This was really hard to understand and believe. How could there be 8% of virus genes in human genes? Chunlai pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and explained to Hua Xiaoheng with a flushed face. It's like this. First of all, you have to know what a virus is. It's called a virus in English. In the textbooks, it's stated that a virus is a non-cellular form. It's between a living and non-living body. It's neither living nor non-living. It's mainly made up of a nucleic acid molecule, which is DNA or RNA, and a protein. It infects the host by relying on continuous self-replication to occupy the host body. When viruses infected humans in ancient times, they could convert their own RNA into DNA and leave it in the ancient human genome. Although the infected humans eventually defeated the virus and survived, these defeated viruses were not completely removed from the human body. The DNA fragments they left in the human genome lurked and were passed down from generation to generation as humans reproduced. Therefore, 8% of the human genes identified by modern humans actually came from ancient viruses. These different viruses embedded in our genomes have different effects on the human body. They can't be generalized, but it can't be denied that these are all external influences. Even if some virus genes have been tamed by the human body and become an indispensable part of the human genome, they're still not of our race, not of our heart. Their lurking is like a ticking time bomb. You don't know when they will explode one day. Some virus genes even determine the extent of the human body's resistance to certain diseases. In this sense, whether you'll get those serious diseases is really determined by your genes. Acquired factors don't have much influence. Therefore, to treat certain diseases, the most effective way is to start with genes. But frankly speaking, our current understanding of genes is still too shallow. The technology that can be used to treat diseases at the genetic level is also too backward. The cost is huge, and there isn't much effect. But our Nianji's genes are different. Not only do her genes not have any remnants of ancient virus genes, but they are completely human genes. Moreover, they are incomparably healthy and perfect, and they have that powerful function. Chunlai's last sentence was vague, but Hua Xiaoheng understood what he meant. It wasn't strange that there were no mutations or defects in the genes, but not only were there no mutations or defects, but they were all human genes. Moreover, they could repair mutated and defective genes. This was very heaven-defying. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Is she really that perfect? Things that were too perfect always made people feel that they were illusory and would not last long. It's just that perfect. If you don't agree, hang yourself. Chunlai chuckled and said Gu Nianji's catchphrase. So, our Nianji's DNA is actually different from little Nianji's? Hua Xiaoheng urgently needed to confirm this. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face little Nianji's body, which was about to be escorted back by Yin Shixiao. It's definitely different. Chunlai was very emotional. Although the two of them have exactly the same genes related to Gu Xiangwen, there are still differences between them. This kind of difference is like the difference between the two of them being biological sisters with the same father and mother. But Gu Xiangwen didn't have two daughters. Hua Xiaoheng subconsciously refuted Chunlai's conclusion. Chunlai shrugged and said nonchalantly, I'm purely from a biological point of view. Even if they weren't born to the same parents, it's still possible for such a DNA situation to have a parent-child relationship. Although the probability is very, very small, it's not completely impossible. Hua Xiaoheng thought about this possibility, but Chunlai was shocked by his discovery. Major General Hua, have you ever thought that our Nianji's genes might be the only set in this world that belongs to humans? No wonder it's so perfect. It's so powerful. Chunlai was almost dancing with joy. If only I could give out paper. This is definitely a Nobel Prize-level discovery. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help glancing at him and reminded him, "You've made an even greater discovery than this, so wake up. It's already dawn. Stop daydreaming." Chunlai giggled and said emotionally, "This discovery is different from other discoveries. This is a discovery that can be made public. Unfortunately, it's on our Ninji, so I still can't say it." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and silently deleted the video he had just recorded. He then reminded Chunlai, "Keep this discovery to yourself forever. Just tell the outside world that they're biological sisters." "Oh." Chunlai looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Although he felt it was a pity, he still nodded. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Chunlai yawned loudly and said, "I'm really sleepy. I haven't slept for 3 days. Major General Hua, I'll go back first. Okay?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded and watched Chunlai leave. He turned his chair around and looked out the window at the morning sun. He thought to himself, where is Ninji now? Are they really getting closer to her step by step? This is today's chapter, Chapter 1462, Perfect Genes. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. I've calculated with my fingers that our Ninji will be rough tomorrow. Mwah. Chapter 1474. After careful consideration, Hua Xiaoheng once again deployed a new direction of action. Time passed nervously. A week later, Yin Shixiang finally returned to the southernmost military port of the Huaxia Empire with the submarine and warship containing Little Ninji's body. Like Gu Xiangwen's large submarine, Sirius I Little Ninji's small submarine, Sirius II, also stayed at this military base. Two was also left in this military base. Sirius III could finally be placed side by side. They could finally be placed side by side. It was still the same huge cave, surrounded by cold steel supports. The light of the shadowless lamp poured down from the top and shone on the two submarines, one large and one small. Even the cold incandescence seemed to have softened a little, like a kind father looking at his naughty child with a gentle gaze. The corners of Yin Shixiang's eyes were moist. He took a few photos with his phone. Then, he left the military port and boarded a military transport plane back to the imperial capital. Little Ninji's body was placed in an exquisite cherrywood coffin and brought back to the imperial capital. When the military transport plane landed at the imperial capital airport, Hua Xiaoheng called Yi Xian over to welcome them. Yi Xian had specially dressed up today. He was wearing a black tuxedo and a bow tie. His shiny black hair complemented his mixed-race handsome face, adding a sense of charm and beauty. He held a budding rose in his hand and waited for Little Ninji's coffin to come down from the plane like he was waiting for his beloved girl's lover. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside him with his hands behind his back, a little speechless. However, this was Yi Xian's matter, so he didn't want to comment. A few soldiers carried the small cherrywood coffin down from the military transport plane, and Yin Shixiang walked at the front. When he passed by Hua Xiaoheng nodded at him. "Thank you for your hard work," Yin Shixiang quickly said. "It's not hard work." Yi Xian walked over and looked at Yin Shixiang carefully. "Sir, can I help her carry the coffin? Send her on her last journey?" Yin Shixiang's mouth was half open as he looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "Let him send her." Yin Shixiang quickly gave up his position. Yi Xian pinned the rose to his chest and carried Little Ninji's cherrywood coffin on his shoulder. He thought to himself, "Little Ninji, I'll send you back to your parents." With the special approval of the relevant departments of the state, Little Ninji was finally buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery as a minor child of a martyr. She was buried with Gu Xiangwen and his wife. The family of three was finally reunited on the land of China. The reason Hua Xiaoheng used was that Gu Xiangwen had two biological daughters, and Little Ninji was also his biological daughter. The name on the tombstone is Krina. Ku was the Latin name Hua Xiaoheng had given Little Ninji. It had the same meaning as the English name Sirius. He didn't want to see the name Gu Ninji or Sirius engraved on the tombstone. Although Gu Yinran insisted that Gu Xianwen didn't have two daughters, the results of the DNA test were there for all to see. Saying anything more would only make people think that she had ulterior motives and was a habitual liar. Moreover, this kind of result was more acceptable than other results. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi believed it, not to mention General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai. They all agreed with this result. Only Hua Xiaoheng and Chunlai knew that things weren't that simple. Autumn in the imperial capital was supposed to be the most beautiful season of the year. The sky was often clear, and white clouds floated. There were bright red maple leaves both inside and outside the city. However, on the day of little Nianji's burial, it rained in the imperial capital. The evergreen pines and cypresses in the National Martyrs Cemetery were washed green by the rain. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the rain, wearing a formal military uniform and standing with General Ji. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi held the big black umbrella for them on both sides. "Is there any news from Yinji?" General Ji asked softly. The ceremony in front was still going on, but not many people came. It was only a small burial ceremony. Yixin took on everything that a family member should do in front. Hua Xiaoheng followed General Ji and stood behind to watch quietly. He shook his head. "I'm still looking." General Ji turned to look at him, patted him on the shoulder, and left without saying anything. Not long after General Ji left, Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang. He had been wearing a Bluetooth headset. When he heard Song Jinning's voice, his heart skipped a beat. "Miss Song, what's the matter?" Song Jinning had been studying the surveillance videos that Hua Xiaoheng and the others had obtained for the past week. With her technical skills and professionalism, coupled with the powerful computing power of the quantum computer, she finally discovered the problem in the surveillance videos. "Xiaoheng, come here for a moment. My technical analysis has come up." Song Jinning's voice was slightly unsteady. Hua Xiaoheng's face twitched involuntarily, and his heart suddenly beat very fast. This was an intuition that he had developed on the battlefield. When a target or danger appeared, he could intuitively sense it. Hua Xiaoheng immediately turned around and walked to his car. What's the result? He had never been so anxious before. He couldn't help but want to know the result on the way. Song Jinning didn't keep him in suspense. She looked at the computer screen in front of her and said excitedly, "There's indeed something wrong with the surveillance video, especially the surveillance video of 4 black SUVs that suddenly appeared. There are traces of an abnormal magnetic field on the image at the same time. The abnormal magnetic field this time is very subtle. It's not as powerful as any abnormal magnetic field we've found before, but it's more precise and leaves no traces. That's why your technical analysis didn't notice it. I didn't notice it when I first analyzed it. Later, after the video was further digitized and analyzed with a quantum computer, I found traces of the abnormal magnetic field. Therefore, just like the day she appeared, the abnormal magnetic field appeared on the day she disappeared." Hua Xiaoheng had an idea. He quickly got into the car and pulled the car door shut with one hand. "Go to the Institute of High Energy Physics." When they arrived at Song Jinning's Institute of High Energy Physics, Hua Xiaoheng sat beside her and watched her explain the surveillance video from 3 weeks ago frame by frame on the computer. "Look, this is the abnormal fluctuation that appeared on the screen 3 weeks ago when the 18-wheeler truck blocked the camera. Did you see it? Even without high-definition digital processing, the image will blur and jump for a few seconds at this time. Although it's very short and the human eye might not be able to see it, the instrument can capture it." Hua Xiaoheng agreed. "Our technicians noticed this phenomenon, but after analysis, they think that this is just a common focus problem for ordinary cameras." Song Jinning replied with an "oh" and said regretfully, "This is indeed a common problem with ordinary cameras, but if your technicians have done in-depth research on abnormal magnetic fields, they will be able to tell that this isn't a blur and jump caused by the focus problem of ordinary cameras." She paused. "This is the fluctuation caused by the abnormal magnetic field that affects the focus of the camera." Song Jinning patiently pointed with the mouse for Hua Xiaoheng to see. "Look here again. When the 18-wheeler truck drove away and the 4 black SUVs suddenly appeared and drove in 4 directions, The abnormal magnetic field disappeared. This means that the 4 cars are just a cover. What really happened in the few seconds when the 18-wheeler truck blocked the camera. She paused and looked a little unnatural. It was just a few seconds. What do you think happened? Yes, what exactly happened in the few seconds 3 weeks ago? On that day, 3 weeks ago, Gunyinji hadn't been unconscious for long. She quickly regained consciousness. Her head was still a little dizzy, but she had already regained her senses. However, she didn't open her eyes and remained motionless. Everything that had just happened was too shocking to her. The image of Xiao Yi lying on the floor, covered in blood, kept replaying in her mind. Her heart tightened and felt sad. It was like a huge rock was weighing heavily on her heart. She kept praying that Major General Hua and the others would discover the abnormality in her apartment in time and save Xiao Yi. After praying anxiously, her thoughts returned to herself. When she thought about it, she was instantly furious. Damn it, she had actually been kidnapped. The other party had actually said that they wanted to take her home, which lunatic asylum hadn't closed the door properly and let these lunatics out. How dare they kidnap her in the Huaxia Empire? These people were either crazy or idiots. When Major General caught them, he would definitely cut them into pieces. Gunyinji thought angrily. Her eyelids quietly lifted. Her thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly and opened a tiny gap. She wanted to see where she was. Major General Hua and the others should be able to find her soon. She was very confident of that. But before that, she had to have a clear understanding of her situation. She didn't know if her phone was still there, but even if she didn't have her phone's GPS, she still had the GPS that Hua Xiaoheng had specially installed for her. Just as her eyelids opened a slit, a strong and blinding ray of sunlight shone on her, instantly stinging her eyes. Gunyinji instinctively closed her eyes. The intense light stung her so much that tears involuntarily flowed out of her eyes. Where's this place? How could there be such strong sunlight? Gunyinji recalled the weather in the imperial capital and began to feel that something was wrong. No matter how strong the sunlight in the imperial capital was, it couldn't be so pure and scorching. The light was burning her eyes like a high temperature. Her eyes were about to go blind from looking at him. Gunyinji's entire body stiffened. She still didn't dare to open her eyes. She only relied on her ears and the feeling of her skin to sense her surroundings. It was very quiet beside her, and the temperature wasn't high. It was very comfortable. She was sitting, and the seat under her. Why did it feel like a car seat? Gunyinji became even more nervous. She remembered that year when she was kidnapped in the Königssee suburb of Munich, Germany. Could it be the same situation? But Seth and his stepfather seemed to be dead, right? Could it be that his mother had come to the Huaxia Empire to avenge him and her husband? Gunyinji thought about it aimlessly and waited quietly for a while. It was terrifyingly quiet beside her. She couldn't feel anyone else beside her at all. Were those cruel and brainless kidnappers? Was he going to leave her here alone? Where was she? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1463. Where is she? A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. There will be a second update at 8 o'clock p.m. for Beth 1211, who was promoted to the leader last August. Mwah. Chapter 1475. After hesitating for a few minutes, Gunyinji finally quietly opened her eyes again. This time, perhaps her eyes had adapted to the light just now, or the angle of the sunlight had changed. In short, when she opened her eyes this time, the strong light didn't continue to shine directly into her eyes. She finally opened her eyes fully and quickly looked around her. She found herself sitting in the passenger seat of a car, but there was no one in the driver's seat beside her, nor was there anyone in the back seat. As expected, there was no one around her. She was the only person in the car. It was very hot in the car, and she didn't know if the air conditioner was turned on. Gunyinji looked up and saw an invincible view of the sea in front of her. Gunyinji sucked in a breath of cold air and widened her eyes in disbelief. No wonder the sunlight was so dazzling just now. It was the sun by the sea. The indigo blue sea stretched out in front of her, and it was so vast that it was frightening. The beach covered with fine white sand stretched out in front of her, and there were tall coconut trees by the side of the road with large coconuts hanging from them. Just between the beach and the sea stood a tall, black-haired man wearing a neat black suit. It was obviously the same clothes worn by the previous kidnappers. However, looking at his back and standing posture, her intuition told her that this person was a soldier. She didn't know which of the kidnappers he was. She still clearly remembered the appearance of the 4 kidnappers. Then what about the others? Where were they hiding? Gunyinji didn't dare to act rashly. She raised her hand slightly to look at her watch. It should have only been 15 minutes since she was kidnapped from her apartment. So how did she get from the intersection of the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital to this beach in 15 minutes? Gunyinji looked around and found that as far as she could see, there was only the vast sea. So this was an island? She muttered to herself and looked down at the rope that was strangling her tightly. It turned out to be the seatbelt in the car. She reached out and tried to unfasten the seatbelt. With a click, the seatbelt was unfastened just like that. Gunyinji was excited. Did the kidnappers think too little of her, so they didn't really tie her up? Or did they think she wouldn't wake up so soon, so they didn't tie her up? Gunyinji thought about it as she quietly tried to open the car door. She didn't expect that no matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. After trying for a long time, Gunyinji finally stopped. It turned out that the kidnappers didn't tie her up not because they didn't care about her, nor because they thought she wouldn't wake up so soon, but because they had other precautions. Lock the car door. Even if she woke up, she would be fine. Gunyinji squinted at the lock on the car door and snorted internally. Do you think a car lock can lock me? How naive. Gunyinji raised her hand to touch her earlobe, and the corners of her mouth suddenly twitched. Where were her diamond earrings? That was the GPS device Hua Xiaoheng had ordered for her. What did it fall to? Gunyinji suddenly panicked. She slipped out of the car seat and fumbled around in the compartment. After searching for a long time, he couldn't even find a single diamond chip. Where are her earrings? Could it have fallen on the road? Gunyinji was really anxious now. Her previous confidence and calmness were all based on the foundation that Hua Xiaoheng would find her soon. Now that she realized that they might not be able to find her so easily, she couldn't help but feel nervous. His eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Was it the left eyelid twitching for wealth and the right eyelid twitching for disaster? Or was it the right eyelid twitching for wealth and the left eyelid twitching for disaster? She couldn't tell anymore. She reached into her pocket with one hand and found that her phone was still there. That was good. Gunyinji quickly took out her phone again. After pressing for a long time, she found that her phone had run out of battery. It was clearly still 100% charged in the morning, but after 15 minutes, it had run out of battery? This was this year's new Apple phone. Could it be that it had also encountered a battery problem? Gunyinji thought about it for a while and put the phone back in her pocket. What the hell was going on? Could it be that this time was even more dangerous than the time in the German Alps? Gunyinji sat back in her seat in a daze and suddenly noticed that the man standing on the beach in front of her, looking at the sea, suddenly moved as if he was about to turn around. She quickly fastened her seat belt again, closed her eyes again, and pretended to be unconscious. She couldn't run out, and she didn't know where the kidnappers were. In a moment of desperation, it was better to stay still than to move. She closed her eyes and waited in the car for a while. Then she heard the door on the driver's side open. Someone got in the car and sat in the driver's seat. Gunyinji couldn't help feeling nervous, but she still tried her best to maintain her previous posture and sat motionlessly in the seat. After the person sat in, he suddenly slammed the steering wheel hard and gritted his teeth. What kind of F***king high-tech is this? They're all a bunch of useless people. Gunyinji's body stiffened even more, and beads of sweat gradually seeped out of her forehead. The person sat quietly for a while and glanced at Gunyinji, just in time to see her eyelids move twice. Stop pretending. Aren't you awake? The person turned his head and spoke to Gunyinji dryly. Gunyinji, she slowly opened her eyes. Her jade-like eyes gradually emerged from the 2 rows of thick and slender eyelashes. It was like 2 sparkling stars had suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. They were large, translucent, and moving. The person only glanced at them before looking away. He lowered his head and took out a cigarette. He lit it in his mouth and took a puff. Then he opened the window and shook the ash onto the beach outside the car. This person should be the man in black who had been standing on the beach and looking into the distance, right? Gunyinji quickly glanced at the spot in front of the car. Sure enough, the man was no longer there. She retracted her gaze and suppressed her racing heart. She also quietly sized up the man. The man was quite good-looking. His facial features were a little like Hijichu's, but he was much more muscular than Hijichu. Hijichu was a handsome and elegant young master who didn't eat the food of the world, but this man had a strong aura of the mortal world. He wasn't one of the 4 kidnappers. However, although this person wasn't one of the 4 kidnappers, he was wearing the same clothes as them. Therefore, this person must also be one of the kidnappers. In other words, there weren't only 4 people who had attacked her this time. There was a 5th person. This person was the most cunning and had been hiding behind the scenes, right? But how did he manage to bring her from the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road to this island in less than 15 minutes? This was simply too inconceivable. Sensing Gunyinji looking at him, the man switched the cigarette in his hand from his right hand to his left. He placed it on the window and held the steering wheel with his right hand. He turned his head to look at her. This was Gunyinji. 7 years ago, she wasn't like this. She had really changed a lot. He looked at her for a long time without batting an eyelid. Then he took out a photo from his pocket and compared it to Gunyinji. Gunyinji glanced at the photo in the man's hand, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She finally said, "Who are you? Should I call you Kidnapper A or Passerby A?" The man raised an eyebrow and seemed a little surprised. "Are you really Gunyinji? You don't recognize me?" "Of course I don't know you. Do I know you that well?" Gunyinji raised her head and rolled her eyes. Although her eyes were rolled to the sky, she was thinking nervously in her mind. She wasn't as arrogant and pretentious as she appeared to be. This person knew her name and seemed to be very familiar with her. The kidnappers had also said that they would take her home. So who had sent them? Gunyinji's heart was pounding, and she had a vague guess. However, this guess made her feel especially heavy when she thought about how those people had shot Xiao Yi several times without hesitation and cruelly. Could these people have something to do with the memories she had forgotten? She stared at the man, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. It was like a storm was brewing in the dark sky. "Looks like it's true that you lost your memory." The man handed the photo in his hand to Gunyinji. "Look at the photo of you when you were young. It's completely different from now. If they hadn't confirmed it, I would have thought they had the wrong person." Gunyinji glanced at the photo. It was a photo she had never seen before. The person in the photo was indeed what she looked like when she was young. She was still hugging the doll and sitting on the swing in the garden. She was looking up and smiling at a man. The man was pushing the swing behind her. It looked like Hijichu. Gunyinji suppressed the uneasiness and fear in her heart. She smiled and said with a hint of grievance, "I'm sorry. You really have the wrong person. Please let me go. Look at the person in this photo. He's completely different from me." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1464, I'm not familiar with you. A reminder to all of you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. This update was sent to Beth1211, who was promoted to the leader of the Alliance last August. Moi. Chapter 1476. The man glanced sideways at Gunyinji with an expression that said, "I'm a fool in your eyes? You spent so much manpower and resources, and in the end, you brought back a fake?" Gunyinji sniffled and looked up. She was choked by the man's expression. "What do you mean? You don't believe me?" Gunyinji felt even more wronged. She couldn't stop crying when she thought about how anxious Major General Huo was right now. She had always been good at crying. Now, Half of it was an act, and the other half was genuinely upset, so she cried even harder than usual. She didn't make a sound, but her tears rolled down her snow-white and delicate skin like beads from a broken necklace. Her shoulders twitched, and she bit her lower lip. Her exquisite nose fluttered gently, and her big misty eyes looked at the man accusingly. She cried until her heart was broken. The man didn't expect Gunyinji to cry so suddenly, and he frowned in disgust. He didn't want to talk to her at first, but he couldn't take it anymore after seeing her cry for 10 minutes. He took out a tissue and handed it over. He said helplessly, "Why are you crying? It's not like I'll do anything to you." Gunyinji heard that there was hope, but she continued to sob. She took the tissue from the man and wiped her face. She sobbed and said, "You won't do anything to me? You make it sound better than a song. I saw your people shoot my friend more than a dozen times with my own eyes. Do you know how tragic it was? They beat her until she was covered in blood." Gunyinji thought of Xiao Yi lying in a pool of blood and finally cried out, "You used this method to force me out, and you still say you won't do anything to me? What else do you want to do to me? Do you want to shoot me so many times and only be satisfied when you're full of holes?" The man was stunned and said in disbelief, "What? You really shot her? Why would I lie to you? What's the point of lying to you about something like this? You people are so vicious. Do you want me to thank you for not killing me? You're such bullies. You're the ones who treat me like a fool. You keep saying you want to take me home. You even said you knew me when I was young. Are they really my family? How could they do such a crazy thing? If you really knew me when I was young, would you look at me with such disdain?" Gunyinji was just short of cursing at the man with her thumb and middle finger. She had always been eloquent, so the man didn't want to argue with her. Moreover, what she said was very different from what he knew. That was why the man didn't retort. He silently smoked for a while before saying, "Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I have never received any orders to kill." Although he didn't belong to the same system as those 4 people, he understood their style of doing things. They shouldn't be so bloody. With their skills and equipment, it was entirely possible for them to take Gunyinji away without alerting anyone. He didn't understand how this could happen. He looked at Gunyinji carefully. She didn't look like she was lying. Besides, what was the point of lying? Pierced with a single poke. It was better to investigate this matter after he returned. The man's slender fingers rhythmically tapped on the steering wheel as he silently considered the next course of action. As Gunyinji cried, she pondered over whether he was telling the truth or lying. If it was the truth, then it could be disintegrated. If it was a lie, then this man was quite good at lying to her face. Gunyinji threw the tissue she had used to wipe her tears into the small trash can in the car and asked again, while sobbing, "Do you have any more tissues?" The man speechlessly handed her another stack of wet tissues. Gunyinji took it and moistened her hands. She looked up at the man and asked, "Who are you? What's your name? What do you want? I think you should be a soldier. Why did you have to learn from others and become a robber?" Then he added, "You're a beauty, so why did you become a thief?" Her big eyes had just been washed by tears, and they were even darker and brighter. The gem-like brilliance made her face light up. The man looked away and was silent for a while. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said uncomfortably, "I'm Qin Jining. You knew me when you were young. I was ordered to take you home." As expected, it had something to do with the memory she had forgotten. Gunyinji's breathing paused for a moment. Her heart suddenly beat very fast. It was beating so fast that she felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. She couldn't panic. She couldn't panic. She had to talk properly. She took 2 deep breaths and closed her eyes. She felt that this man really didn't seem to have any ill intentions, and he was a little different from the vicious 4 kidnappers. She asked tentatively in a low voice, "Your name is Qin Jining? You said I knew you when I was young? You were ordered to take me home?" "Yes." Qin Jining nodded. "But my home is here, in the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire. Where else are you taking me?" Gunyinji didn't understand. Qin Jining frowned at her. "You really lost your memory?" Gunyinji's face drooped as she replied, listlessly, "Yes, I lost my memory 7 years ago. I really don't remember." She covered her head and knocked it against the car window. Actually, I really want to remember what happened in the past, but just thinking about it gives me a headache. The intense, tearing headache was as painful as if someone was holding a blunt knife and was about to cut her brain in half. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Qin Jining sighed. It's better to forget about those things. He finished smoking a cigarette and threw the butt away. He rolled up the car window and said, "Since we're here, let's see what this place is." Gun Yinji felt that something was wrong. "What do you mean? Don't you know what this place is?" Qin Jining didn't even look at her. He pushed open the car door and got out. "There was a problem. This isn't the place I'm taking you back to." Gun Yinji, F***CK. So the kidnapper was lost. Gun Yinji stared at Qin Jining's tall and sturdy back, not knowing what to say. "Do you want to go take a look?" Qin Jining turned to look at her. "This car has no battery left and can't start. We can only walk." Gun Yinji didn't want to speak. This unreliable kidnapper. She got out of the car aggrievedly and followed Qin Jining around the island. It took her a full 4 hours to circle the island. Her legs were almost limping along the way, but the man in front of her was still unhurried. He looked around as if he was on a scenic tour. They measured it with their feet and found that it was a very small island. They didn't know where it was in the sea. Both her and Qin Jining's phones were out of battery, and the battery in the car was also out of battery, so there was no way to charge their phones. Therefore, they couldn't use their phones to determine their location, nor could they use their phones to contact the outside world. "But how do we get here?" Gun Yinji asked, panting from exhaustion. "I remember we were still in the third ring road of the imperial capital 15 minutes ago, right?" Qin Jining nodded. "Yes, it's high-tech. You don't have to understand." Gun Yinji, F***king high-tech. Gun Yinji wanted to curse. She rolled her eyes. "This high-tech is too unreliable, isn't it? I can't believe they threw us into this godforsaken place." Qin Jining glanced at her and curled his lips. If it was reliable, it wouldn't be called high-tech. Gun Yinji, the two of them circled the island, but it wasn't without gain. They found a house not far from where the car was parked. It was a small 2-story house that looked like it had been in disrepair for a long time. Qin Jining opened the door of the house and went in to take a look. He said, "We'll stay here today. I'll check the battery in the car to see if it can still be saved." Gun Yinji stood in front of the house, hope rising in her heart. Her big eyes sparkled. "Is there no charger in this house?" Qin Jining shook his head. "There's no electricity here. What would there be a charger?" That was primitive enough. Gun Yinji pretended to be curious and walked into the house to take a look. Qin Jining seemed to be very at ease with her. He went back to the car alone, got the toolbox, and began to check the battery. Gun Yinji's heart was pounding. She walked into the small building and looked out the window at Qin Jining. She saw him open the front cover of the car and bury his head in repairing the battery. He didn't seem to care at all, so she immediately ran out the back door with her arms around her waist. After leaving Qin Jining's line of sight, Gun Yinji hurriedly ran into the small forest that she had been secretly paying attention to when she was scouting the way. Although the island was small, there were quite a few coconut trees and shrubs. The mountains were lined with rocks, and the streams were gurgling. The scenery was indeed not bad. Gun Yinji had the experience of escaping in the Alps, so this time she was familiar with it and quickly ran into the forest. Although this place was small, it wouldn't be easy for Qin Jining to find her by himself. Although the sun was shining brightly on the island, it was still very cool in the forest. She burrowed into a dense forest. Her eyes were not used to the darkness for a moment when she first entered a dark place from sunny place. After getting used to it, she saw that the scenery here was really not bad. There were long and short, colorful tree hangers hanging from the trees like ropes. She was about to walk over when she suddenly saw one of the tree hangers wriggle. What was it? When she understood what was going on, she immediately let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, she hurriedly turned around and ran back the way she had come, as if a ghost was chasing her from behind. "Help! Help!" Gun Yinji screamed as she ran. Her heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire island. Qin Jining looked up from the front of the car. Gun Yinji happened to run behind him and grabbed him from behind. Her entire body was trembling. "Snakes! So many snakes. Hanging on a tree. Ah! She was trembling so hard that she was going crazy. Qin Jining didn't like to have physical contact with her. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it. He turned around and was about to scold her when he suddenly saw that her eyes were dazed. She was on the verge of breaking down. The hand holding her wrist paused for a moment. Then he let go of one hand and patted her back unhurriedly. He said calmly, "It's okay. The snakes won't chase after you if you run into the sun." Gun Yinji's entire body was trembling. Qin Jining comforted her for a long time, but in the end, he had no choice but to carry her into the car. Gun Yinji curled up into a ball and buried her head in her knees. She curled up in the back seat like an ostrich. Qin Jining thought about it and asked, "Where are the snakes?" Gun Yinji didn't look up. She pointed ahead and said, "Just go out from behind that house. About 500 meters from the path, there's a small forest. What are you doing there?" Qin Jining frowned, then understood. He sneered and rubbed his fists. "You want to run? Run away. Don't come back if you have the guts." Gun Yinji was originally very afraid, but Qin Jining's words successfully aroused her anger. She couldn't care less about her fear. She looked up and said angrily, "Do you think I don't want to run? If it weren't for those snakes, I would have run far away." Qin Jining had never known that someone could say such a shameless thing in front of him so confidently. "Haha, you're indeed spoiled." Qin Jining glared at her for a while and shook his head. "You're in the right if you want to run. Let me tell you, no one has ever escaped from me. Qin Jining. If you're the first, I'll change my name to yours for the rest of my life." This is today's first update, Chapter 1465, A Beautiful Woman, Why Become a Thief? Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. She suddenly realized that the monthly votes were almost 6,500. The monthly votes and updates were given in advance at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1477. I don't want you to take my surname. In your dreams. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him. As a soldier, you kidnapped and hurt innocent, law-abiding citizens. That's against the law. Let me tell you. Qin Jining spread out his hands, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Which eye of yours saw me kidnap you? Weren't you free to move around just now? You were the one who ran back. I didn't even say you sexually harassed me. Gun Yinji was so angry that she wanted to hit him. She clenched her fists and tried to calm her anger. When did I sexually harass you? Don't flatter yourself. Who threw herself at me just now? Qin Jining glanced at her disdainfully. I'm a good man who's clean and honest. I have someone I like in my heart. Save your energy and don't work on me. I never knew there was such a shameless person like you in this world. Gun Yinji was about to dig a hole in the cushion of the car's seat. She was furious. Who worked on you? Don't forget that you're a vicious kidnapper. I happen to be a normal person and don't have Stockholm Syndrome. Besides, with your looks, do you think you're worthy? Narcissism is a disease. It has to be treated. Gun Yinji scoffed coldly. He wasn't even as good-looking as Major General Hua's pinky finger, and he was delusional enough to think that she would sexually harass him. Oof. The corners of Qin Jining's mouth twitched. You only know how to look at faces. How shallow. I won't lower myself to the level of a little girl like you. As he spoke, he jumped out of the car and slammed the door shut. Then, he walked towards the place Gun Yinji had mentioned. Just now, Gun Yinji had wanted to use all means to escape from this person, but now that this person had taken the initiative to leave, she was actually a little scared. After all, she had to choose the lesser of two evils. Compared to those disgusting tree ornaments, this kidnapper was much more pleasing to the eye. Gun Yinji wrapped the blanket tightly around her body. She wished she could shrink so that she couldn't be seen. Not long after, Qin Jining came over with two colorful tree ornaments and waved them at Gun Yinji from the car window. Gun Yinji was so scared that she couldn't help screaming again. She was most afraid of these reptiles. She couldn't help but hate them. Last time in the Alps, she did not encounter so many snakes. She didn't expect to meet her nemesis on this small island. Qin Jining opened the car door with a smile on his face. I know where this is. Gun Yinji, he picked up the two colorful tree ornaments and raised his eyebrows. This is the famous Snake Island of the Caribbean Sea. Caribbean Sea? So this is the Caribbean Sea? The corners of Gunyinji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. So, within 15 minutes, she arrived at Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea from the intersection of the third ring road of the imperial capital? Was this some kind of advanced technology? Was this person trying to trick her? Besides, why hadn't she heard of a Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea before? Qin Jining held up the 7 inches of the 2 snakes and showed them to Gunyinji. He threatened her. These are the most venomous golden spearhead cave snakes in the world. If you run around again and get bitten by them, even your bones will melt. Gunyinji shivered and looked up. Her face was paler than the snow, making her eyes and eyebrows even darker. Her lips were as red as fire, and she was beyond beautiful. Qin Jining was slightly taken aback. No wonder his cousin, He Ji-chu, had risked his life to look for her. He had once had such a beauty, so how could he be willing to give up? But on second thought, Gunyinji wasn't this beautiful when she disappeared at the age of 12. And he had heard that his cousin had already given her to someone else. So what was he thinking? Was he out his mind? Qin Jining shook his head and stopped trying to figure out He Ji-chu's intentions, but he didn't scare Gunyinji either. He said, "This snake tastes good. We'll roast it later. Hurry up and take it away. Don't let me see it again." Gunyinji's face was pale, and she curled up even more tightly. Qin Jining shrugged. Seeing that it was getting late, he stopped teasing Gunyinji. He took the snake and went to the beach to cut it up. After the sun set, he started a bonfire in front of the car. He put the 2 snakes, which had been washed and skinned, on a small bamboo stick and roasted them over the fire. The sky turned dark, and it started to get cold. Gunyinji wrapped herself into a ball with a small blanket. Qin Jining finished roasting the snake and raised his voice to Gunyinji. "Do you want to eat it? It's very fragrant snake meat. I have barbecue seasoning in the car. You'll regret it if you don't eat it." Gunyinji felt dizzy just thinking about the snake. In addition, she had been nervous all day, so she wasn't hungry yet. She didn't want to eat anything. She said gloomily, "You eat it yourself. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." She lay down in the back seat of the car, wrapped in a blanket. She counted the stars outside the car and gradually fell asleep. Qin Jining ate half of the snake and cut the other half into small pieces. He put it in a small bag he found in the car and waited for Gunyinji to wake up before eating it. He sat alone in front of the bonfire and thought about today's operation. He felt that the malfunction was inexplicable. They should have returned to their destination in a few seconds, but the magnetic field suddenly went out of control. In an instant, not only did all their charged instruments go haywire, but they also lost all their power. The car batteries and cell phone batteries were all used up. What the F***CK went wrong? Qin Jining looked back at the car. The girl was so careless. She had fallen asleep, wrapped in a blanket. He sat silently in front of the bonfire for the whole night. When it was almost dawn and the bonfire was about to go out, he stepped on the remaining sparks. He thought that they couldn't just sit around and wait for death. They had to think of a way to get the news out, or they could save themselves. Gunyinji was woken up by hunger. The island was still in the middle of the night and day in the early morning. Bit by bit, the morning light climbed up from the sea to the blue sky, instantly dyeing the white sky red. The next moment, a red sun spurted out, dispersing the morning glow that filled the sky. There was only pure blue and pure golden yellow left in the sky. It was like Van Gogh's famous painting, Sunflower, full of vitality. Gunyinji sat up from the back seat of the car and happened to see the sunrise. She was so amazed that she almost forgot her hunger. After the sun had completely risen, she pushed open the car door and got out of the car while covering her growling stomach. She saw that the bonfire in front of Qin Jining had already gone out, and the roasted snake meat was nowhere to be seen. Only some snake bones were scattered on the ground. It was obvious that someone had eaten them all. Gunyinji felt very wronged. Although she said she wouldn't eat it last night, it didn't mean she wouldn't eat it today. What kind of kidnapper was this? Didn't he even have the common sense that hostages needed food to survive? If he starved her to death, what could he extort? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Qin Jining. Qin Jining happened to turn his head slowly and met her gaze. He was amused by the expression on her face. Hungry, right? Qin Jining stood up and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you didn't have yesterday's delicacy." The golden spearhead cave snake was no ordinary delicacy. Did you know? In our 4-star Michelin restaurant, this kind of snake meat is priceless. Diners had to bring their own snake meat to be processed. The restaurant didn't provide this kind of snake meat as an ingredient. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Jining coldly. Really? Then what's the price of this kind of snake meat if sold to the restaurant? It's worth more than gold. Qin Jining's smile was very annoying. Do you regret it? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Gu Nianji reached out her hand without hesitation. The golden spearhead cave snake, pay me. Qin Jining, are you crazy? Why should I pay you? Qin Jining wondered if Gu Nianji was crazy. She was actually asking him for money. Of the 2 snakes you got yesterday, did you plan to give one of them to me to eat? Gu Nianji turned on the lawyer's interrogation mode. Qin Jining was slightly stunned. Yes, but... Gu Nianji interrupted him. Then did you eat mine too? Yes, but so you ate my food. I won't pursue your act of forcible possession. Then pay me at the market price. Gu Nianji's outstretched hand trembled. Hurry up and pay me. Qin Jining was so confused by Gu Nianji that he only came to his senses when he took out his wallet. He angrily stuffed his wallet back, turned around, and opened the car door in front of him. He took out the half a bag of roasted snake meat that he had left for Gu Nianji yesterday and threw it at her. Who ate your food? I asked you to eat it, but you didn't want it, and now you're pestering me. This is today's second monthly ticket, 6,500 plus updates. Chapter 1466, Hurry Up and Pay Me. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1478. Gu Nianji didn't expect Qin Jining to really leave food for her. She was slightly stunned. She took the bag of roasted snake meat, lowered her head, and sighed slightly in her heart. This Qin Jining really didn't treat her too badly. If only he hadn't been involved in the shooting of Xiaoyi. Qin Jining watched as Gu Nianji returned to the back seat of the car. He took out the cold roasted snake meat from the small bag and began to eat it. The snake meat was already cold and had a fishy smell. It didn't even smell good, let alone eat it. However, she sat upright and held a small piece of snake meat in her hand. She ate it seriously and looked very cultured. It was as if it was a supreme delicacy, and she was sitting in a first-class restaurant. Her demeanor was impeccable. She was so tolerant and able to restrain herself. She really didn't look like someone who was spoiled. Qin Jining raked his hair with his hand and became annoyed. Stop eating. I'll go catch a few more snakes and cook snake soup in the house over there later. Didn't you say there's no electricity over there? How do you cook snake soup? Gu Nianji swallowed a small mouthful of snake meat. When there was no more food in her mouth, she looked up and asked in confusion. There's a kitchen in the resort over there. It used to use canned gas, but the gas tank there seems to be empty. Now we can only use the big stove for burning firewood. Qin Jining didn't even look at her. He said coldly, You can go pick up some firewood later. Gu Nianji nodded softly and finished the small bag of snake meat in her hand. She said nonchalantly, Do you have water? I'm thirsty. Qin Jining took out a bottle of mineral water from the car and handed it over calmly. Drink it sparingly. There are only 2 bottles left. Gu Nianji took it and said softly, Thank you. In the end, she unscrewed the cap and drank half the bottle in one go. Qin Jining was dumbfounded. He pointed at her, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he changed the topic. You go pick the firewood. I'll go catch the snakes. Gu Nianji's eyes curved as she put the mineral water back where it was. Okay. She was suddenly very obedient. Qin Jining wasn't used to it. Goosebumps broke out all over his body, and his scalp went numb. He looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously, then turned around to continue catching snakes in the forest. Gu Nianji slowly got out of the car and smiled as she looked at Qin Jining's back. She did not dare to go into the woods, so she could only pick up some dry branches from the bushes around the house. Fortunately, there were a lot of shrubs and branches around. Not long after, she picked up a small bundle and dragged it into the kitchen of the holiday house. He looked around the kitchen more carefully than he had the day before. The area of the kitchen was not small. It was at least 20 square meters. There were 2 stoves on the north wall. One of them was for burning gas. They had checked yesterday, and there was no more gas in the gas tank. But just to be on the safe side, she dragged the canister out and threw it far into the backyard. The other stove could be used to burn firewood. Gun Yinji gathered some firewood and stuffed it into the hearth. Gun Yinji was standing at the kitchen door waiting for him when Qin Jining returned with a few tree ornaments that had been washed and skinned. She looked away, not daring to look at Qin Jining, who was carrying the tree ornaments. She said softly, "I've picked up the firewood." Qin Jining's expression was solemn. He took out a lighter from his pocket and threw it to Gun Yinji. "Start a fire and boil water to make snake soup." He found a chopping board and knife and began to chop the long snake into inch-long pieces. Gun Yinji blinked her big watery eyes and pointed her slender fingers in her direction. She smiled and said, "You want me to do it? If you don't do it, should I?" Qin Jining slashed the chopping board with a bang, and a long snake was split in half. "You're a woman. Shouldn't you cook? Women should cook." This straight man. Gun Yinji laughed coldly behind Qin Jining's back, and her voice became even softer. "Okay, then I'll do it." She tilted her head and watched Qin Jining chop a few snakes into small pieces and pile them up on the chopping board. Then he waved his hand. "All right, you can go out. I'll make snake soup." Gun Yinji was no stranger to surviving in the wild. It wasn't a problem for her to start a fire with Qin Jining's lighter. She threw the firewood into the stove. After a while, a red flame emerged from the stove. She narrowed her eyes and curled her lips. He wanted to eat what she cooked. Let's see if he had the luck. Qin Jining nodded in satisfaction when he saw Gun Yinji obediently start a fire to boil water. He washed his hands in the sink next to him and said, "Okay, I'll continue to repair the battery. Hurry up." They hadn't had breakfast yet. There weren't many things to eat on this lousy island. The only things that were available were what snakes liked to eat. For example, snake berries, bird eggs, and all kinds of mice and groundhogs. They were either hard to find or not delicious. After thinking about it, only those snakes that were more valuable than gold could be eaten. Qin Jining's mood lightened for no reason. He almost hummed a little tune as he walked out of the kitchen of the resort. He went to his car, lifted the hood, and continued to check the battery. The battery was really out of power. He just wanted to use some way to stimulate the last bit of power left, just enough to start the engine. There was still a full tank of gas in the car. As long as the car was started, the charging device would work. As long as the charging device worked, plugging in the phone to charge it and going home would be a matter of minutes. Qin Jining's mood became even better. He focused all of his attention on the intensive maintenance. It seemed that he had only bent down to check for less than 5 minutes when he suddenly smelled something burning. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned around and saw thick black smoke rising from the direction of the holiday house. In the green forest, under the bright blue sky, and among the white clouds, a few wisps of black smoke were too eye-catching. There was even an open fire coming from the direction of the holiday house. Oh no, the holiday house was on fire. Gun Yinji will be fine, right? Qin Jining's heart sank. He threw away the toolbox in his hand with a plop and ran towards the holiday house like he was flying. He crossed the stream in front of the house and jumped up the steps. Without another word, he rushed into the holiday house. "Yinji! Yinji! Gun Yinji!" Sure enough, the fire had come from the kitchen. Qin Jining shouted as he rushed into the raging fire in the kitchen. There was fire everywhere in the house, and no one could be seen. Had she been burned to death? Qin Jining felt nervous. "Yinji, where are you? Make a sound. Yinji! Yinji!" Qin Jining finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted anxiously. His mission was to bring her home. If he let her die here, his mission would fail. As a soldier, was there anything sadder than failing a mission? It was all his fault. Why did he let her cook alone? Qin Jining's eyes were red from the thick smoke, and he shed a lot of tears but he still insisted on searching around the kitchen. The fire raged on, and even the houses next to it were set ablaze. The temperature around them rose rapidly. Gunyenji stood in a safe place outside the door, holding a wooden stick cut from a tree branch upside down as she watched the scene quietly. She hadn't expected this kidnapper to risk his life to save her. She had planned to wait for the kidnapper to poke his head out of the door to check on the fire, and then knock him in with the stick. However, Qin Jining's movements were too fast. He rushed into the burning kitchen without hesitation. He didn't even give her a chance to knock him in with the stick. Gunyenji looked at the wooden stick in her hand and was a little worried. If the other party was a real bad person, he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure if she died. However, the other party really didn't seem like a heinous bad person. Xiaoye's tragic state kept replaying in her mind, as well as the 4 despicable kidnappers. However, this person's appearance wasn't among the 4 kidnappers, so she couldn't even increase her hatred. Gunyenji hesitated. If she didn't say a word, would this kidnapper be burned to death in this house? The fire had already burned the man's arm, and the smell of burnt flesh came from the fire. However, Qin Jining was still rummaging through the kitchen. He didn't even let go of the cupboards that Gunyenji had pushed to the ground. He risked being burned by the fire and shouted her name. It was as if he wouldn't come out until he found her. Gunyenji watched silently for a while. In the end, she wasn't cruel enough. She quietly threw the wooden stick cut from the tree branch down the slope of the kitchen door. She walked to the kitchen door and called out weakly, "I'm here." Qin Jining turned around abruptly and saw the girl on the other side of the fire through the raging fire. She was like a fire rose that had walked out of the fire. She was both hot and seductive. His eyes burned, and he ran up the stove. Then, he kicked with both feet and jumped over the flames with a whoosh. He pounced on Gunyenji, who was standing outside the house, and protected her in his arms. He rolled backwards and rolled down the narrow slope of the door. Behind him, the flames burned even bigger, and the entire holiday cottage was on fire. There was no wind on the island, and the thick black smoke rose into the sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching among the blue sky, white clouds, and blue sea. "Are you okay?" Qin Jining patted the dust off Gunyenji's body. He saw that her hair was messy, but her face was still clean. He then pulled up Gunyenji's sleeve to see if her arm was burned. Gunyenji felt very awkward being held in his arms. She quickly pushed his hand away and struggled to stand up. She shouted, "Molestation, molestation. You really have evil intentions towards me. And you said I sexually harassed you. Oomph, you're twisting the truth. A thief crying thief." Qin Jining's face darkened. He hadn't known that Gunyenji was so vengeful when she was young. He didn't know who she had learned it from. Qin Jining stood up and said in a low, muffled voice, "Who molested you? It was an emergency just now. If I hadn't hugged you, you would have been burned to death." Gunyenji patted the dust off her body and pursed her lips. "I was fine outside the door, but you had to hug me and take advantage of me. How dare you say that I had evil intentions?" Oomph. A normal girl would probably be so scared that she wouldn't be able to speak in such a situation. She would only burrow into someone's arms. She, on the other hand, didn't forget to retaliate against him for saying that she was sexually harassed. Qin Jining was both angry and amused. He moved closer to Gunyenji and looked at her face carefully. "Do you really want me to molest you that much? Sure, come on. I'm not afraid of you." As he spoke, he reached out to hook Gunyenji's chin. Gunyenji quickly jumped away. She was really nervous, and her voice changed. You, don't do anything rash. If you dare to do anything rash, Major General Hua will take your life. I'm telling you." "Major General Hua? Who's Major General Hua?" Qin Jining took another step forward with a smile, deliberately pretending to be a spoiled brat. Gunyenji became bolder at the mention of Hua, shouting. She held the Swiss Army knife in her hand. When Qin Jining was about to reach her, she suddenly waved her hand. Qin Jining only saw a flash of silver light in front of his eyes. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong and quickly took 2 steps back. However, his arm had already been cut open by the knife in her hand. The flesh that had been burned by the fire just now was torn open again. The burning pain was not ordinary. "You actually have a knife?" Qin Jining was extremely surprised. Gun Yinji saw Qin Jining's bloody, black and red arm and felt a little sorry for him. However, he was a strong man. If he really wanted to fight her head-on, she wouldn't be able to take it. She could only pretend to be crazy and joke around with him, hoping that he wouldn't go berserk. Gun Yinji held the small Swiss Army knife in her hand. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. The Swiss Army knife can still skin you. Qin Jining laughed so hard that he was convulsing. "So, with the Swiss Army knife, this thing can also hurt people? You'd better save it for peeling apples." No wonder his colleagues hadn't taken it away. In their eyes, this Swiss Army knife wasn't even a knife. He turned around to look back at the fire in the kitchen when he caught a glimpse of something not far away from him. Qin Jining's expression darkened, and he strode over. It was a wooden stick cut from a tree branch. Qin Jining slowly bent down and picked up the wooden stick from a stream. He slowly turned around and looked at Gun Yinji. He asked coldly, "What is this?" Gun Yinji groaned in her heart, but on the surface, she pursed her lips and put her hands behind her back. She raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly, "How low is your IQ? You don't even recognize a tree branch? Which country are you from? You're such a disgrace to your country." "Of course I know it's a tree branch." Qin Jining was so angry that he was about to smoke. He strode back and raised the wooden stick cut from the tree branch high. "I thought you were almost burned to death and risked my life to save you. Is this how you repay me?" Qin Jining's other hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Gun Yinji's throat. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Did you set this fire?" Gun Yinji denied it without batting an eyelid. "Of course not. It was just an accident." Although she had said it, she wouldn't admit it stupidly. "Accident? I asked you to boil water, but you burned the kitchen. Was that an accident?" Qin Jining wouldn't believe that someone wouldn't even know how to boil water. Although Gun Yinji knew how to boil water, it wasn't the first time she had burned the kitchen when she was asked to cook. So her counterattack was very forceful. "It was an accident. So what? I've never seen a cook burn the kitchen. I cooked once at Major General Hua's house. Not only did I burn his kitchen, but I also caused the camp to be on full alert. Even the fire trucks and the special operations team were mobilized. What's the point of this?" Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at the kitchen, which was still burning. Qin Jining found it unbelievable, but judging from what Gun Yinji said, it didn't seem like she had made it up on the spot. According to their intelligence, it seemed that there had indeed been such an accident at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. His hand quietly loosened, but he still said fiercely, "Aren't you very smart? Why can't you cook? So what if I can't cook? Did I eat your rice?" Gun Yinji flew into a rage out of humiliation. When she saw that Qin Jining had let go, she immediately went overboard and stepped on Qin Jining's foot. "I'm so lucky. I don't have to cook myself. I'll hang you if you don't agree." Gun Yinji was wearing the kind of casual soft-soled shoes she wore in the house, but her foot was very accurate. She stepped hard on Qin Jining's little toe. The pain made his nose sting, and he almost cried. Qin Jining hugged his foot and jumped up. "Don't go too far, I'm telling you. Don't think I won't dare to hit you." Gun Yinji now understood that Qin Jining really didn't dare to do anything to her, so she couldn't help but become even more arrogant. Without Hua Xiaoheng, she was a little devil. If others were arrogant, she could be even more arrogant than them. She simply picked up the wooden stick she had just thrown away and swung it at Qin Jining. She cried as she hit him, "I told you to kidnap me. I told you to shoot me. I told you to strangle me. Try touching another strand of my hair. I'll skin you alive." With Qin Jining's ability, it was easy for him to snatch the weapon from Gun Yinji's hand. However, when he saw that she was waving the stick with tears all over her face, and that she was even more upset than he was, the one who had been beaten up, his heart softened. He had no choice but to cover his head and run away, not daring to fight back. Just as one of them was running away and the other was fighting, a fishing boat cruising on the coastline not far away saw the black smoke and immediately drove over. A few black men with carbine guns and ammunition clips on their backs got off the fishing boat and ran towards the black smoke. Qin Jining had just turned around to protect his head when he saw these black men. His expression changed abruptly. He suddenly waved his hand and snatched the wooden stick from Gun Yinji's hand. He covered her mouth with his other hand and pulled her into his arms to hide in the bushes. Gun Yinji was about to struggle with all her might when Qin Jining whispered in her ear, "Don't move. The pirates are coming. Let's steal their ship and leave." This is today's chapter of 4,900 words. Chapter 1467. The hardest thing to eat of beauty cooking. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. After Nianji left Major General Hua, she went from a little angel to a little devil. Kamwa. Chapter 1479. Pirates? How could there be pirates here? Gun Yinji was shocked. She stopped struggling and pulled Qin Jining's hand away. She spat softly. Qin Jining was also very surprised. His eyes widened even more than Gun Yinji's. The Caribbean Sea is full of pirates. Don't you know? He added, the neighboring countries here only want to protect themselves and don't care about pirates. So they're especially rampant. No way. Isn't the United States very powerful? The Caribbean Sea is considered America's backyard, right? Gun Yinji was even more confused. She had been to the Caribbean Sea several times. Why hadn't she heard that it was full of pirates? If there were so many pirates, the famous Caribbean cruise route wouldn't even need to be opened. Qin Jining sighed softly and whispered, "It's because the United States is powerful. If it doesn't let people kill pirates, no one will dare to." Gun Yinji, I didn't expect you to burn the kitchen by accident. We don't have to be trapped here anymore. Qin Jining saw Gun Yinji's unhappy expression and quickly praised her. Gun Yinji looked at him like he was an idiot. She thought to herself, I burned the kitchen to get rid of you, the kidnapper, and also to burn all the snakes in the grove. Lastly, it was to send a message to the higher-ups. In the vast sea, of course, only this kind of black smoke that rose straight into the sky was the most eye-catching. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Was this something that could be done unintentionally? Opportunity only favored those who were prepared. Gun Yinji had always boasted of her good luck, because if her luck wasn't good, she would have to be lucky to create her own opportunities. However, she did not expect that the pirates would be attracted so quickly, but there were no helpers, because she had no idea there were so many pirates here. Qin Jining saw Gun Yinji staring at him. Her big eyes were as clear and moist as black jade. When she looked at people, it seemed to be filled with affection, making people feel very comfortable. Qin Jining was about to be humble and asked Gun Yinji not to look at him so admiringly when he heard Gun Yinji whisper in his ear, "Are you stupid? Why do you need to steal the ship? All you have to do is grab 2 usable phones and bring them over. Qin Jining, as long as we have a fully charged phone, we can go home in minutes." Gun Yinji patted Qin Jining on the shoulder and said encouragingly, "Go on, I want an apple. Are you using an Android?" Qin phone thief. Ning was born just like that. Qin Jining was still in a daze when Gun Yinji pushed him out. Yeah, why didn't he think of snatching the phone? Compared to killing all the pirates single-handedly, seizing the ship and sailing into the vast sea by himself, snatching a cell phone and immediately contacting home was the right way. Why didn't he think of such a simple and useful method? He silently added another line to his impression of Gun Yinji. Not only was she lucky, but she was also smart. Gun Yinji hid in the bushes beside the stream and watched as Qin Jining took out a shiny pistol and held it in his hand. He climbed up a coconut tree by the roadside like a monkey. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips twitched. This guy really has a gun. He actually didn't fight back and let her hit him with the stick for a long time. Was he really someone she knew when she was young? This kind of familial care and patience didn't seem to be fake. Gun Yinji's thoughts ran wild as she lay motionless on the ground. She held her breath and watched as the black pirates slowly approached the burning holiday cottage with carbines in their hands. They spoke in a local dialect, and their croaking was so loud that she could almost hear the croaking of frogs. Gun Yinji didn't understand, but she saw one of the pirates take out a phone from his trouser pocket. He spun it twice in a particularly flashy manner, then brought it to his ear and made a call. Facing the Caribbean morning sun, the black man deliberately revealed the pattern on the back of his phone. On the back of the silver phone was an apple that had been bitten off. What a familiar image. What a familiar pose. It was said that the petty bourgeoisie of the Upper East Side of New York who liked to use iPhones to show off would all look like this when they were making calls outside. She didn't expect this dark Caribbean pirate to also know how to use an iPhone to show off. As an internet child, Gunyinji almost teared up when she saw the iPhone as if she had seen a family member. She couldn't help gesturing to Qin Jining. What were they waiting for? Grab it. Qin Jining hid in the tree and looked at the pirates on the ground. There were 3 of them in total, and they were quite organized. They walked over warily in a triangular formation. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take down these 3 people. All he had to do was grab the phone and lure the rest of the people on the ship to the snake forest. Qin Jining had snake medicine on him that was specially used to repel snakes. This was equipment that Special Forces soldiers had to bring with them when they went on missions, and it was kept in his car all year round. Although he hadn't expected to be thrown into this godforsaken place, this good habit of bringing equipment on missions still saved his life. Qin Jining curled his lips and made an okay gesture to Gunyinji. He held the gun in one hand and put on a special pair of sunglasses with the other. He immediately looked cool and handsome. It was a pair of smart sunglasses. It was connected to his pistol and had a far-infrared aiming function. The range that he could see from the cross-shaped field of view of the sunglasses was the range that the pistol was aiming at. He narrowed his eyes, and the hearts of the 3 pirates alternated in the cross-shaped field of view of his glasses. As soon as the pirate who was on the phone with the iPhone hung up, Qin Jining immediately pulled the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. The pistol with a silencer fired 3 times in a row. The 3 pirates fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Gunyinji quickly rushed out of her hiding place and picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground to take a look. It was the latest model. Moreover, Qin Jining had timed the shot too well. The pirate had just hung up the phone, but before he could turn it off, he had already fired a shot. When Gunyinji picked up the phone, the screen hadn't been locked yet. She quickly clicked on the dial and quickly dialed Hua Xiaohing's number. However, as soon as she dialed the number, she was informed by a text message from the phone operator that the pirate's phone didn't have international roaming enabled. Gunyinji was so angry that she kicked the pirate a few times. Why are you using your phone if you don't have international roaming enabled? What a waste of a gift. She couldn't go online either, because the pirate's data plan had already been used up. She held a fully charged phone, but it was useless except for making local calls. Gunyinji felt like she was going to be depressed. When Qin Jining jumped down from the tree and ran over, Gunyinji grabbed her phone and was about to cry. The corners of Qin Jining's mouth twitched as he searched the other 2 pirates. The other 2 pirates both had phones on them. One was an Apple, the other was an Android. The Apple wasn't the latest model, so there was no need to look at the face to identify it. Qin Jining quickly took the dead pirate's hand and pressed the unlock button on the Apple with his thumb. The Apple phone immediately unlocked. Gunyinji stood by the side and watched him unlock it. She sneered. What's the use of unlocking it? Their phones can't make international calls at all. Even the data plan is the cheapest. God's plans were always in vain. Qin Jining glanced at her with a smile. He entered a few passwords on his phone and calmly connected to the satellite system. Soon, he contacted his home. Yes, we're in the Caribbean, on Snake Island. I'll send you the location. The people on the other end seemed to be very surprised and pleasantly surprised. They called out cheerfully and asked him how he was doing and if he had picked up anyone. Qin Jining smiled and said, Yes, he's a troublemaker. Talk to you later. He hung up the phone and said to Gunyinji, All right, wait. A helicopter will pick us up within an hour. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. How did you call? Why can't I call? Qin Jining gave her a half-smile. Your phone doesn't work. My phone does. Really? Can I have a look at your phone? Gunyinji was very interested in Qin Jining's phone. Could it be that these 2 pirates weren't using the same phone plan? That one could make international calls, but hers couldn't? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and put her hands behind her back. She rubbed against Qin Jining and said sweetly, "Brother Little Ning, can I borrow your phone for a while?" Qin Jining was shocked and looked at Gun Yinji in surprise. "You remember everything?" "Remember what?" Gun Yinji was confused. "I'm just borrowing your phone for a while. You call me Brother Little Ning. That's what you've called me since we were kids." Qin Jining held Gun Yinji's hand excitedly. Gun Yinji, it was a pure coincidence. She had grown up with Huo Xiaoheng in a military camp. She had called everyone Brother Little X and Brother Big X. They had all become her catchphrases. How could Qin Jining reminisce about the past? That was what she called Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe. However, seeing how excited Qin Jining was and how affectionate he was towards her, Gun Yinji also wanted to get some information about her childhood from him. So she said ambiguously, "Really? I was just hot-headed just now. I seem to have remembered something, but it was vague and not very clear. So in a hurry, I called you Brother Little Ning." Qin Jining patted Gun Yinji on the shoulder. All right. As long as your memory recovers, we won't have to make things so difficult for you. Yinji, come home with me." Gun Yinji blinked and continued to work hard. "Brother Little Ning, can you lend me your phone for a while?" Qin Jining was now completely obedient to her. He smiled and placed the phone in her hand. "Go ahead." Gun Yinji grabbed it and quickly opened the dial to dial Huo Xiaoheng's number. However, just like the phone she had just used, this phone still couldn't roam internationally. She used the internet for a while, but she couldn't go online. Then Qin Jining must have used another software system to make the call just now. Gun Yinji changed her mind and affectionately held Qin Jining's arm as they walked towards the grove. She asked, "Brother Little Ning, how did you make the call? Can you teach me?" Although Qin Jining was much nicer to her, he wouldn't fall for her trick. "Teach you? Teach what?" Qin Jining pretended to be dumb. "What call do you want to make? Tell me, and I'll call for you." Of course, Gun Yinji wouldn't tell him Huo Xiaoheng's number. However, she could tell him Chi-Chi's number. She immediately gave him Ma Chi-Chi's number and said, "This is my best friend. Help me call her and tell her not to worry. Just say that I was bored and came to the Caribbean for vacation." Qin Jining narrowed his eyes at her and smiled. He nodded and said, "In your eyes, am I a complete idiot? There's no way I'll send you a message." Gun Yinji begged for a long time, but Qin Jining completely ignored her. Later, he found her annoying and hit her on the back of the neck with a knife, knocking her out. When Gun Yinji woke up again, she was already sitting in an extended luxury RV. She slowly woke up in the back seat and looked around blankly. Qin Jining was still wearing the same black uniform. He was sitting next to her and chatting on his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up from time to time, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. Gun Yinji felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly sat up and shrank to the window. She asked warily, "Where is this?" "Qin Jining, where are you taking me?" Qin Jining saw that she was awake and quickly typed 2 words to end the conversation. "Love you." Then he put away his phone and glanced sideways at Gun Yinji. "You're awake. You're not talking nonsense." "I'm not awake. I'm talking in my sleep." Gun Yinji frowned and felt very uneasy. "What is this place? Where are you taking me?" There were thick black curtains on the car window, and she couldn't see the world outside. There was a row of fenders in front of her, and she couldn't see who was in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Qin Jining put his hands on his head and leaned against the car's seat. He crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Thanks to you burning the kitchen, we welcomed the pirates and found the phone. Then, the family sent a helicopter to pick us up from the island. We're already in the Huaxia Empire." "That fast?" Gun Yinji's eyes widened. "Even if we flew here from the United States, it would still take us 12 hours. Have I already slept for 12 hours? She quickly looked at her watch. It turned out that she hadn't slept for 12 hours this time. She had slept for 20 hours. But when she heard that they had returned to the Huaxia Empire, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she was in the country, she wasn't afraid of these demons. Qin Jining looked at her watch and praised, "This watch isn't bad. It's very chic." Gun Yinji raised her chin. This is a custom-made couple's watch for me by my fiancé. Of course it looks good. Cousin bought it for you. When Qin Jining heard Gunyinji say fiancé, he reflexively assumed it was he Jichu. Gunyinji was puzzled. I said he's my fiancé. Didn't you hear me? I know. Isn't your fiancé my cousin? Qin Jining was also baffled. He wondered why this girl was so smart one moment and dumb the next. Gunyinji's heart trembled. Major General Hua is your cousin. How come she had never known that Hua Xiaoheng had a cousin with the surname Qin? Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng had ordered her kidnapping? No, it was too cruel. Gunyinji was roaring in her heart. Fortunately, Qin Jining added, my cousin is He Jichu. What are you thinking? Professor He. Gunyinji was even more dumbfounded. How could it be Professor He? He told you to kidnap me. Could it be that Professor He had ordered her kidnapping? Looking at Gunyinji's thunderstruck expression, Qin Jining chuckled and said, of course not. My cousin doesn't know anything yet. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Surprise my ass. Surprise your grandpa. Gunyinji was on the verge of going berserk. However, before she could go berserk, the car stopped. Someone walked over to open the car door and said respectfully, Second young Master Qin, we're here. Okay. Qin Jining stopped, smiling mischievously. He straightened his clothes and pulled Gunyinji out of the car. Gunyinji stumbled out of the car and looked around. She wasn't familiar with the city, but there were many tall buildings and the city was clean and tidy. There were all kinds of luxury cars running on the road, and the pedestrians were all dressed in expensive clothes. It was obvious that it was a bustling metropolis. It seemed to be evening, and the sun had already set. Tall kapok trees were planted on both sides of the wide and flat streets. There was a restaurant opposite them with the name Qin Ji written on it. It was a very high-end European-style building with a large green lawn in front of it. It showed off its status and luxury in the downtown area where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. A few maids stood at the door of the carved iron gate. They were dressed in white clothes and black pants that had only been seen in old movies. They bowed to them in unison. These people spoke in a dialect. As soon as they spoke, Gunyinji understood. This was Z City, Brother Xiong's hometown, and the largest city in the south of the Huaxia Empire. Her mood instantly calmed down. As long as she knew where she was, she could find a way back. This is today's chapter of 4,500 words. Chapter 1468. I'm home. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1480. Qin Jining held Gunyinji's hand and followed a man who looked like a butler into the European-style building. Just as Gunyinji had guessed, this was indeed a restaurant, but it was a very high-end clubhouse restaurant. Gunyinji saw a dark purple wooden sign at the door. The entry rules were engraved in white Wei-based script. Her eyes almost popped out her head. The annual membership fee is 200,000 US dollars. Why don't they just rob someone? Gunyinji muttered to herself. Not only that, but they also needed at least 2 referrals from more than 2 members, and their annual charitable donations had to be more than 1 million before they could qualify as a preliminary member. This attitude was even more impressive than the deer-turned-back restaurant in the western hills of the imperial capital. Ordinary people couldn't get in even if they had money. Gunyinji glanced at Qin Jining. Was it just a coincidence that his surname was Qin and this restaurant was called Qin Ji? The butler-like man looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing an old-fashioned tang suit, and his every movement was very stylish. He led them to a door with the words Happy Family written on it. He pushed the door open and bowed to Qin Jining. Thank you for your hard work, second young Master Qin. Please rest here for a while. I'll ask the kitchen to serve the dishes immediately. Gunyinji stood at the door and asked with a smile, May I ask where your bathroom is? Qin Jining knew that Gunyinji hadn't resolved her personal problem for more than 20 hours, so he didn't turn around. He raised his hand casually and said in an imposing manner, Take Miss Gu to the bathroom. A young woman in a white shirt and black pants walked over from the shadows by the door and smiled at Gunyinji. Miss Gu, this way please. She had honey-colored skin, an oval face, and almond-shaped eyes. When she smiled, two faint dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, very similar to Gunyinji's dimples. Gunyinji had a good impression of her. The two of them entered the ladies' restroom. Gunyinji quickly glanced at it. The bathroom was like the living room of an ordinary family. A large screen divided the room into two parts. In the outer room, there was a sofa in the corner. In front of the sofa, there were newspapers, magazines, and an iPad on a coffee table. A large-screen TV hung on the wall. The inner room was the place to solve personal problems. Gunyinji looked away and raised her hand to smooth her hair with a smile. "Is there a charger here? My phone is out of battery." The maid hurriedly said, "Yes." Then he pointed at a disc-shaped object on a mahogany table in the corner and said, "You can charge it here." Gunyinji remembered that she didn't bring her phone charger, so she asked casually, "Do you have a charger?" "I forgot to bring it." "Oh, we don't need chargers here." The waitress's smile was a little perfunctory. "We can use electromagnetic induction to charge here." Gunyinji, electromagnetic induction charging. Wasn't that wireless charging? Gunyinji knew that the latest iPhone could be charged wirelessly, but it required a charger to do so. Did he think she was a fool? Seeing Gunyinji's blank expression, the waitress seemed to understand something. The corners of her mouth twitched. "It's very simple. I'll help Miss Gu fill it up." Gunyinji instinctively held onto her phone and didn't let go. She muttered, "I'll do it myself." How could she hand over her phone to a stranger? In modern society, the things that women couldn't lend out had evolved from husbands, toothbrushes, and cars to cell phones. The waitress didn't insist. She reached out and pressed a button on the wall. The disc-shaped object on the table in the corner immediately emitted a faint blue light. The waitress gestured, "Please wave your phone here." Gunyinji tried to send the phone into the range of the blue light. There was a ding, and in less than 5 seconds, her phone was fully charged. Gunyinji was instantly happy. "This thing is really amazing. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too." The waitress smiled and stood with her hands folded. Her tone was already disdainful. "It's everywhere. You can buy it online or go to a convenience store." "It's that convenient? Why haven't I seen it before?" Gunyinji was even more curious. Could it be a specialty from Z City? But it was impossible for only one city to know about such a useful thing, right? It was the age of the internet. Where could secrets be hidden? Who had such a good charger? It would be a hot search on Weibo in minutes. It would become a trending item on Taobao within a day, and it would definitely be available all over China within a month. The waitress still said nonchalantly, "It's everywhere anyway, Gunyinji." There was no way to chat anymore. There was a hint of contempt in the waitress's politeness, just like how civilized people who were polite on the surface would look at their poor relatives in the countryside. It was a very bad feeling. Gunyinji's smile faded. "You can go out. I want to be alone for a while." Then she looked at the waitress quietly. The waitress understood and bowed with a smile. "Miss Gu, please enjoy your meal. I'll wait for you at the door. If you need anything, please press this bell." She pointed to a small angel sculpture on a coffee table. It turned out to be an electric bell. Gunyinji nodded expressionlessly. "Okay, I'll call you if I need anything." The waitress smiled at Gunyinji, bowed again, and pushed the door open to leave. She was the only one left in the bathroom. She knew that there wouldn't be any surveillance cameras in such a place, so she immediately walked into the isolated room with her phone in hand. She planned to call Hua Xiaoheng, but when she looked at her phone, she realized that her phone had no signal at all. She couldn't call. How was that possible? It was clearly fully charged. She didn't owe money, right? Could have been shut down? Gunyinji couldn't figure it out. She fiddled with her phone in the isolated room for a long time, but in the end, there was nothing she could do. She came out and rang the bell. The waitress in the white shirt and black pants quickly pushed the door open and came in. "Miss Gu, what can I do for you? What's the Wi-Fi password here?" Gunyinji's fingers tapped lightly on the phone screen and asked calmly. She originally didn't want to connect to the Wi-Fi here because there were too many loopholes. Normally, hackers could use such loopholes to hack into the phone. But now she couldn't care less. She had to send a message to Hua Xiaoheng immediately. She didn't know how worried he was now. Gunyinji was burning with anxiety. The waitress quickly gave a string of passwords. Gunyinji connected to the Wi-Fi and waved the waitress out. She sat alone on the sofa and opened her QQ account. She planned to contact Machichi first. But as soon as she logged in, QQ said the password is wrong. After going back and forth for a long time, QQ finally said that she was trying to hack the account and warned her to stop her illegal actions. Gunyinji was dumbfounded. Then she logged into her Weibo account, WeChat account, as well as the foreign Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All of them were wrong passwords, and there were even accounts that said, "This number can't be found." Gunyinji's entire body was trembling. She remembered that when she was in Germany, there had been a similar situation. She couldn't log on to the external network, so she could only wreak havoc on the German Federal Intelligence Agency's intranet. But this time, it wasn't like she couldn't log on to the external network, because QQ could register a new account and use a guest to browse Weibo. She just couldn't use her own account. What the hell was going on? Even if there were hackers, could they hack all of her social media accounts? Even she herself didn't have that kind of ability. Okay. Gunyinji didn't give up and continued to look for Machichi's QQ number. She had a good memory and remembered that Machichi had spent a lot of money to buy a 6-digit QQ number. But after some searching, the other party clearly rejected her friend invitation and even called her crazy. Gunyinji immediately understood that the person on the other end of the number was definitely not Machichi. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have not added Ninji Shinji as a friend after seeing her friend request. Not only did she not add her, but she also called her crazy. Should she investigate Hua Xiaoheng again? Rubbing her phone with her fingers, she suddenly didn't dare to search here. Using someone else's Wi-Fi, no matter what she searched for, the other party would be able to see it. She couldn't cause trouble for Hua Xiaoheng. Besides, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for them to hack all of Machichi's accounts. There must be something else going on. Gunyinji put away her phone and suppressed the uneasiness and panic in her heart. She walked out of the bathroom with a solemn expression. "Miss Gu, I'll take you there," the waitress said respectfully to her, still waiting at the door. Gunyinji didn't say a word and followed the waitress into the happy family private room. Qin Jining had one hand on the chair and a cigarette between his fingers. He rested his other hand on his knee and crossed his legs. He looked at her with a smile and said, "Why were you gone for so long? Where did you go?" Gunyinji smiled and sat down. "It's so beautiful here. I was curious, so I sat in the bathroom for a while." Qin Jining knew that she had charged her phone, but he didn't expose her. He shook the ashes in the ashtray and said, "Hungry? Let's eat." He waved to the outside. "Serve the food." Gunyinji hadn't eaten anything for more than 20 hours, but she wasn't hungry at all. Her nervousness made her body burn a lot of calories. Her heart was beating so fast that it was almost in her throat. "Brother Little Ning, are you familiar with the people here?" Gunyinji decided to take a roundabout way to save the country. She had to know herself and the enemy first before finding a countermeasure. She couldn't be rash. Qin Jining nodded. "Not bad. I'm quite familiar with them." When he said this, his expression froze for a moment. Gunyinji keenly sensed it and thought to herself that there was a chance. "What do you mean by quite familiar with them?" Gunyinji tilted her head. "I saw their membership rules at the door. The membership fee alone is $200,000 a year, and there's a requirement of more than $1 million a year for charity donations. People who can get in must be rich or powerful, right? And the rich here wasn't just any rich person. The so-called $1 million a year couldn't even touch the threshold here." Gunyinji paused for a moment and asked, "You're a soldier, right? You're also so rich?" Could it be that he had a grandmother with a money buff like Major General Hua? Gunyinji thought of Major General Hua, and the expression on her face softened involuntarily. She looked at Qin Jining with a much gentler gaze. Qin Jining looked away uncomfortably and scoffed. "You're quite observant. All you can see is money. You're obsessed with money. Isn't that so?" Gunyinji ignored Qin Jining's teasing and tapped the table with her slender fingers. "Would they let you in if you didn't have money?" I just don't have money, Qin Jining said straightforwardly. So what? Didn't they still let me in obediently? Gun Yinji rested her chin on one hand and propped it on the dining table. She smiled and said, All right, even if you're powerful, they'll let you in even if you don't have money. But they're still so respectful to you and call you second young Master Qin. Coincidentally, your surname is Qin. Could it be that you're the little Kai here? Qin Jining spat out a mouthful of tea. He almost fell over laughing. Qin, geez, little Kai, you're so imaginative. Isn't that so? Gun Yinji didn't believe such a coincidence. Qin Jining shook his head. Although this place is called Qinji, and my surname is Qin, this place has nothing to do with me. Gun Yinji, she still didn't believe it. She sniffled and felt wronged. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, but doesn't your conscience hurt to tell such a lie that humiliates my intelligence? Qin Jining put down his leg and moved closer to Gun Yinji. He handed her a wet tissue and coaxed her in a low voice. Don't cry. I'm really not lying to you. This place has nothing to do with our family. Our family can't get close to you. Qin Jining didn't even seem to be lying to her when he said, can't get close to you. Gun Yinji wiped the tears from her face and became even more curious. But you can't deny that they're very respectful to you. Why? Do you know their boss? Qin Jining, this little guy was too sharp, wasn't he? Qin Jining nodded with a smile. More or less. I do know their boss, but more importantly, even their boss doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of our family. Oh, so your family is very powerful. Gun Yinji deduced logically. Since you don't have any money and they're all like grandsons in front of you, then you must be using your power to oppress them. Qin Jining tilted his head and glanced at her. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes curled up deeply. He actually looked like he Ji-Chu's peach blossom eyes. Gun Yinji turned her head and looked at the huge curved TV hanging on the wall. She took the remote control and turned on the TV. Qin Jining leaned back in his chair and shrugged. If you say so. Anyway, this place has nothing to do with our family anymore. A trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Gun Yinji happened to turn around and saw it. She asked thoughtfully, You mean we used to have a relationship? That it didn't matter? Qin Jining, this Gun Yinji was really so intelligent. When she was young, she was already frighteningly smart. Now that she had been outside for a few years, she had become even more shrewd. She could easily guess the meaning behind a single sentence from a person's face. The waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, and the waves ahead died on the beach. She had to be convinced. She had to be convinced. Qin Jining sighed and pressed the bell. The door to the private room was pushed open, and the waitresses in white clothes and black pants filed in. They placed the hot dishes on the dining table one by one. The TV on the wall had just been turned on, and it was time for the evening news. The news anchor sat in the anchor room and reported the news. Comrade Pushin, the leader of the Soviet Union and Secretary General of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, will begin an 8-day state visit to our country today. General He Changjian, Speaker Long Zhixue, and Prime Minister Xia Beichun will personally welcome him at the airport. Gun Yinji looked up abruptly and stared at the TV in a daze. Her cute lips could hardly be closed. What did she hear? What did she see? Wasn't the short but 8-meter-tall Pushin on TV the Russian president who had said he was going to officiate her wedding? How did he become the leader of the Soviet Union and the Secretary General of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union? Wasn't the hairy man standing behind him the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, and the tall man with a bright smile diagonally behind Vladimir? It was the chauffeur, Ivan. Wait, the Soviet Union? This is today's big chapter, Chapter 1469, New Friends, Old Friends. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. P.S. Haha, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I like the little angels who guess correctly. Chapter 1481. Gun Yinji was dumbfounded. The Soviet Union? Hadn't this country disintegrated decades ago? She still remembered that it was the famous Soviet Eastern upheaval in history. Almost overnight, a huge country collapsed in the dust of history. Although Russia inherited most of the Soviet Union's legacy, it was only a legacy. The giant Soviet Union collapsed, and the republics became independent countries one after another. The Iron Curtain was gone, and the United States was dominant. This directly led to a major change in the power structure on Blue Planet. Xiaoheng's department also organized the viewing of the documentary produced by the national television station every year, The Soviet Union's Upheaval. Gun Yinji had watched it 6 times. On average, she watched it once a year. But why was the Soviet Union on the news here? Could it be that the announcer had made a mistake? Gun Yinji was very uneasy. Pushin hadn't changed at all. He was exactly the same as when she had seen him in Moscow in the first half of this year. Vladimir and the driver were even more so. They could be described by the idiom, their voice and appearance are still there. Their voice and appearance are still there was used to describe dead people. They were alive. Gun Yinji frowned as she stared at the television. She wished she could use software to analyze every scene frame by frame to see what was going on. On the high-definition television screen, 3 Huaxia Empire men were shaking hands with Pushin. The man in the military uniform at the front was tall and stalwart. His hair was white at his temples. He smiled at the camera sideways. His familiar pair of peach blossom eyes almost made Gun Yinji cry out involuntarily. Brother Little Ning, this... General He Changjian, who is he? Gun Yinji's voice trembled slightly. Qin Jining smiled smugly and poured himself a glass of wine. This is what I told you about my reliance. The people here have no choice but to give me face. Gun Yinji looked at him with a pale face. Her big eyes looked empty and weak, and she looked tired. Qin Jining's heart softened, and he said softly, He's my uncle, my cousin He Jichu's father. Gun Yinji had already guessed some things. Now that she had confirmed it, it was just like the other shoe had landed on her head. He's the general? Yes, the highest officer of our Supreme Military Council. Qin Jining sat up straight and looked at the handsome man on TV with admiration. Gun Yinji gently bit her lip and lowered her voice even further. He's the highest-ranking officer in the military? What about General Ji? General Ji? Qin Jining frowned. What General Ji? There are only 10 people with the rank of general in the military, and none of them have the surname Ji? Gun Yinji closed her eyes and pinched her thigh hard. The sharp pain jolted her whole body and cleared her head. When he opened his eyes again, the same people were still on the television, especially Speaker Long, who was exactly the Speaker Long she knew. But General Ji was gone, replaced by General He. The Prime Minister wasn't by Jiansheng, but Xie Beichen. Xie Beichen? The name sounded familiar. Gun Yinji searched her mind carefully and finally remembered that Major General Hua's granduncle's son was named Xie Beichen. He must be Hua Xiao's uncle. But wasn't he always doing business abroad? How did he become the Prime Minister of China? By the way, since Xie Beichen was the Prime Minister, what about Major General Hua? Gun Yinji asked anxiously. What about General Hua? Do you know General Hua? The director of the military's political department? The director of the military's political department, Hua Guanchen, was a general and Hua Xiaoheng's father. She didn't dare to ask about Hua Xiaoheng directly, so she asked in a roundabout way. No. Qin Jining still shook his head. There's no one with the surname Hua among the 10 generals. When Gun Yinji asked about General Hua, Qin Jining suddenly understood what she meant. He looked at Gun Yinji with a half-smile and poured her juice. He changed the topic casually and said, Don't think about it. Maybe you have a bad memory and remembered wrongly. By the way, didn't you lose your memory? They had strict discipline. This mission was top secret, and they couldn't tell anyone about it, including Gun Yinji. So he couldn't tell Gun Yinji too much. Gun Yinji's heart sank as she looked at Qin Jining's smiling face. She was clearly sitting on a chair, but now she felt like she had suddenly lost her footing and was falling from a high altitude. She lowered her head silently and stroked the couple's watch that Major General Hua had given her on her wrist. Her heart was in turmoil. The time on her watch was exactly the same as the time on the TV. It was both X month, X day, X hour, 2XX year, X month, 2XX. However, everything seemed specious but was actually wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that everything in front of her was real, she would have thought that she was dreaming or that she had gone crazy and was hallucinating. How could she have a bad memory? Even if she had lost her memory and forgotten what had happened before she was 12 years old, she still remembered clearly what had happened from the age of 12 to the age of 19. Qin Jining's words were more like lying to a 3-year-old child. Do you think I'll believe you? Gun Yinji's big eyes narrowed, and her expression was as calm as water. Do you think I'm an idiot? Qin Jining was silent for a moment, then said, Of course you're not an idiot, but there are some things that are indeed wrong with your memory. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept towards the corner of the private room. Gun Yinji opened her mouth and suddenly understood what Qin Jining meant. There were probably surveillance cameras in this private room, so there are some things that he couldn't say, nor did he dare to say. But Gun Yinji wouldn't let it go so easily. She glared at Qin Jining hatefully, opened the browser on her phone, and started searching the internet. She had just searched for Soviet Union when countless related links popped up. She chose a WikiLeaks link and clicked on it. Gun Yinji didn't feel good. The WikiLeaks that she had seen showed that the Eastern Soviet Union had indeed experienced a storm decades ago, but it hadn't changed drastically. Instead, it had survived the most difficult period of time. The Soviet Union hadn't disintegrated. It had always been the Soviet Union. At the last moment of the turmoil that year, the KGB of the Soviet Union launched a coup d'état and overthrew the leading party government that ignored public opinion and attempted to dissolve the Soviet Union. People who supported the unification of the Soviet Union came to power. That was why the Soviet Union was able to survive and develop until now. The current supreme leader of the Soviet Union, Putin, was from the KGB. Gun Yinji's face turned paler and paler. Her fingers rubbed her phone as she clicked on one relevant link after another. The people here and the news here were clearly similar to what she knew, but there were always some key differences. She searched the top 10 generals, but there was no General Ji or General Hua among them. She searched the Senate again. Speaker Long Zhishue's resume was exactly the same as what she knew. He was the Speaker Long she had met in the Senate. She didn't know much about Xie Beichun, so she couldn't tell if he was the Xie Beichun she knew. What the hell is going on? Gun Yinji finally spoke. Her voice was especially frightening. She looked up at Qin Jining, her eyes red. Qin Jining knew that she was about to cry again. He looked at her sympathetically and couldn't help patting her shoulder. Okay, you really don't have to think about it. Actually, none of that matters. What matters is that this is your home. Yinji, welcome home. Gun Yinji had a splitting headache. She looked at the table full of delicacies and had no appetite at all. The impact was too great, and her entire body was in chaos. Immediately after, the news from the United States was broadcast on the television. It turned out that the president, who liked to tweet, had tweeted about Putin's visit to China again. Gun Yinji looked at the image of New York on the television and was speechless. The tall twin towers of the Twin Towers, the towers stood perfectly fine on the screen, becoming a unique landscape in New York. There were actually twin towers here. Gun Yinji's face was ashen. Weren't these two towers destroyed by a plane more than a decade ago? Of course not. Qin Jining raised his eyebrows high. Yinji, you really remembered wrong. It's very dangerous for you to continue like this. Let me tell you, you'll be dragged to a psychiatrist for a test. Hearing Qin Jining's hint, Gun Yinji couldn't hold on any longer. Her body went limp. She leaned under the table and fainted. Yinji. Qin Jining was terrified. He quickly picked her up and called the imperial capital. Connect me to General He. 10 minutes later, Qin Jining carried the unconscious Gun Yinji onto the private plane and quickly flew to the imperial capital. At the imperial capital's special airport, He Changjian personally led his people to welcome them. As soon as the plane landed, the He family's medical staff boarded the plane to examine Gun Yinji's body. She hadn't eaten for nearly 24 hours, and her body was extremely weak. The experienced family doctors quickly put Gu Nianji on a drip, then placed her on a stretcher and carried her off the plane. General, mission accomplished. Colonel Qin Jining has completed his report. Qin Jining saluted Changjian and said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work." Changjian patted him hard on the shoulder. "I knew it wouldn't be a problem to send you." He didn't expect that such a simple matter would go wrong in the middle of it. Fortunately, Qin Jining had personally gone to pick her up. Otherwise, even if Gu Nianji had returned, who knew where she would have gone? Changjian shuddered at the thought of the consequences, but the expression on his face didn't change. He walked to the side of the stretcher and looked at Gu Nianji, who was lying on it. They hadn't seen each other for 7 years. In his memory, she was still that chubby little girl who had been carefully taken care of and raised by his cold son, Ji. Although he had seen the photos later and knew that she had grown into a beautiful and lively girl, he had never seen her in person, so there was always a gap. Today, when he saw her in person, he realized that those photos were still a little worse than her. She still had this kind of charm when she was unconscious. When she woke up, she would be so cute. Changjian couldn't help smiling. He reached out to tuck her in with a blanket and said gently, "Is she okay? You said she suddenly fainted?" The doctor said she was just extremely weak. Qin Jining smiled embarrassedly. She suffered a big mental shock, so she couldn't accept it for a while. She hasn't eaten for more than 20 hours. No wonder. Changjian nodded. It's good that she's fine. Qin Jining watched as the doctors carried the stretcher into the ambulance. Gu Nianji was lying alone on the stretcher. He was a little worried. "General I'd better go with her to take a look." Changjian didn't stop him. He said calmly, "This is still your mission. You can't let your guard down until she gets home safely." "Yes, Chief." Qin Jining raised his hand and saluted. He hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "General her health isn't very good." "Don't perform that surgery on her, right?" According to their rules, anyone who participated in this top-secret operation would undergo a special surgery after the mission ended to remove all memories of the mission. Qin Jining was a Special Forces soldier, and the other 4 people who were carrying out the mission were the He family's private guards. It didn't matter if they accepted the surgery. It wouldn't affect their future work and life anyway. But Gu Nianji was different. If 7 years of her memories were removed, and she didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, the 19 years of her life would be a blank after the surgery. She would also go from a smart woman who was almost demonic to an idiot who didn't know anything. Was this really the outcome they wanted? Changjian was silent for a moment before saying, "What to do exactly depends on what Dean Qin says. I believe in Dean Qin's professionalism." The Dean Qin Changjian was talking about was his stepwife, Qin Yaowang, who was also the director of the largest private hospital in the Huaxiao Empire. At home, he called her Auntie Qin. In terms of brain surgery, which was the field of neurosurgery, Qin Yaowang was the absolute authority. Over the years, Qin Yaowang had personally performed the memory-stripping surgery on the soldiers who were carrying out special missions. Although Qin Jining couldn't bear to do it, he didn't say anything else. He turned around and followed her into the ambulance. Changjian stood by the runway of the airport. He didn't get into the ambulance until the ambulance drove away. Several motorcycles opened the way in front, followed by 2 military vehicles full of armed soldiers. They protected Changjian's bulletproof car in the middle as they drove towards the He family's mansion on the second ring road of the imperial capital. The He family's mansion was still brightly lit late at night. The servants were dressed in neat uniforms and lined up at the door, ready to welcome the distinguished guests home. When Shui stood by the window of a bedroom on the second floor and looked at the huge formation at the door, she sighed and said, "Auntie Qin, why do you think General He is doing this? I heard that Gu Nianji has already fainted and hasn't woken up yet." They went out vertically and entered the door horizontally. She can't even see such a big scene. The woman she called Auntie Qin was Changjian's stepwife, Qin Yaowang. She had just finished a day of surgery and was very tired. She sat on the sofa with her arms crossed over her chest and a helpless expression on her face. Brother, he is a sentimental person, so it's only right for him to do this. After all, Ninji is too important to Jichu. When Shui turned around and saw Auntie Qin sitting quietly in the warm yellow light beside the sofa in a primrose yellow qipao. Her posture was dignified and elegant, like an ancient lady who had walked out of a painting. Her skin was snow white, her face was oval, her nose was straight, and her lips were rosy and bright. There were no wrinkles on her face. She didn't look like a woman over 40 at all. As they spoke, they suddenly heard the sound of a car breaking downstairs. When Shui turned her head and saw an ambulance drive in first, followed by 2 motorcycles. He Chungjin's bulletproof car came in next. The door of the ambulance in front opened first. Qin Jining jumped out and pushed a stretcher out. Qin Jining helped hold the infusion bottle, and there was a person lying on the stretcher. She couldn't see clearly from afar, but when Shui looked at the situation and felt that this was Gun Yinji's drama. Drama Queen. This is today's chapter, chapter 1470, going out vertically, entering horizontally. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. P.S. It's obvious, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm her biological mother, Yinji's biological mother. Chapter 1482. When Shui's lips curled into a faint smile of mockery. In the garden in front of the house downstairs, Qin Jining carefully held the infusion bottle and followed the stretcher around the fountain at the door to the mansion. When Shui bit her lip and took out her phone to call him, Qin Jining heard his phone ring, but he didn't answer because he was worried about Gun Yinji. He held the infusion bottle and followed her into the mansion. When Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that Qin Jining didn't even pick up the phone after calling for a long time. Was Gun Yinji trying to put her in her place? She slowly put away her phone and clasped her hands together. She leaned her head against the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the commotion downstairs. He Chungjin then got out of the car under the escort of the orderlies and entered his house. When Shui, who was watching from the second floor, said, "Auntie Qin, General, he is back." "Brother, he is back?" A smile appeared on Qin Yaowang's face. She was as beautiful as a rose under the moonlight. She stood up from the sofa. She quickly walked down the second floor with Wen Shui and saw He Changjian standing in the living room. He ordered the medical staff to send the stretcher to the room on the 3rd floor. "General He, you're back." Wen Shui held Auntie Qin's arm and walked to He Changjian with her. He Changjian saw the two of them and nodded. "Yao Wang, Shui, you're still awake?" He looked at his watch. It was already midnight. "General He, it's not like you don't know that Auntie Qin won't sleep until you're back." When Shui grimaced, Auntie Qin said softly, "We just performed 4 surgeries today. Your 4 guards have already undergone the memory-stripping surgery. They'll be fine after 2 weeks of rest." He Changjian smiled, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened. He said gently, "I'm relieved that you're in charge." He paused for a moment and looked at the family doctors who were carrying the stretcher up the stairs. "Yao Wang, Nianji is back." Auntie Qin's name was Yao Wang. Only He Changjian called her that. Everyone else here called her Auntie Qin for many years. Auntie Qin's gaze was only on He Changjian. She didn't care. "You've worked hard. Rest early. You too." He Changjian looked at her and thought about what Qin Jining had said. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He walked to the stairs around the corner. "Yao Wang, come to my study. I have something to discuss with you." His suite was on the 2nd floor, and so was Qin Yao Wang's suite. He Jichu and Gun Yinji's rooms were both on the 3rd floor. Although Qin Yao Wang and He Changjian didn't live together, their suites were closely connected. No one could enter He Changjian's study. In the past, other than his first wife, only He Jichu and Gun Yinji could come and go as they pleased. After Gu Yinji disappeared and He Jichu left, no one else was able to enter his study. This was the first time Qin Yaowang had stepped into He Changjian's study after her marriage. In her heart, There was a sense of joy and sorrow that the dust had settled. After so many years, she finally returned to Big Brother He's heart. She did not wait in vain. Qin Yaowang pushed open the door of He Chengjian's study and walked in slowly. He Chengjian's study was decorated in a neat and tidy manner. There was a row of mahogany furniture, and the east wall was filled with bookshelves. They stood on different floors and were densely packed with books. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows were half-drawn, and the moonlight shone like flowing water on a pot of night epiphyllum in front of the window. Qin Yaowang's gaze swept past the pot of night epiphyllum as if nothing had happened and looked at He Chengjian, who was sitting behind the desk. He Chengjian was old after all. He had been busy with official business all these years, and his health wasn't very good. He looked a little haggard. She said with concern, "Brother He, it's already very late. Let's talk about it tomorrow." He Chengjian sat in the dark and watched Qin Yaowang. From this angle, she really looked like his first wife, Qin Suan. It wasn't her face, but her figure. Of course, the two of them had completely different personalities. His first wife, Qin Suan, was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She had a stubborn personality. Once she set her sights on someone and something, she would never turn back. He was no exception. His stepwife, Qin Yaowang, was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. She was very principled and did things by the book. She didn't pretend to talk to anyone except him. He Chengjian was very clear about this. He didn't have any intention of treating anyone as a substitute. Moreover, he felt guilty towards Qin Yaowang. "Yes, you too. You don't have to wait for me in the future." He Chengjian stood up from behind the desk and walked up to Qin Yaowang. He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. His actions were natural and intimate. Although he was just stroking her hair, Qin Yaowang was so happy that she almost fainted. She wanted to press her face against He Chengjian's hand. He Chengjian quickly retracted his hand and put it in his trouser pocket. He said, "Yaowang, Nianji's situation is rather special. Do you think we can skip the surgery?" Qin Yaowang's tender and sweet feelings were almost shattered by He Chengjian's words. She had never expected that the first time He Chengjian had allowed her into his study in so many years and had even affectionately stroked her hair, it was because of Gun Nianji. Qin Yaowang clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her body instantly stiffened. "Brother He, this matter is of great importance. You can't take such a risk just because of Nianji's special identity." Qin Yaowang resumed her business-like tone. "It's not worth it." He Chengjian put his hands behind his back and paced around the study. He said, "I'm also in a difficult position. Ever since such a huge breakthrough in the development of science, it has always been the Empire's top secret. Only a few people know about it. Anyone who has been to the other side and doesn't have enough security clearance will have to undergo targeted memory removal surgery. This is the safest guarantee. Using physical means to remove the hippocampus related to this aspect of memory was the most foolproof way to keep a secret. Originally, only the dead could keep secrets, but in reality, apart from not being able to speak personally, the dead could also leak secrets. For example, a brilliant forensic doctor could deduce many things that happened before the dead died from all the traces revealed by the deceased. Therefore, one must not think that only the dead could keep secrets. And now, they had special technical means that they didn't need to die, and they could really keep secrets. That was, as long as they removed a memory related to them, it would be fine. Qin Yaowang chuckled and said, "Don't worry. This kind of targeted memory removal surgery was invented by my grandfather. Our Qin hospital has decades of clinical trial data to prove that it's very mature. It's just a small, foolproof surgery. It won't have any impact on her life." He Chengjian looked at her deeply and said, "But Nianji is different. I heard from Jichu that Nianji's memories before she was 12 years old were gone. Now that you're performing targeted memory removal surgery on her, wouldn't she lose her memories for the next 7 years as well? Then what else does she have? Is she still human?" Qin Yaowang didn't speak for a long time. Finally, she scoffed. "That person isn't completely crazy. He actually knew to remove her memories and send her over there." "You mean that Nianji's memories before she was 12 years old were also removed?" He Changjian was a little surprised. Why do you think so? That's for sure. Otherwise, how could she have forgotten everything? Qin Yaowang was very confident in the Qin family's ancestral surgical methods. Shui tested her over there. She really doesn't remember anything at all. That's good too. He Changjian sighed and shook his head. At least, nothing out of control has happened. His dealings with the other side were a top secret of the upper echelons of the empire. What happened to Gu Ninji 7 years ago was a complete accident. If it weren't for his son, he wouldn't have gone to the other side to bring Gu Ninji back with such a big commotion. Qin Yaowang knew He Changjian's intentions. She tried to persuade him. Didn't you want her to marry Jichu? Then remove her memories from the other side. When Jichu comes back, the two of them will cultivate their relationship again. Ninji will definitely be loyal to Jichu. When that time comes, you'll just have to wait for your grandson. These words obviously moved He Changjian. He put his hands behind his back and looked out the window. He said emotionally, if she can obediently be with Jichu over there, I won't force her to come back. After a pause, his tone turned sinister. But I won't allow her to betray Jichu and marry another man. Brother He, please calm down. Jichu is too good. He dotes on Ninji too much. When Qin Yaowang said this, the outline of her jaw was a little stiff. It showed that she was a very strong-minded person who would never waver. Yes, it's more than just doting. It's practically dead set on her. He Changjian roared angrily. How dare you lie to me? I always thought Ninji was with him over there. It wasn't until he saw the video from the other side and saw the grand engagement ceremony between Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng in Russia's Red Square that He Changjian realized that his son had long lost Gu Ninji. He wasn't with Gu Ninji, and he refused to come back. He was still waiting there eagerly, which made He Changjian very unhappy. How could his son be such a coward? If he can't bear to do it, then I can only do it for him. He Changjian put his hands behind his back, and the expression in his eyes was extremely cold. All right, when Ninji wakes up, prepare to operate on her. Okay, brother He, Qin Yaowang said gently and took a step forward. It's getting late, brother He. She reached out to hold He Changjian's arm. He Changjian stepped aside and said without turning his head, Go back and rest first. I still have business to take care of. Qin Yaowang's outstretched hand stopped in midair. She was embarrassed for a while before she slowly retracted her hand and clenched it tightly into a fist. She turned around and walked out of He Changjian's study, gently closing the door behind her. When Shui was waiting for her at the door, when she saw her come out, she quickly smiled and said, Auntie Qin, you've really waited until the clouds have parted to see the moon. Qin Yaowang smiled and patted Wen Shui's round face. You're such a sweet talker. All right, it's getting late. You should go back and rest too. I'll help you sleep before I go to bed. Wen Shui held Qin Yaowang's arm and went back to the room with her. She quickly helped her to sleep. Qin Yaowang took a sip of light saline and whispered, Brother He has agreed to operate on Ninji. Wen Shui pursed her lips and covered Qin Yaowang with a blanket. She said reluctantly, Do we have to do it? Doesn't that mean she won't remember anything? She'll have to follow Brother Achu all day like a follower again. She sat by Qin Yaowang's bed and lowered her eyes, but her mind was racing with thoughts. She didn't want Gu Ninji to have this kind of surgery, not at all. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1471, I won't allow her to marry another man. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. There are monthly votes and updates today. The second update is at 8 p.m., and the monthly votes are 7,000 plus updates. P.S. The difficult problem of the interpretation of quantum mechanics directly led to the theory of many worlds. Worlds in the author's words below, I've put a paragraph about the life of the scientist who came up with this theory, Everett. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Isn't it terrifying to think about it? Moi. Chapter 1483. Qin Yaowang smiled at her and said, Shui, I know what you're thinking, but a forced melon won't be sweet. Stop thinking about your brother Achu. He belongs to Gunyenji. He can only belong to Gunyenji. When Shuyi's eyes turned red and her heart turned cold, she had long known that no matter how hard she tried, it would be useless. Everyone here only had Gunyenji in their eyes. No matter what she did, she couldn't compare to her. No matter how much she did, she couldn't compare to her. When Shuyi couldn't help but sob, "Auntie Chin, go to bed early. I'll be leaving first." As she spoke, she quickly walked to the door. Qin Yawang lay on the bed and looked at when Shuyi's slightly staggering back. She said softly, "Silly child, no matter how good Ijichu is, he doesn't love you. How good is that to you? Leave him to Gunyenji." When Shuyi stopped at the door and didn't look back, she took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "Auntie Chin, I understand. Don't worry, I won't fight with Nyenji." As she spoke, she quickly walked out of Qin Yawang's room and slammed the door shut. She leaned against the wall beside the door, tears streaming down her face. Qin Jining settled the unconscious Gunyenji down from the third floor and happened to see when Shuyi standing at the door of Auntie Chin's suite on the second floor. Qin Jining's mood instantly improved. He walked over quickly and pried when Shuyi's hand away. He smiled and said, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw when Shuyi's face full of tears. "What's wrong? Who wronged you?" Qin Jining was shocked. "Who dared to bully you?" Auntie Chin, in general, he will definitely tear them apart. When Shuyi was feeling sad, but Qin Jining's words still made her smile. She raised her fist and punched Qin Jining's chest. "I told you to be talkative. I told you to be talkative." Qin Jining loosened his grip on her wrist and chuckled as he pulled her downstairs. The two of them walked downstairs to Wen Shuyi's suite. She said impulsively, "Little Qin, do you want to come in my room for a seat?" "Huh? Can you really do that?" Qin Jining was overjoyed. He had chased after Wen Shuyi for half a year, but Wen Shuyi had always been lukewarm to him. She neither accepted nor rejected him. She just kept him hanging, making him worried. Wen Shuyi regretted it as soon as she said it. She shook her head and said, "I was joking. All right, go back to sleep. The operation is tomorrow. You have to rest well." Although it was only a minor surgery, it was still a targeted removal of the hippocampus, which was responsible for memory, using a gamma knife. It would be a lie to say that it was not harmful at all. However, this kind of damage was indeed very limited. It wasn't much worse than cutting a finger with a fruit knife, and there were no side effects, so Qin Jining didn't care at all. He was very pleased with Wen Shuyi's concern. He held her hand and said a few more intimate words before letting go of her and watching her go in. When Gunyenji woke up at noon the next day, Qin Jining's surgery had already been completed and he was being pushed back to his ward. When Shuyi came to Gunyenji's room several times and finally waited until she woke up. Gunyenji had never expected that the first person she would see when she woke up would be Wen Shuyi. She suddenly felt unwell, but she was also energized. It had to be said that the power of hatred had been stronger than love since ancient times. Love would make a person more useless day by day, but hatred could make a person grow stronger day by day. As soon as she saw Wen Shuyi, Gunyenji felt full of fighting spirit. Her mind was exceptionally clear, and her body quickly adjusted to its best condition. She lay on the bed and looked at Wen Shuyi, who had thin eyebrows and a round face like a doll. She only said 2 words, "Get out." Wen Shuyi sat down on the sofa beside her bed in amusement and said, "Gunyenji, you still don't know how to appreciate favors. Do you know where this is? Can you stop acting like you know me? It's disgusting." "Same to you." Gunyenji didn't lose out at all. "It's so disgusting, yet you still came to my room. It's so disgusting. Open the door. It's so disgusting." Wen Shuyi's face alternated between red and white from Gunyenji's words. She said sullenly, "I don't understand what's the point of you always arguing." Gunyenji snorted and pouted. "I don't understand either. You know I hate you, yet you always appear in front of me and take the initiative to slap your face. What's the point of that?" Very few people could gain the upper hand when it came to arguing with Gunyenji. Wen Shuyi pursed her lips and maintained a good demeanor. "Fine, I won't lower myself to your level. I just came to inform you that since you're awake, go out and meet people. Don't just lie on the bed like that." Do you think you're still the pampered daughter over there? Gunyinji adjusted herself to a comfortable position on the bed and said with a smile, "You're wrong. No matter where I am, I'm always the pampered daughter. Are you jealous?" When Shui laughed and nodded, she followed Gunyinji's words and said half-truthfully, "Yes, I'm jealous of you. So what? You're in charge of everything. So how can you care about what other people think?" Gunyinji clicked her tongue. "Of course I don't care what you think, but I have to give you a piece of advice. Jealousy makes people ugly, not to mention that you're not beautiful to begin with. No matter how well-mannered when Shui was, she was so angry at Gunyinji that she almost vomited blood. Women cared the most about people talking about their looks, not to mention being called ugly by their love rival. That was a great humiliation. At that moment, when Shui almost didn't want to remind Gunyinji about the memory-stripping surgery. She was wavering between the two great temptations of making Hijichu fall in love with her and making Gunyinji an idiot. For a moment, she couldn't decide which was more tempting. Gunyinji saw that when Shui was about to lose her mind because of her anger, but she still had to pretend to be pleasant. Her smile became even sweeter. She had learned from online fights that the more the other party wanted to anger you, the more you had to ignore it. Only then would you be able to make the other party vomit blood. Fighting was the same as dating. Whoever cared more would lose. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Gunyinji was still lying on the bed. She pulled the blanket under her neck and covered herself up tightly. She closed her eyes and said nonchalantly, "Okay, you can kneel down. I want to sleep a little longer." When Shui was so angry with Gunyinji that she was about to explode. "Kneel down. Huh, you really think so highly of yourself." When Shui felt that the self-restraint that Annie Chin had taught her for more than 10 years was about to be broken. Of course, if you don't even think highly of yourself, how can you expect others to think highly of you? Gunyinji rolled over and said lazily, "You were born with the mentality of a slave, so you can't understand the joy of being a master. If you don't want to kneel down, then get lost." She was becoming more and more rude. When Shui gritted her teeth and glared at the back of Gunyinji's head, she calmed herself down for a while before saying, "I'm here to remind you that since you're awake, you'll have to undergo the memory-stripping surgery. When that time comes, I'll see how arrogant you are." Gunyinji frowned and turned over again. She opened her eyes and asked, "What memory-stripping surgery? You're afraid now?" When Shui finally found some sense of superiority in her knowledge, she bent down and looked at Gunyinji carefully. She said softly, "This is Auntie Chin's decision. Auntie Chin's decision has never been changed." There was a hint of schadenfreude in her tone, but it was also very cautious and even a hint of reverence. It was clear that she really admired this Auntie Chin to the point that she wanted to prostrate herself in front of her. Gunyinji was different. No matter where she was, other than Huashaoheng, no one else could make her lower her head. She looked at Wen Shui disdainfully. "Who does Auntie Chin think she is? She decides her own business. It's not up to a stranger to decide my business." "Huh? You actually said that about Auntie Chin?" Wen Shui seemed to be shocked. She patted her chest gently and looked at Gunyinji with a mixture of anger and amusement. There was also a hint of pity, as if she was pitiful for her. Gunyinji raised her beautiful eyebrows. "That's what I said about her. What's wrong? She can act on her own and perform some memory-stripping surgery on me. Can I look down on her?" "You have no choice but to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof, Gunyinji." When Shui shook her head and said with a smile, "You'd better think about how to deal with it. Otherwise, you'll be anesthetized and pushed to the operating room tomorrow. It'll be too late for you to be arrogant." Gunyinji frowned as she watched Wen Shui leave. She pondered whether her words were true or not. If it was true, why did she remind her? Gunyinji knew that Wen Shui appeared to be upright on the surface, but she secretly couldn't bear to see her live a good life. But if it was false, what was the point of scaring her? Gunyinji wasn't scared. She sat on the bed and pondered for a while. In the end, she decided to get out of bed and ask Qin Jining for clarification. This person definitely wouldn't hurt her. Gunyinji was very sure. After lifting the blanket, she realized that she was still wearing the casual clothes she had worn from the other side. Of course, they were wrinkled and dirty. She turned around to look under the snow-white blanket. Yes, there was still fine sand on the bed. It could be said to be very sloppy. Gunyinji blushed. She instinctively wanted to take a shower, but looking at the unfamiliar environment around her, she didn't dare to go to the bathroom. She had been bossy in front of Wenshui just now and pretended to be the master, but she didn't have any confidence at all. What exactly was this place? She didn't know at all. Standing in front of the mirror, Gunyinji adjusted her clothes and rubbed her messy hair. She simply let it all down and combed it with a comb to drape it over her back. Her hair was very long, black, soft, and thick. However, she hadn't washed it for a few days, so it wasn't as good as before. But she couldn't care less. She opened the door and poked her head out to take a look. In front of her was a very low-key and luxurious corridor. It had a thick Persian dahlia carpet, and there were LED lights in the shape of epiphyllum at regular intervals above her head. Gunyinji looked at her watch. It was around 12 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as she appeared at the door, the surveillance cameras in the corridor discovered her. A maid in a white shirt and black pants received the order and quickly came to her from the servants' room. She bowed respectfully to her and said, "Miss Gu, you're awake? General, he would like to invite you to his study. This is the second monthly ticket for today. 7,000 plus updates. Chapter 1472, You Kneel in Peace. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1484, General He. Gunyinji had just woken up and didn't react for a moment. She asked suspiciously, "Who's General He? I'll go just because he wants me to. Besides, who are you? Why should I go wherever you want me to go?" She was standing at the door and saying this, so it was recorded by the surveillance cameras. Not only did the He family security personnel see it clearly, but even He Changjian, who was in the study, saw it. His eyes were glued to her swagger. He Changjian's almond-shaped eyes curved slightly, and the deep lines at the corners of his eyes added to his charm. He laughed and shook his head. "This little girl, I didn't think she was so vigilant before." As he spoke, he stood up. "Go to the third floor." Gunyinji's room was on the third floor. The maid in front of Gunyinji looked at her, tongue-tied. "Miss Gu, I'm Huilan, the He family's housekeeper. What else do you want to ask?" Gunyinji crossed her arms and looked her up and down. She nodded. "Yes, do you have an ID?" "Maid Huilan, my ID is in my room." She didn't dare not answer. "But now Lord He wants to see you. Please come down with me first, and I'll show you my ID." "That won't do." Gunyinji rejected immediately. "I don't know you. What if you're a bad person and want to trick me out to kidnap me or kill me?" Maid Huilan was speechless. She smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Gu, I'm not a bad person. I don't know you. How do I know if you're a bad person?" Gunyinji raised her head and almost tapped her feet. Besides, bad people don't carve words on their foreheads. Maid Huilan had never seen such a vigilant little girl. She had no choice but to say, "Then I'll go get my ID." "Yes, hurry up and show me." Gunyinji reached out and tapped her shoulder. "Call Qin Jining to see me while you're at it." "You mean Mr. Qin?" Maid Huilan didn't know that Qin Jining had gone for surgery. She only said, "He went home. Are you looking for him?" "Yes, ask him to come see me." Gunyinji put on a "I won't go out unless you ask Qin Jining to come" posture. Huilan, the maid, urged her for a long time, but Gunyinji refused to go to General He's study on the second floor with her. She had no choice but to grimace and say, "Miss Gu, most people are not allowed to enter General He's study. Why did you? Don't know what's good for you, right?" Gunyinji helped her say it and said coldly, "I'm unfamiliar with this place, so I have to be more cautious. Please forgive me, Miss Huilan." "You flatter me. You flatter me." Huilan, the maid, left hurriedly to talk to her boss. However, just as he walked to the staircase, he saw General He coming over with two personal secretaries. She quickly bowed and moved aside, whispering, "General He, Miss Gu refuses to go. General He understands. You can leave now." He Changjian didn't say anything. The person who spoke was his personal secretary. Maid Huilon hurriedly ran down to the third floor, not daring to stay for even a second longer. All the housekeeping staff were afraid of He Changjian. It wasn't that he wasn't good to them, but that his aura was too scary. Everyone in the Huaxiao Empire knew that although their country's leaders were General He of the military, Speaker Long of the Senate, and Prime Minister Xie of the cabinet, General He was the one who really made the decisions. The other two didn't dare to say no in front of him. Having been in such a position for a long time, his aura was naturally not something ordinary high-ranking officials could compare to. However, when he walked up to Gun Yinji, he realized that the little girl wasn't afraid of him at all. She looked him up and down, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "You're Professor He's father." They were too alike, too damn alike, especially the pair of shimmering, almond-shaped eyes. She had asked Qin Jining about it when she saw him on TV yesterday. Now that she had seen him in person, she was even more certain that General He was He Jichu's father. Gun Yinji was slightly relieved when she thought of Professor He. Professor He was sincerely doing this for her own good. His father probably wouldn't make things difficult for her, right? He Changjian also looked at Gun Yinji carefully and thought to himself, I didn't expect that lunatic to have such a beautiful daughter. She really changed a lot. When she came to their house when she was 6 years old, she was an ordinary, chubby little girl. Only his stupid son, He Jichu, treated her like a treasure. Of course, there was also his first wife, Qin Suan, who also doted on this little girl. It was because of her appearance that He Jichu's life was saved. Like Qin Suan, He Changjian was filled with gratitude towards Gun Yinji. He had also treated her as his own family and daughter-in-law since he was young. "You're Gun Yinji?" He Changjian's attitude softened. "I heard you don't want to see me." Gun Yinji blushed and twisted her hands in front of her. Her fingers were almost twisted into fried dough twists. She whispered, "I just arrived in a strange place. I can't be careless." "Mr. He, is Professor He home?" He Changjian said calmly. "He hasn't come back yet, but he'll be soon." He Jichu should have realized what had happened by now. He Changjian believed that He Jichu would be back soon. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. "Then when will you send me back?" "Go back." He Changjian raised an eyebrow and narrowed his almond-shaped eyes. "This is your home. Where are you going?" As he spoke, he walked towards Gun Yinji's room. Gun Yinji had no choice but to make way and follow behind He Changjian. The two personal secretaries stood at the door like door gods and closed the door for them. Gun Yinji and He Changjian were the only ones in the spacious living room. "Sit." He Changjian came in and asked Gun Yinji to sit down like the host. Although Gun Yinji felt awkward, she still sat down properly. She stared into He Changjian's eyes and asked, "Mr. He, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, you just came back. We haven't seen each other in 7 years. I wanted to talk to you and ask if you're used to living here. This is your home. If there's anything you're not used to, you must tell me immediately," He Changjian said gently. He hadn't said this to anyone in 7 years. Ever since Gun Yinji suddenly disappeared in front of He Jichu 7 years ago, He Jichu had been ill. He was furious and had issued a secret order to search for Gun Yinji and that lunatic throughout the country. For 3 whole years, the father and son had barely spoken to each other. It was only later, when they finally received news that Gun Yinji might have gone to the other side, that He Jichu got up from his hospital bed and insisted on going to the other side to find her. The past was vivid, and He Changjian's gaze was unpredictable. Gun Yinji didn't know what He Changjian was thinking. She made up her mind to figure things out first. "Mr. He, thank you for your hospitality." Gun Yinji pointed at her head. "But I don't remember what happened 7 years ago. If you want to reminisce about the past with me, please forgive me for having nothing to say." He Changjian nodded. "I know you don't remember what happened before you were 12. Gun Yinji lowered her eyes and gripped her phone tightly with one hand. "But that doesn't matter. In a few days, after your surgery, Jichu will be back, and you can start over." He Changjian didn't talk about Gun Yinji's engagement to Hua Xiaoheng as if it hadn't happened. Gun Yinji's heart sank. Could it be that this person had really ordered her to be brought back? She thought about how she had been kidnapped. It had been such a big deal, yet she had been able to hide it from Hua Xiaoheng. Other than this big shot, no one else had the ability and power to do so, right? Gun Yinji looked up. Her deep eyes were as dark as ink. You sent people to kidnap me? Why did you do that? If you really treated me as family, why would you use such a bloody method? Bloody? He Chengjian chuckled. If you didn't cooperate, they would naturally have to complete the mission at all costs. To He Chengjian, he actually didn't care how those people carried out the mission. As long as the mission was completed, it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes in the process. When a general was outside, he didn't accept military orders. He was a soldier, so he naturally understood this. At all costs? So it's okay to kill and injure innocent people? Gun Yinji was angry and disappointed. Professor He is so nice. I didn't expect his father to be such a person. He Chengjian didn't care about Gun Yinji's rudeness. He only heard Gun Yinji say, Professor He is so nice, and couldn't help smiling. It's fine as long as you know that Ji Chu is good to you. Don't worry about anything else. Gun Yinji. There was really no way to talk about this day. She turned her head angrily. What you're doing is illegal. I'm telling you. Illegal. He Chengjian was even more amused. Well, how did I break? You ordered private armed forces to injure innocent citizens. You went against my will and kidnapped me to this place. And you still say you didn't break the law? Gun Yinji spoke logically when it came to the legal profession. I never knew that the Huaxia Empire allowed legal private armed forces. The Huaxia Empire here isn't the Huaxia Empire you've experienced. He Chengjian looked at her firmly. He was attracted by the way she talked about the law. You studied law over there? Yes, I'm determined to be the best lawyer. Gun Yinji nodded. It looks like your memories from before you were 12 haven't completely disappeared. He Chengjian frowned. You've been determined to be the best lawyer since you were young. Gun Yinji, that's a coincidence. It means that a person's ambition is hidden deep in their heart, like instinct. Even if they lose their memories, they still know what they have to do. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes. That makes sense. He Chengjian nodded and stood up. All right, it's good to know that you're fine. Rest well and prepare for the surgery tomorrow. What's surgery? Gun Yinji became alert and recalled Wen Shuyi's words. The memory-stripping surgery. He Chengjian looked at her and said calmly, according to our law, you can't keep your memories from the other side. Why? Gun Yinji raised her chin slightly. I'm not from your side. Your law doesn't apply to me. He Chengjian had never heard anyone refute his opinion in such a way. He smiled and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He said calmly, yes, that makes sense, but he was about to continue when Qin Yaoguang's voice came from the door. Brother He? Yinji? Are you guys inside? Gun Yinji had never heard this voice before. She put down her crossed arms and looked at He Chengjian. Who is this? He Chengjian's expression darkened. Rude. As he spoke, he raised his voice and said to the door, Yaoguang, come in. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1473, you can start again. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. The second update at 8 o'clock in the evening will continue to be updated for last year's Meow, Little Meow Leader. Moi. Chapter 1485. Gun Yinji frowned and watched as the door was pushed open. Two elegantly dressed women stood at the door. Wen Shuyi was an old acquaintance. Gun Yinji glanced at her first. Wen Shuyi winked at her and curled her lips into a smile. Gun Yinji remained calm. Her gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman standing next to her, and she was shocked. This person's appearance, she used all the strength in her body to control the urge to scream out loud. She clenched her fists, and her nails dug into the flesh of her palms. A sharp pain came from her palms, and her mind finally snapped out of its frenzy. Looking at the middle-aged woman who was smiling elegantly, Gun Yinji's heart pounded again when she thought of the identical Pushin, Vladimir, the chauffeur, Ivan, and Speaker Long. She felt as if she had understood something, but she also felt that it was too unbelievable. The middle-aged woman's gaze only flashed past her face before landing on He Changjian, who was standing opposite Gun Yinji. "Brother He, you should take your medicine now." She walked over and held He Changjian's arm. Her voice was exceptionally gentle. "Go take your medicine first. I've already taken it." He Changjian patted the back of her hand and quietly pulled his arm out. He looked at Gun Yinji and said, "This is Yinji. You've met her, haven't you?" The middle-aged woman was Qin Yaowang. She glanced at Gun Yinji perfunctorily and nodded indifferently. "It's good that you're back." Her tone was stiff and self-restrained, as if she was restraining her emotions and trying her best to appear indifferent. Gun Yinji stared at her in a daze. It took all her strength to shift her gaze away from her curvy lips. The middle-aged woman had an oval face, but her jaw was slightly square. It wasn't abrupt, but it made her feel very charming. However, although it was obvious that she wasn't young, there were no wrinkles on her face at all. Her skin was snow-white and smooth. Her hands looked strong, with long, bony fingers and round, well-manicured nails. She was wearing a white silk blouse with a white lapel and three-quarter sleeves, slender and straight black pencil pants, and a pair of white flat shoes. She was tall, and her black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head. She tilted her head to look at He Changjian, her gaze focused and affectionate. Gun Yinji looked at her quietly, and no one in the room spoke. He Changjian and Wen Shui both stared at them. Qin Yaowang seemed to have finally noticed Gun Yinji's unusual gaze on her. She frowned slightly and said, "Didn't anyone teach you that it's rude to stare at you like this?" The disgust and impatience in his tone were undisguised. Gun Yinji was in a state of extreme shock. However, as soon as Qin Yaowang spoke, her tone was like a bucket of cold water being poured over Gun Yinji's head, causing her to completely wake up. "No, they are different." Gun Yinji calmly warned herself. She put her hands in her trouser pockets and raised her chin slightly. "I see that you're old. I respect the old and love the young, so I won't lower myself to your level. But you suddenly barged into my room and didn't even introduce yourself. Instead, you scolded me for being rude and shouldn't have stared at you. May I ask where your etiquette and upbringing are? You've lived for so many years, and you've thrown it all away?" Qin Yaowang's face darkened, and she said stiffly, "You're talking to me like that? It looks like you haven't improved at all after being there for 7 years. You don't have to care about who I am. Get ready for tomorrow's surgery." "What surgery?" Gun Yinji deliberately asked curiously. "I don't think there's anything wrong with my body." "The memory-stripping surgery," Qin Yaowang said lightly. Qin Yaowang said lightly. "According to our confidentiality rules, everyone who has been there has to undergo this kind of surgery." "Really?" Gun Yinji had actually already argued with He Changjian once. She crossed her arms over her chest, and her face was dark. "I'm sorry. I just told General He that I'm not from your side. I'm not governed by your law. Of course you're from our side. Don't think that just because you've been there for 7 years, you've become from there." Qin Yaowang didn't back down at all. "Do you want me to show you your identity document and birth certificate?" Gun Yinji's heart couldn't help sinking, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, "Is it true that everyone who has been there has to undergo this kind of surgery? Not only have they been there, but anyone who knows anything about that place also has to undergo a memory-stripping surgery." Qin Yaowang shook her slender fingers. "So you don't have to feel unfair. Everyone has to do it, and no one can escape." "Really?" Gun Yinji's gaze was fixed on Wen Shui. "She's been there too. Does that mean she has to undergo this kind of surgery too?" She then pointed at Qin Yaowang. "Also, you also know about that place. Do you have to undergo this kind of surgery too? We're different from you." Qin Yaowang's voice was very calm. "Shui and I have very high security levels. We don't have to undergo this kind of memory-stripping surgery." "What about Qin Jining?" Gun Yinji blurted out. "Does he need to undergo this kind of surgery?" "Of course. His surgery has already been completed," Wen Shui said with a smile, "but he's still recovering. When you see him in the future, remember to introduce yourself, because he doesn't remember you anymore." Gun Yinji's face gradually turned pale. She couldn't help taking 2 steps back, want to stay away from these people. If she got any closer to them, She felt like the air in front of her was going to be sucked dry. When she got closer to them, she felt her chest tighten. Gu Nianji clenched her fists, loosened and tightened them. After a long time, she said in a hoarse voice, "Your general, he's stepwife. It's one thing for you to have a high security level, but what right does she have?" She continued to point at Wen Shuyi with an indignant expression. "What right does she have?" Qin Yaowang chuckled. "She's a top law student at Harvard University. She's also the head of the military's legal department. She's also one of Ji Chu's personal secretaries. Tell me, why isn't her security level high?" And the Qin Jining you're talking about is only a lieutenant colonel in the special forces. His security level is completely insufficient. Gu Nianji was confused by the news. Personal secretary? Why does Professor He have a personal secretary? Professor He? You mean Ji Chu? Qin Yaowang sighed and shook her head. This child, instead of being a major general, he risked his life to be a powerless professor on your side. I don't need to tell you how much he loves you, do I? Major general? Gu Nianji squeezed out the words from between her teeth. How did Professor He become a major general? His father is a general and the head of the Military Supreme Council. He joined the army in his early years and was promoted from a lieutenant to a major general. Don't you remember that? Qin Yaowang's tone was filled with pity as she shook her head slightly. Sigh. I'm very sorry that you lost your memories before you were 12 years old. Gu Nianji was at a loss for a moment. Only one sentence echoed in her mind. He Ji Chu is a major general. He wasn't an experienced lawyer, nor was he an academic professor. He was originally a soldier. Gu Nianji seemed to understand something when she thought of He Ji Chu's extraordinary skills and his extraordinarily powerful weapons. So that was how it was. When Shuyi helped Qin Yaowang sit down on the sofa and said proudly, "Brother Achu has always been very powerful. He has a doctorate in law from Yale, and after joining the army, he has made many contributions. He is truly a master of both literature and martial arts." Gu Nianji was shocked by Wen Shuyi's brother, Achu. She had always suspected that Wen Shuyi had a crush on He Ji Chu, and now it had finally been confirmed. Brother Achu. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Wen Shuyi, does Professor He know that you miss Professor He so much? Wen Shuyi didn't seem to care at all. She said, "I've always called him that. I've been calling him that since 7 years ago. After you left, Ji Chu fell seriously ill and almost died. It was Shuyi calling him Brother Achu that gave Ji Chu the motivation to live on." Qin Yaowang held Wen Shuyi's arm. Shuyi took care of him by Ji Chu's bed for an entire year before he got better. He Chengjian also said, "Shuyi has indeed contributed to our family. Without her, Ji Chu really wouldn't have been able to live at that time." Gu Nianji, she didn't quite understand what he meant. She clearly remembered that He Ji Chu didn't have a good attitude towards Wen Shuyi. It didn't seem like he had the motivation to live on just because she called him that. Wen Shuyi smiled bitterly and lowered her head. That year was the best year of her life. Unfortunately, it was too short, because after He Ji Chu woke up, he didn't bother to pretend to be nice to her. Gu Nianji shook her head and said calmly, "I don't believe it. Unless Professor He stands in front of me and says that it's because of you that he has the motivation to live on. Otherwise, it's all a rumor." You're really stubborn. Qin Yaowang chuckled. When Ji Chu comes back, let him tell you himself. Okay, please don't tell me about the surgery before Professor He comes back. Gu Nianji deliberately stalled for time. She put her hands in her trouser pockets and said aloofly, "Please leave my room now. I want to rest." This is the second update of the day. Chapter 1474, Her Looks. Thank you for your recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. The 50,000 Chidian coins and updates that the leader of Little Meow gave last September have arrived. Mwah! You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.